What is going on, everybody? It's another Friday. Made it to the end of the week. Let's hang out for a little bit, take a couple shots, take a couple dabs. Depending on where I'm at, we may log on to the Twitch after this and just kind of smash on some zombies. That's what I think. Instead of playing Remnant, because we've been streaming Remnant pretty hard for the last couple of weeks, I don't really feel like buckling down and, rawr, like, let's do some bosses. Like, I'd rather just kill some zombies, collect some stuff. So I think we'll probably get on Twitch after this. If we do that, we might just hang out on YouTube. Mauricio says, hey, big fan, let's go. What's going on, brother? Thank you for tuning in. Hope you had a good Friday so far. And yeah, let's wait until we get maybe like 5 people in here. We'll take a dab. Because you know what the funny thing is I actually already have one ready to go. And it is a pretty fat. So we'll definitely throw that in the banger in just a minute. We may also have some company on this stream. We got my brother Mario, aka Clean Pump. We also met brother Christian last week. I put that stream on private because I don't even remember getting off stream. I gotta fucking regulate myself with these shots. I cannot just take an unlimited amount of shots and be like, I'll be fine. But we did manage to make it through the stream last week, but it was just like after I got off, I was fucking swifty. So I think we're all good on, trying to push our limits. I'm coming up on like 35 years old, so I'm pretty sure I've explored my limits. But having said that, before we really get started and, we talk about some stuff, we take our shots and take our dabs, let's go ahead and throw my tenants out there just in case anybody tunes in that has not been here before and you're new to the content. I am not here to be politically correct. I am not here to be everybody's friend. I am not going to say things that everyone agrees with. And I ain't no fucking cartoon character. Now that we got that out of the way, we do have this nice fat dab looking at us, guys. I think that we will probably warm up this now and toss that in the banger. Start off the stream with a nice fat dab. We do still have some Dead Cynic Geisha Girl dab mats for sale. They are, I'm trying to remember, I believe it was $30 shipped, $25 for the mat, and then $5 for shipping. So if you'd like to get yourself one, hit me up so that we can get one out your way. But we still have a couple left. Not many. There's maybe like 10 or 15 left, but there still are a few. So if anybody's interested in getting one, they are available. I don't think that there are any stickers left. At some point, I might try and get another order going. What I'm trying to figure out is if it's going to be the same design that I had before, or if it's going to be a new just circle design. We got my brother Semi-Glass in here. What's going on, brother? We got Small Tubes in here. What's going on, fam? Much love to all you guys. So to everybody that, I don't know how many people follow both my Instagram and my YouTube, but brother Semi-Glass is actually a gentleman that has made pretty much most of my custom glass. So like the Red Menace, my Piranha Plant, the Toxic Barrel, Marbles, and Lucy, and the Aquarians, some of the biggest custom recyclers that I have, all of that stuff was done by him. Bubbles, the rig that is a bigger version of my slime bubble cap, he made that. So for the Semi, I don't know if you want to get on camera, you don't have to, but I'm definitely down to take a shot if you want to hop on with us. So you do have the invite. You just go ahead and click that link and it'll bring you in here. And if not, hey, I'll take the shot with you anyway. It doesn't matter. But appreciate you coming through, sir. Give me just 1 second. Hey, I'll take your shot. Let's go ahead and get the first dislike in here because fuck the haters. Fucking haters. Okay. We got Chubby Glass by Nate. Full UV setup right here. The rig is Illuminati. The drop down is Blue V. Pretty awesome stuff. But okay, since we do have Brother Semiglass in here, let's go ahead and show you guys one of the pieces that he's made. So this right here is marbles, and it is the tallest recycler that I have. I actually have to give people a disclaimer when they come to the house and they're like, dude, I want to take a dab off of that. I'm like, you know what? I don't even know if you'll be able to make it function properly, so we need to test that first before we have the other conversation. And to show you guys, here is a size differential between the rig that I'm using right now and marbles. This bad boy is fucking huge. Brother Semi is also the gentleman that made all of my custom shot glasses. Well, all the ones that I use. I have one back here from Time One. Bam, that thing right there. But that's one of his second qualities that I got really cheap just because there was like a bubble in the design. And he was like, ah. So because it was kind of cheap, I was like, hey, I like shot glasses. I like this one, so let's scoop it. But my favorite shot glass, this Black and Slime one right here, that was made by Brother Semi back in 2018. So we're going to take this dab, and then we're going to pour up a shot. We're going to chill for a little bit. I don't know how long this is going to be. We'll set a timer for about an hour and a half. So we'll go for about an hour and a half. We'll see how we're doing, who came to join us and hang out, all that kind of good stuff. And we'll just go from there. So, yeah. Till then, if you guys got something to smoke on, dab on, drink on, fucking spark it up, torch it up, pour it up, all that good shit. Yeah. I'm hoping things turn around a little bit with Sitka. Corey, what's going on, fam? I appreciate what I'm doing and the role that I have in the company, but hopefully we can make it a little bit better and a little bit more worth my time. Like, just at the end of the day, more worth my time. And, you know, I'm a big fan of everybody that I work with, especially Miss Kim. So no matter who watches this, whether it's Nick or Sean or Jeff, what's up, guys? Y'all need to pay Kim more because she's a fucking gangsta, and she gets shit done. She's got a lot of good ideas, and I don't know, she's kind of the first. She's the first person that I always go to when I need something because I know she's gonna get shit done. I'm not gonna have to fucking, I don't know, I'm not gonna have to debate with her or do any dumb shit. Like, if she thinks it's a good idea, bam, it's done. So much love to everybody on the Sitka team, but super duper love to going out to Miss Kim because she's a fucking gangster. Let's go ahead and take the first dab of the night. Chill out for a little bit. We got 3 homies in here, so we get 2 more homies. We're gonna pour that first shot right now. And I mean, damn, we're not even 10 minutes into the stream, so first shot before 10 minutes, not bad. But we're already 1 shot in because we took one on the live on Instagram when I was cooking the steak that I ate before we started this stream. So we're already 1 shot in, so it'll technically be the second shot of the night, but it'll be the first shot on stream. I don't even talk. They still are with me. Yeah, at the end of the day, this job, it's largely and mostly about networking and building bridges. So there's part of it where I just have to put a little bit more effort into trying to reach these people and get in touch with them. But man, it can get frustrating trying to weed through, okay, you're the manager of the store, but you don't actually do any ordering. Who's that person? Oh, they don't work here anymore, and you don't know who replaced them. Like, fuck. So it's just all these little things, but it's a cool job. Abraham says, Cynic, that's a high risk, heating up your banger in midair. So what am I supposed to do? Leave it in the rig? I'm not going to do that, because then what happens is I run the risk of, while I'm moving it around to get the flame on the different angles, this drop down can swivel in the piece. And that is more dangerous than me holding the drop down. So I'm going to go ahead and disagree with you, Abraham. I appreciate your feedback, but also I gave a pretty good reason of why I disagree. Everyone's got different styles and reasons why they do what they do. That's why I do it the way that I do. Brother Corey says he got it down to an art. He's safe. Brother Corey and Brother Nate were actually here dabbing with me, so they've seen my method. They know how I get down. And, again, everyone's got their own preference. I always love it when people come in here just to tell me what I'm doing wrong. Because it happens a lot. Oh, man, you should see some of the comments that I get. I get some good ones. All right, let's go ahead and take this fat dab. Much love, everybody. Cheers from the valley out in Cali. 5 homies in the chat. It's shot time. I said we get 5 homies in the chat. We're pouring a shot. We got 5 homies. Time to pour that shot. Get her done, son. First dab of the night. Nice glob of some live resin. And we'll take another one in a little bit. Always nice to blow some clouds. Let's see. We got a bunch of messages on Instagram because people don't want to just come into the YouTube chat and send it there. Let's see what everybody's saying. All right. So we'll look at all this other stuff later. 5 homies in the chat. Much love to all of you guys. Hope you're having a great Friday. It's the beginning of the weekend. So if your week wasn't that great, fuck it. It's over. We're done with it. So let's have a good time. Let's chill out. Enjoy each other's company. Get swifty. All that jazz. And we still got the 5 homies, so you guys heard me, and you've been waiting for me to pour that shot. Let's get the custom semi-glass shot glass out, black and slime. Ain't that a sexy fucking shot glass? Wow, turkey. That's what we drink over here. Oh, we lost somebody. We're down to 4. Let's see. Can we get him back in the time it takes me to pour this shot? And again, we might, not exactly sure, but we might hop on Twitch after this, play a little bit of video games if you guys want to find me. It's the same exact name, Dead Cynic, just add a number. So Dead Cynic 2988, and you can find me on there. We usually hop on like once a day, once every other day, but we've been streaming pretty regularly on there, and it's just video games. So if you just want to hop on, hang out, and fucking watch me play some video games, I don't even put my face on camera for Twitch. It's just the gameplay and me narrating over it. So I like to answer questions if people play that game and they have questions about it, or even if people just want to fucking chill, because that's one thing that I do is I'll watch games that I don't plan on buying, but I still want to see how the gameplay is, and I want to see, what's going on with the game. So there's a lot of streamers that I watch their content even though I don't play the games that they stream. And I'm thankful because they help me save money, because there are some games where it's like I think about buying it, and then I watch the gameplay and I listen to kind of them talk about it. And it's like, all right, that's why I don't have that game. Dead Zock, my little broski in here. What's going on, sir? You got here just in time. We got the second. So this is technically the second shot of the night, but it is the first shot on stream, because on Instagram we took a shot while we were cooking the steak. Dead Zaku says pre-ordering games never again. And there was a time where like there was some dope shit that you got for pre-ordering games. It was a good idea. One of my favorite pre-order stories ever is about the joysticks that I got for Street Fighter 4 when that came out on Xbox 360. So years and years ago, because we're on like Street Fighter 5 or 6 at least now, and that's with like Street Fighter versus Tekken and all the in-betweens and shit. So back when Street Fighter 4 came out on the next gens, there was a deal that they were doing where if you pre-ordered Street Fighter, you could also pay for an arcade joystick that you could plug in via USB. And I was like, I don't see the point in getting just one, because if you're going to play Street Fighter, a lot of times you're going to play that game with another person. So I pre-ordered the game and I bought 2 joysticks. Well, I went into the GameStop that day when it came out, and I was super fucking stoked. I had a big old smile on my face. I had the receipt in my hand. I was like, yeah, aren't you guys stoked for fucking Street Fighter Day? Like, this shit is going to be dope, man. Fucking, I got the joysticks. Like, this is going to be so cool. And they heard me say joysticks, and they just looked at me like, this motherfucker. And one of them did. He was like, so you're the guy that got the joysticks? And I was like, yeah, I got 2, because I mean, if you're gonna get this game, you gotta get 2. Like, I was so happy about it, and I didn't think anything of it. And the guy looked at me and he was like, yeah, our store only got 2 joysticks, so you got all the joysticks. And I was like, oh, well, that dude, this is gonna be fucking dope. I got 2. Like, I was still like, it sucks for them. That's a shitty fucking store to work at, but that's not my fault. That had nothing to do with me and my excitement for that game. That is all on that fucking store and whoever the fuck did the ordering for that shit. Because I mean, how 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 are you gonna have a store that only gets 2 fucking joysticks for a game that big? Fucking Street Fighter? I don't. That was dumb. That was dumb, and that was not my fault. They had nothing to be angry at me about. That was a good. I enjoy telling that story to this day because that shit was fucking hilarious. But yeah, it sucks for them. Corey says, "Shit, not for cooks. We suffer on the weekends." Yeah, I guess that does. Well, I guess it depends like where you're at on the schedule, right? Because there's people that work during the week and they have to have some days off. So there's gotta be people that have the weekends off. And, I'm sure that they enjoy it. But I can also see where you're coming from that if you do work in the restaurant industry, when the weekend comes around, you get fucking busy. Like my little brother Dedzaku would famously say as he's slaughtering survivors, blame your teammates. That's not my fault. Blame your teammates. Tim H says, what up, what up? What's going on, guys? Okay, so we're fluctuating between 4 and 5, but we're at 5. So while we're at 5 right now, let's go ahead and take shot number 2. Cheers to everybody. Much love. Abraham wants to know if I ended up enjoying Street Fighter 5. You know what, fam? I have not played 5 to my knowledge because it was Street Fighter 4 that I ended up getting, and I loved the shit out of that game. I still play it. Brother Mario, how you doing, sir? And it's an amazing game, and it's, what's awesome about things like that is Street Fighter is a game that really speaks to people's nostalgia, because if you were brought up in that era, then you're very familiar with spending time in front of an arcade machine or getting a console and trying to fucking beat that shit for hours and then playing your friends and having the one friend that was better than everybody that everyone was always trying to fucking beat. So there's like a culture to it. And if you're part of that culture, then it's something that's special to you, And I think there's a corner for everybody because there's people that grew up on different generations where they'd be like, Pong is the original fucking video game. I remember sliding that shit around trying to get the balls, to fucking bounce off each other. And to them, that's an OG video game. There's people that think that Pac-Man, they're in that generation, like the fucking pixels. They're in the pixel generation. That's kind of how I think about it. And everybody has their own preference. But as far as people that are around our age, everybody grew up with video games. So it's just about what video game you like, really.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what's going on, Brother Mario? You got here just in time. We just took shot number 2. I took a shot earlier when we were cooking the steak on Instagram, and then we took shot number 1 here on stream. So we're just chilling.
Nice. Well, like I said, I got this new Canadian whiskey that I just was like, oh, that looks like a cheaper bottle. Still looks pretty nice. So I decided to give it a try, and it's actually pretty damn good.
Blended whiskeys are nice, brother. And that's the thing is I found that those whiskey masters, they really do know what they're doing because as far as blending them, someone's got to choose what whiskeys are going together. And they really make some smooth blends.
Yeah, dude, they do. This one is actually pretty smooth. It's like a little bit lighter than the Irish whiskey I've been drinking. you add an ice cube to it, it's super sweet. So,
And I would say I would probably do that, brother, because I've seen people add like a dash of like filtered water or something to their glass, but I feel like might as well just get a nice ice cube and make it cold at least.
Yeah, yeah. I like it to be a little chilled. I like it to be a little chilled,
Mrs.
so it's
Clean
not bad.
Pump,
Yeah, Mrs. Clean Pump came and brought the
Hey!
1867. That's what it's called, anyways. So
you know what,
it's
brother?
80 proof, so it's not too bad.
I thought that I had tried it the first time that I saw it because there's a big number very prominently in front. And then I remembered that there's more than one bourbon or whiskey brand that's a number. And I think the one that I tried was like 1862 or something like that. But there's this, and you know what? I'm going to look it up because now it's kind of fucking with me now that I brought it up to you guys and I got to find it.
You're like, what the fuck is this?
Whiskey. 1792. That's what it is.
Ah,
But
we're gonna have to put the 1867 and the 1792s to test.
Right? That's a really good one, brother. It is. I think that it's just a regular bourbon. It's not a blended, but it's super smooth.
Oh, okay.
And I've had I like that one. Marshall says,
Yeah.
cheers. Tim H says, yeah, clean team. That is right, fam. We got the man himself.
14.
And hey, while you guys are on here, we got 6 homies in the chat. If you want to get yourself one, you can use my name as a discount code. So this right here, Dead Cynic, will get you 20% off while supplies last. I say get it while he's got it, man.
Yes, sir. Those V3s are a lot of people are picking up some double packs now, so that's always good to see. Save yourself some money. If you and 2 other homies want to get them, you can just buy them at once. Save money on shipping just the same.
And they make great gifts. Both my mom and my grandma have one. They do not smoke weed. They use it for their nail polish remover, and they love the shit out of it. So, it's multi-purpose. Think outside the box sometimes.
Yep. If you got a friend who's a diabetic, I know they're always pinpricking and stuff, and those alcohol wipes can add up. So you can always just use a good ISO pump for that.
That's right.
Man, my belly's so full. We ate our faces off just probably an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I did the same thing, just a lot a lot sooner, brother. About, I want to say, maybe we've been on for about a half hour, so maybe like 45 minutes ago I had a steak.
Yeah, I went heavy since it's Friday night. I made a fucking hamburger and some French fries.
Gotta do it.
Breaking my normalcies.
That's what the weekend's for, though. Chill out a little
Yeah,
bit.
that's the start. I'm like, I'm gonna drink whiskey tonight. Oh, fuck it.
Gotta have that grease built up already.
Yeah. I always feel it, man. It's always shit. Like after I eat it, I'm always like, fuck, man. I'm always way more full than I usually am.
Well, okay, so I will say, brother, as I get older, the levels of fast food are starting to affect me. Like, I cannot eat at McDonald's or Taco Bell anymore. There used to be a time where I could go and fucking get a quarter pounder from McDonald's and then get a couple fucking burritos from Taco Bell, and I'm chilling. But I'm like, it's getting to the point where those two specifically, I just can't eat from them anymore. Every fucking time I think to myself, you know what? I could eat a double cheeseburger or something. Like, I'm paying for it, and I'm like, why did I do that? Like, why? So,
yeah.
I'm finding that there's a lot of, And it's funny because I hear dumb shit in my head, like when my parents used to tell me like we got food at home. Like there's a lot of times where that actually pops up in my head. Like I'll be looking at something and I'll be like, nah, man, you got food at home. Like,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's how we know. Like, and usually, if we go out and grab like any like quote unquote fast food, it's generally like In and Out, and it's all fucking, it's all protein style or they're Flying Dutchman. But tonight, I usually, if I go give my money to a company, it's a company I really want to give my money to. And there's a local joint here that's called Tom's Family Restaurants. I'm not sure if they have some up there, dude. But there's some, they're like local guys, and they make a fucking killer hamburger. So it's still not good, but it's if I'm gonna give my money, I'll give my money to some local yokel.
and that's actually a great what could you say, exception to the rule, brother, because there's a place here in town where I live that makes Philly cheesesteaks, and it's this lady and her son, and it's
Mm.
like they have this little hole in the wall, shop, and they're only open a couple hours a day, but they make some of the best fucking Philly cheesesteaks, and it's just, I love going to that place just to support local people and get great food. So there's exceptions, but I think that part of that comes with knowing where to look and being
Yeah,
familiar with where you live.
yeah. That's always good to know, like the nice local spots that you can rely on. Like I don't buy pizza from like Pizza Hut or Papa John's or Domino's. There's a place out here called Joe Peeps, and it's right off of Magnolia. It's pretty famous out here. It's kind of like a more of a like Hollywood star type of place, but they have some like ridiculous pizzas where like just the a slice alone is like what is like 2,800 calories. It's
Oh,
fucking
56.96
56.96, dude. That I
calories.
mean, fuck me. But we get the regular style pie, and it's fucking great. And then my wife has a weird tomato allergy. She can only eat certain types of tomatoes and tomato sauces. It's really weird. We don't know what it is, but she can eat their particular marinara and their pizza sauce, so she's like all about it. So when we do get a pizza, it's usually from like a fucking local place like that. So
You know what?
yeah, we're trying.
We actually discussed that last week, brother, and she said it was
Really?
something, but like I think that they make their sauce homemade because she was talking about like the process. There's something different that
Yeah,
they do to the sauce that breaks it down in a way that her system is able to handle it. I remember us talking about that a little bit.
yeah. But damn, man, you can only imagine a 5,600 calorie fucking pizza.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the
I
crust
mean,
is
fuck
Go
me,
all
that
out.
shit is fucking
yeah.
retarded. It is so crazy, dude, so crazy. But out here in the San Fernando Valley, fucking, you can find great taco spots everywhere, and just depending on your taste, there's great ones everywhere. But there's another little taco spot. It's called. I forget what it's a birria place, but it's really
Oh, La
fucking
Authentica Birria.
a birria authentica.
That's
Yeah,
it, yeah.
but they're only open from fucking 8 in the morning till 3:30 p.m. Then they disappear at night. So you got to get that shit early in the morning. And they have goat, they have meat, they have regular tacos, but you're really going there for like regular asada tacos, but you're really going there for the fucking birria, and it's so fucking good. Like
Oh, don't they have handmade tortillas too?
yeah, and they have handmade tortillas, which makes it fucking just shit all
Hmm.
over. Like I understand some people don't might not understand the difference between like the fucking pressed out tortillas you get from Guerrero, and that I completely understand. But man, to a Mexican, it's fucking night and day. I cannot. My stomach literally fucking kicks my ass every time I eat those tortillas. It just has so much extra shit in there that you don't really need.
The store bought.
Yeah, so it's like That's the one thing I have to look for in the taco places. Like they need to have some fucking handmade tortillas, because if I'm gonna fucking break keto, I'm gonna break that shit hard and break it on some good tortillas, not this fucking pre-pressed out 37 fucking ingredient tortilla. You know.
Right.
But yeah,
Well,
I think it all depends where you go and get your food from. That will depend your tummy and the toilet outcome.
and my little brother, he's actually training to become a plumber. He says, friendly reminder, don't flush toilet wipes down the toilet. They will destroy your plumbing.
See?
Yes.
See? They're banned in the UK.
Yep.
Banned in the UK.
And they usually say right there on the package too, do not flush. So I think that's just kind of like an instinctual thing for people, where it's just like, it'll make it. Well,
Yeah.
it'll be fine. But
No.
you gotta be careful about that stuff. Man, plumbers ain't cheap. Plumbers ain't cheap.
No. And those
They are not
fucking things,
flushable.
man. It's so funny that they still have the label flushable wipe.
Yep.
I'm like,
Yeah.
man, you motherfuckers.
Yeah, you can't even get them in the
Not
UK.
toilet paper. There's no such thing. Like, yeah.
Yeah. It's like saying edible glue.
Ew.
Oh, and my little brother did say, he says some even say flushable. So, man.
They're not. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not flushable.
Tim said I smoked a hickory chicken and rubbed it with salt and pepper and garlic. Ooh, that sounds good too.
Ooh, that sounds amazing, Tim. So my little brother, I'll just put it up there because, again, he's training to be a plumber. That's the trade that he's going into right now. He's saying, some even say flushable. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No. Man, that's like one trade that's so thankless, man. So thankless. And it's like you're coming into the shittiest situations. Fucking most of the time when people call a plumber, shit has hit the floor.
Man.
Yeah. It's not good.
You
like
can. He says you can flush anything down the toilet. The plumbing won't like it though. That's very true. I'm sure that plumbers pull some crazy, and like not even just like kids, like little kids. I'm sure that there's all kinds of crazy shit that gets flushed because of little kids, or pets. Like somebody that's got a cat that's fascinated with the roll of toilet paper. I was actually just watching a video today of a cat that somehow had the aim to start a full roll of toilet paper, and when they pawed at it, it actually went right into the toilet. So as they kept boom, 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 they got an entire fucking roll of toilet paper unwound into the toilet. And I was like, that's fucking crazy, because maybe it doesn't happen every single time, but the fact that they actually got that shit on camera, the time that it did, just right there into the toilet, it's like, fuck, man. There goes the whole
Yeah, my cat.
Imagine walking in and just having like a fucking puddle of tissue
everywhere,
just sitting on top of the toilet, and you're like, should I flush this? Like, no. Oh my god. I didn't know that. I guess toilets are a little bit different in the UK, I guess.
No, the plumbing system's entirely different.
I had no idea about that shit.
It's their plumbing system.
Like it's like a different way the water flows into the toilet, maybe? I have no idea. And I was watching some random shit on YouTube. I follow this guy named Guy Martin. He's kind of like a motorcycle racer, and he does like the Isle of Man, which is something that's done in the UK. And he's a semi truck, or what they call lorry mechanic. So he likes to work on cars. He likes anything mechanical he gets into. And so they were working on trying to make a shitter for this it was a longboat that they were like working on. And so he wanted to put a shitter, and they went through all like these old school shitters. And I guess, shitters used to be gravity fed. So instead of like the tank sitting behind you, the tank was like up above your head behind you. And you had to grab a fucking cord and flush that bitch.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess like the flush action is not like didn't go down into a hole. It like went off a cliff and then like would like go kind of do the same thing, but it wasn't a direct hole down because you know they have like that little U shape, you know, that keeps like the smell of like the shit away from everything else. But I guess it was like a little different. It's
That's
weird.
gnarly. Let's see. Tim H says you can charge good money though, son. Oh yeah, plumbers make good in it, especially when you call them. If you call a plumber on the weekend or on a holiday, that's an expensive call.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
But that's what he's saying. Weekends, nights, stay on call. One of the best trade jobs. Oh, they make bank, but just like Brother Mario
Yeah.
was saying, you literally deal with some shit. Then Doctor says, I pulled a pencil out of a toilet. Oh, broski, I very
What the
much
hell?
because you're still in training, I very much doubt that's going to be the weirdest thing that you pulled out.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Just getting started, dude. Like it's gonna get weirder. Tim says, got a dip. Nice to see the homies. Cheers. Much love, Tim. Thank you for tuning in, and have a good weekend.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, I imagine like when you pull your first like gerbil out of a fucking drain. I know I'm gonna get a call about that day at work. We're gonna spend some time online talking about it because somebody's gonna flush a small pet down there.
Small pet, rags, everything. It happens in RVs too. I deal with that all day with celebrities, all kinds of stuff. They flush down the toilet in the RV, and the RV plumbing systems, ugh, terrible. It's
Yeah,
really
that shit's
bad.
even worse.
Yeah, it's worse.
I believe it, miss.
So
And people
bad.
probably treat it just like a regular toilet, but just on the road. So they're like, I can handle it. Flush.
Yeah,
Nope.
yeah. Like,
Nope.
oh, there's a hole.
Yeah, all
Just
kinds of
fucking
stuff.
put it down there,
Stupid.
dude.
Yeah. Even our masticating ones, they like put down stuff in the toilet, and you're like, what the hell? Pull it out, like, what the heck? How the hell did this get down here? Yeah,
All
you could get
bad.
sabotaged too, because you never know.
They're
Yeah.
actors.
Face rags, like towels. What?
Yeah.
What would make you put
Imagine,
a face towel down the toilet? Really? You really think?
it fit.
You went down.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Dead Zaku says, dude, we cracked open a busted
Ooh.
sewer line today. The shit was flowing. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I bet.
And so
Oh, bro.
all I can think of now in my head is National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation with homies standing outside.
Oh God.
Shitters.
Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. That's exactly what we deal with at work. Yes. Oh my gosh. It's so gross. That is so gross.
Because that when you first
Yeah.
that was sort of what I was thinking when you first said it, miss. Like you deal with RV stuff, like it was sort of building, but then to hear him say the shit was flowing, like that scene just clarified.
Oh, it's so bad.
I
Just
love
finish
that
it back
movie,
up.
man. He's just
Oh.
dumping that shit right into the sewer
Mm-hmm,
in his fucking penny loaves. Just
yeah, and he's in the onesie. I think he's in like a onesie or something.
Yeah, he's in one of those like thermal onesies.
Yeah.
Got a
Oh my
cap
gosh,
on.
that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's just like,
Good
the
morning.
neighbors are like, "What the
Yeah.
fuck are you doing?" He's like,
Oh, it's just so bad. Yeah. Dealing with the dump pad at work.
"Man, there's
Same
something
way.
to say about that classic fucking Chevy Chase
Slapstick.
humor, dude. Yeah, that's
Slapstick comedy, great.
It's an amazing one, brother, and I actually made it a point. So physical copy. I actually have a physical copy, and
nice.
That's a. I will say if you're a friend of mine or if like I'm meeting you and you actually end up at my house, I'm gonna ask you like a couple of things like. What kind of music do you listen to? Have you heard of these or these guys before? What kind of movies do you watch? Have you seen this or this before? And for the people that say no to certain things, you got to have the stuff to show them just in case.
Yeah, yeah. They're like, "Well, you never seen this shit?" Like, fuck. son of a bitch.
Where have you
And it's
been?
weird now because we're in a weird phase where movies out. When I was like in junior high or when I was in elementary school. Some people I talk to they have no fucking clue. I'm
Me
just like,
too,
oh,
though. I haven't seen it. My parents didn't let me watch a lot of movies.
yeah.
I saw a
And
lot
we're
of
also
movies.
getting to a
Mhm.
place where you have to specify because, like, one of my favorite movies ever is The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing. There's a remake of that. So now when you talk about The Thing, you have to talk about, well, is it the original or is it the remake? And I want to say that there might even be an earlier version before John Carpenter's one. Because I remember telling my grandparents about The Thing, and I was like, we have to watch that when I go and visit. And they were like, I think an earlier one has come out. So there might have been like a similar, like The Thing from blah blah blah, but I don't know, but
Is there a
they were
swamp
saying
thing in the
that
thing?
there is like an older version of even that movie, but that's one of my favorite ones, and there's two different ones, the new one and the old one.
Maybe I'm
Crazy.
getting it confused with the swamp thing.
I watched like too many movies now to try and remember all of them.
Okay, no, I watched
Swamp
Swamp
Thing is
Thing.
also awesome, Mrs. Clean Pump. The Thing is, it's an old school horror movie about this science camp that's out in like Antarctica. And what happens is they discover that it's an American team, but they discover that there's like a team of Norwegians that are a couple miles out that stumbled across something crazy. They found a UFO buried in the ice. So
I
they,
think I know what you're talking about.
so they were able to find possibly a survivor from the UFO crash, and they extracted it from the ice and brought it back to their camp. Things went really bad, and The Thing is about what happens after that when the Americans kind of discover that stuff and get involved with the situation. But
Um,
okay, so Dead Zaku says it's Thing from Another Planet, and it was in the 1950s or the 1960s. So it may have been a super duper early variation of that, but I want to say that John Carpenter's The Thing, that's one of the best horror movies that you could probably watch, and it's got some awesome acting in it, and it's a crazy movie because it's got some really good body horror too. And what I love about it is that was in a generation of movies where there wasn't as much CGI. So the CGI that is there is really, really simple. And most of it is special effects makeup and actual, monsters that were driven by radio control and shit. And like I really like that era of stuff because I like the realness that some of those monster guys were really creative guys. And
yeah,
man,
dude.
some of the monsters that we had were pretty gnarly.
Yeah, they built them.
Yeah.
Like it's a different time.
Yeah, just like Ninja Turtles, man. Like
And
the
Robot
best Ninja Turtles is the first
animatronic.
one for me.
And
Like
that's
the
the thing,
second one
right?
was,
Even outside of horror, like Jim Henson, that whole era
yeah,
of puppet building and just making movies that way, like it was so cool. And I'm really glad that we kind of grew up in that area, and
yeah,
that's stuff that we're very familiar with because there's a lot
yeah,
of people that like have no idea how intricate a puppet can really be. Like they've never seen
oh
that kind
yeah,
of stuff before. And it's amazing what people can do, really.
oh yeah, dude. I
Yeah.
lived down the street from a guy. Um, I went to school with this girl named Cindy when I was in elementary school, and her parents would always throw these nice parties for her birthday. And the very first time I ever went over to her house, we walked in through the garage, and there's a life-size RoboCop sitting in her fucking garage. And it's not like, oh, it looks shit. Like, no, it looks like fucking RoboCop. And I'm like, and then I look up, and there's this massive fucking spider, and it's this guy. Her dad was a person who worked on animatronics, and so he worked on RoboCop. He worked on Arachnophobia. He worked on a few movies and shit. And in her backyard, he had literally built for them a like steel make believe gun turret. It didn't shoot shit, but like if you were up there, you could literally like it was like a I forget what you would call it. It's like a pulley system, and as you would pulley this thing, it would move the guns back and forth, ka-ching, 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 and then you would paddle your feet and you can move the turret like left to right. It was the
That's
fucking
dope.
coolest, right? It was so fucking cool, man. But yeah, like Star Wars and shit, all that stuff, like the early years of that is like, dude, just Chewbacca alone is like it would immediately be CGI now. It would just be a dude in a green suit walking around, and like to have to get an actor who's fucking nearly 7 foot tall, you know, and
Right.
then wear that fucking suit around, dude. Like, fuck me, man.
And my little
Yeah,
brother
it's
brings
a
that
lot.
up too. He, as far as the thing goes, he says one of the best horror movies ever, the 1982 version, and that has, I want to say Kurt Russell in it, and it's a great movie. So I would recommend it to anybody that likes horror movies or just science fiction movies. That's such a
Yeah.
Yeah,
crazy psychological science fiction movie because part of part of the movie becomes you as the viewer are trying to figure out which one of these motherfuckers is infected already. Who's
yeah,
like because there's a whole camp of people and the way that it works is the alien is almost like a virus and what it does is it tries to infect somebody and then replicate that person. So
mm,
Mm.
it's almost like a gnarly version of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, but it's way more
wow,
like body horror because there are literally transformation scenes and like it's just crazy. So my little brother also brings up because he loves horror movies just like I do. He says also another thing is how some people would have sat down and took 3 or 4 hours for their makeup. That's a
yeah,
lot of
Yeah. Yeah.
dedication. And
Yeah.
that's
That's
I
intense
think that
special
also
effects.
is like, yeah, to what Brother Mario was saying about Chewbacca. Like that suit probably took a minute to get into. Like they and then to wear it all day, like that's a lot to do for a
yeah,
movie.
yeah.
Yeah, they did that with Freddy from what's it that Nightmare on Elm Street. I
Nightmare
never
on Elm
watched any of
Street.
the movies, but I remember him talking about putting on the makeup, falling asleep, taking a nap, and then waking up and forgetting he had his makeup on and scared himself when he looked in the mirror. Stuff like
Yeah.
that. The things
Hell
are awesome
yes.
back then.
Speaking of good movies, I've had my fair share of fucking terrible movies. And if you want to waste a good, I don't know, 2 hours of your fucking life just so that you can literally laugh your ass off at the end of the movie and be like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Look and okay, and this person I'm about to say, it normally makes pretty great action flicks, and I don't know what happened with this one, but what it's called Kung Fu Yoga, right?
Tung Tung Fu Yoga?
I think it's called Kung Fu Yoga, but it's Jackie Chan, and
Oh, that one.
dude, I'm
Yeah.
telling you,
What the
like
hell?
I put it on, and I'm like, this is obviously an attempt for India and China to like, we're
Oh
gonna put the
yeah,
best cinematic
that
feature we
one.
possibly can. We're gonna get the best looking cast that we can. And like, I'll be the first one to say it. Like, sometimes in America, we make films where you cast really pretty people, and they're not the best fucking actors. You know, they're just trying to get it through, like, Megan Fox, like tons of these fucking types of actors. But
Yeah,
Megan Fox
Kung Fu
made these
Yoga.
other people look like shit. Like it was just like, and the
It's
fucking
confusing.
storyline, the way shit goes down, it's so fucking terrible that as you're watching it, you're just like, how, why is this happening?
What
Like,
happened?
but like, homie said he was gonna seal him in a cave,
And
but
then,
then they did yoga and now they swam I don't know how far for how many minutes to get out in the freezing. It's fucking terrible, dude. Oh
yeah, it
my
was
god.
Kung Fu Yoga.
And
It was
then the
so
very
horrible.
fucking end of the movie will
What
have you
happened?
flabbergasted. It will fucking have you so like.
They break out in the dance.
Why did Mario make me watch this movie? This is so. If you make it to the end, I will fucking congratulate you.
Yeah,
I will fucking congratulate you because I have no idea how you pulled that off.
You totally tell CGI. Yeah.
I've seen this type of movie before, and it's the kind of movie where you're like, I'm gonna sit through this because at the end there's gonna be a payoff. It's gonna explain something like I'm gonna be rewarded, and then you get to the end and you're like, I'm never gonna get this time back.
Like, dude,
that's exactly what he said.
Well, fuck me. It's so.
It was like a 2-hour movie, and then at the end, when they're showing the like shots from drones or something, but you'll see Jackie Chan in the same spot. But how is he? Honey, there was like duplicates.
The end of the movie is fucking horrific. Dude.
Yeah,
you're gonna want to literally throw a boot at your screen, just like. I can't fucking believe I just fucking did this shit.
I think it was a 2-hour movie.
Like, maybe Get High is fucking giraffe nuts and then watch it. You're gonna have to fucking get even higher in the middle because you're just gonna be like, well, I don't know where this is fucking going, but I'm in it now. So, but then the end of it, you're literally gonna be dying of laughter. Like, this is the end.
Yeah, what happened to, remember?
There is no end. It's just like, all of a sudden, everybody's friends and everything is good. And there's a dance scene. Oh my god, bro! Oh my god, dude!
Said it turned into like a musical.
I was so beside myself. Like, how did I get this fucking part?
You kept saying that. I can't believe we wasted.
God. I was dying of laughter.
Can't get our time back.
I definitely was dying of laughter by the time it was done. I was just like, jokes on me, dude. It's pretty fucking bad.
I will say there is one dance scene that not only surprised me, but that I was happy to see, and that was the end of Tropic Thunder with fucking
that's different.
Tom Cruise in the suit. Just get that. Yeah. Hilarious. But no, I know it's a different thing, but that sounds like quite an experience, that movie, to go through all of that, and then there's like a dance scene like that would leave me like,
dude.
How
not just that, but it blows your mind. Like, how much money did they work on the set?
They had
how much money did they blow on making all of these fucking sets that look like something that I would walk into if I'm on a ride at Disneyland? Like, what in the shit is going on? Like, and the entire storyline, it's oh god,
it's
dude,
confusing.
Like, even the action scenes where they're like trying to help each other and you're just like,
what?
What is going on?
Oh my gosh, it was so great. What happened to the guys that did this? What happened to? They were in a cave and they were stuck, and there's the bad guys, and then they disappeared.
No, it's not. Oh my god, man! And like the bad guys, are bad guys because they're just like, they look like the bad guys, and then like the fight scenes, like it's weird. Like the girls know kung fu, but then all of a sudden they're like,
we don't know it anymore. We're a damsel in distress.
Yeah, it's fucking. So
and all of a sudden they just busted out. What?
It's fucking weird. And then let me say, Double Impact by Jean-Claude Van Damme. Fuck me. Son of a bitch. Another movie where you watch it and you're like, something cool is gonna happen.
Where's this going?
Where is it? And the acting and then you see them trying to make this a story where you're like, I don't know who wrote this shit, but they were all high on cocaine. They were all high on cocaine.
For sure, it was what, in the 90s or 80s?
Yeah,
it's for like, sure.
It's supposed to be like one of like the movies where you get to see people were like, wow, they put Jean-Claude and Jean-Claude Van Damme in the same room. But like you see it now and you're just like, oh well, fucking Jesus, this is obviously. So you see the doubles and shit where you're like, that's definitely not Jean-Claude Van Damme. We just got kicked in the face. Mm-hmm. Like, oh man, yeah, that movie is also a big fucking garbage fail. Where you just like, that's how that works. Oh, okay, didn't know. All right. we're just gonna dump 2 Mercedes-Benz in the fucking ocean, and that's what's gonna stop the Coast Guard from just fucking simply boating their ass around the fucking flaming wreckage, because it's the fucking ocean. They're like, no, we're gonna dump 2 cars, shoot them, they'll explode. How? They're in the fucking ocean. They explode, and the Coast Guard's just like, the Thai Coast Guard's like, fuck, what do I do? How am I gonna get around these 2 burning cars? I don't know. Fucking go around. Like, Jesus Christ. It's so fucking terrible, man. It's really. And the whole start of the movie, if you get through it, again, I'll send you a fucking bag of Cheetos because you deserve it. Like the amount of spandex and gayness going on, it's fucking
Spandex.
it's fucking ridiculous.
Oh God. Oh God.
It's so bad.
Spandex time. Yeah, old school action movie logic is a thing of amazement sometimes. Like some of the movie premises and the things that they actually film, like the cars exploding underwater. You're just like, dude, people are gonna watch this.
Oh God. Or like the endless bullets, where they got like 2 fucking handguns. Like, okay, fucking 42 shots later, bro. Like, what
No
fucking
reason.
clip do you got in that thing?
Mm-hmm. What's the worst movie you think?
Oh, okay. It's been a while since I've seen like a really bad one, but there was one that I saw called No One Lives or No One Survived. It was one of those two, and it was either on Netflix or Amazon Prime, and I was curious about it because I was like, it was so. We'll start with this. It was produced by like WWE Film.
Oh my gosh.
So
my gosh.
what I was looking for was the wrestler in this, but there wasn't really a wrestler, and it was just a gnarly movie about this psychopath who's out on a vacation with this girl he kidnapped a while ago, and there's people that think that they're a rich white couple, so they start fucking with them and they try to kidnap the girl. And they don't understand that both of these people, not only is this dude a psycho, but he's had this chick for so long, he's kind of grooming her to be a psycho too. So it's like she doesn't contribute at all to helping with the kidnapping, and it's just the weirdest, unnecessarily violent movie. He finds out, like, he does research and he tortures this one guy and finds out who kidnaps her, and then his whole thing is, now I gotta get her back. So he fucking goes ape shit on these people that kidnapped his little girlfriend, and yeah, it's just the way that it ends, you're just like, wait, this is the end? Well, man, I just watched that whole fucking thing. What am I doing? So that's one that I'll say watch out for if you see it, guys. It's either called No One Lives or No One Survives, and the way that it'll stand out because it's produced by like WWE Studios or some shit like that.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. But I made the mistake, so just don't fall into that hole.
Oh God, dude.
No one.
Oh my God.
And it's what I'll say is it's amusingly gory because there's a point at which, so to give you guys an example, there's a point at which this dude, the psychopath, he's like tied up and this guy's about to torture him, but he totally is able to get out of the cuffs or the restraints or whatever. He kills the dude that's torturing him, and then he guts him and hollows him out and hides inside his skin as like a skin suit to get into the base of the bad guys, because they take their fallen friend home to bury him or whatever. They don't leave him where he is. So he hides inside the skin of the other dude. That's just to let you know the depth of the storytelling that we're working with here. And nobody fucking notices. Nobody notices that there's a
like,
dude.
Weird, you look like a dude wearing another dude.
Right?
Like this looks cool.
Okay, who's No One Lives?
I sat through that.
Oh my god, dude.
No one
Yeah,
survives is a song, but no
I
one lives. Oh gosh.
there's
Okay, so
got to
no
be
one,
so many more just like straight to Netflix films that are just so
3.5.
bad.
oh, I
Oh, it
believe
says
it.
WWE Studios. That's the one.
Yeah,
WWE Studios. No one lives.
no
Live
one.
No one
one.
lives.
And like, it's good for a chuckle. You're gonna watch it, and you're gonna be like, I can't believe they made this a movie. But like, don't watch it and be like, I'm expecting some quality shit right now. That's nope.
I'll go back and watch some of the shit when I was a kid and was like, whoa. Like you go back and watch any of the Power Rangers and you're like, how the fuck did I find this entertaining? Like how the shit did I think these people were good actors or that this was entertainment? What the fucking
Oh
ever?
gosh, I thought about the Karate Kid.
I want
Oh
to
my
say
god.
because for a lot of us, it was an introduction into kung fu, and that's what we thought was, the kind of choreographed fights sometimes, and the pageantry of it, because there were some really neat monsters and the Zoids and the robots and stuff like the dinosaurs, how they would fit together. That was dope, but there was absolutely a corniness to it,
Oh
and
dude.
watching it as an adult, you're like, dude, these were my heroes. These were these are
Right? Like you listen to the putty guys, or the putty men, right? Like, oh my god.
I would have punched you in the face too. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh man, it was great. And the amount of fucking aerobatics in that shit, man. Just like, what the fuck? That was so unnecessary, but cool cartwheel. Oh man,
It
I miss
made
out on
made
so
for
much.
it made for good TV and good toys, brother. Because I remember trying to collect those Zoids. Those were dope back in the day.
Which ones?
Thank you, babe.
They're vehicles. I think they called them Zoids, but I remember there was also a cartoon called Zoids that was totally different from that.
Mm.
Yeah, Zoid with the dominoes.
The Noid was
Oh,
the
the
was
Noid.
the
Okay.
Domino's guy.
The Noid, yeah, that's
Mm.
so. You know what's funny is there was a glass blower that made a Noid rig a couple years back,
Oh
Hey,
what?
can we see
and I
that?
think, brother,
I
I
don't
think
think
it may
so.
have been saying glass because it was a pretty well known.
Oh,
But I remember seeing that and being like, dude, that's dope because I remember the Noid.
yeah, fucking Noid. They should bring that son of a bitch back. They should bring all the '90s fucking the honeycomb guy, the crazy honeycomb character for honeycombs.
Cookie Crisp,
Fucking.
the dog and the police officer. Like
Oh yeah.
we had a lot of dope mascots that have kind of gone away. Like we need to bring that shit back.
Yeah,
That would
dude.
be awesome.
That'd be so cool.
And you know what's funny, brother, is I saw a post about the honeycomb dude the other day, and I was like, dude, I remember that. Just a big old head
Hmm.
with some legs, and yeah, he was all tweaked out trying to get some honeycomb all the time.
fucking, fucking tornado. Just a fucking tornado.
All right, y'all. We are almost an hour and 10 minutes into the stream. We got brother Mario, aka Clean Pump, and Mrs. Clean Pump on stream with us. I think Mrs. Clean Pump's doing something that has to do with alcohol. So
Yep.
Yes, I am.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
we're
I
gonna go
am.
ahead
I'm
and
making
pour up
another drink.
shot number 3. We just chilling with the fam. I sent out an invite to brother Semi Glass, and if he would like to join us, he is more than welcome. It would be super
Nice.
awesome to have a glass blower on the stream for people to ask questions to. I might even have a question or two myself, and he's a super cool guy. uh like honestly, he's made so much stuff for me. I've known him for a good couple of years now. I would actually think of him as my friend. Like we've sat on video calls together and taken shots. I've met his family through, the through video calls and stuff, and like we have a pretty cool relationship, and he's an awesome dude. So, he's
Oh
always
yeah.
welcome. Brother Semi, if you'd ever like to join us, just let us know. But like this shot glass right here, I'm drinking out of. He made it. Mr. and
Oh,
Mrs. Clean Pump, thank you so much for joining me. Always good to have company. You guys are awesome. Let's go ahead
Thanks
and
for the invite.
Always fun.
drink this whiskey.
We look forward to it.
Drink his
Yes.
whiskey.
Whiskey.
Made by the Canadian boys. How about that?
And I agree.
This is a nice shooter.
On Friday, this is one of the things that I look forward to, is especially if you and Brother Mario are going to join, because it's always nice to have a friend on here, and you guys are people I'm very fond of, so it's always awesome to have people that you like on here.
Oh, I look forward to it now. I'm like, is it gonna start soon, honey? Do we have enough whiskey?
Yeah, it's like fuck. I need to get a bottle.
I'm like, when is he gonna call? Yeah. I look forward to it every Friday now.
Yeah, I get like 2 bottles for like regular night consumption or some shit, and then I get a 750 usually just for tonight. So I was like, this 1867 looks like something I need to fucking take a gander at.
Hell yeah. Gotta have that
There's a nice
Friday
bottle
night
too.
bottle.
Yep.
Okay,
Gotta
but
have the free
as far as that bottle, are there any subtleties that you notice? Are there any flavors that are jumping out at you?
Dude, since it's kind of like a mix, it's a little bit as like a shooting whiskey. It's like definitely on the sweeter end, and has that like white oaky kind of taste to it. It's not heavily peated, not too spicy. It has a little of the spiciness, but it's like it goes down really fucking smooth.
Nice.
Smoky, but I don't know which Canadian whiskeys are mixing, but they're all. I mean, it says it's blended for smoothness and to be mellow. So, and it's definitely that.
And sometimes what I think, brother, is, and I could be wrong about this, but what I think is, as far as blended whiskeys, is they might actually blend up a couple different years of the same brand, because the different batches, although you might use kind of the same ingredients, they all have sort of their own flavor profile.
Yeah.
And so I would imagine that if you had a couple different years and you mixed them together, even though it's the same whiskey, you could develop like a pretty unique flavor.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah. I've had a Gentleman Jack, and that's a little bit more heavier on the peatiness for me, but it's still pretty mellow. And then last time I had some.
I will drink Gentleman Jack. I'm not really the biggest fan of like regular Jack, but I'll fuck with Gentleman Jack.
Right, Gentleman Jack was like, I was pretty impressed the first time I fucking had it, because I'm like I said, I was a Jack Daniels fucking guy when I was growing up. Like when I was 21, I drank so. They had this weird thing. Maybe it was just because I was living in Bakersfield, but I don't know. But they had this thing where like you cut off the UPCs, right? And I think I had like at least like 500 UPCs or some dumb shit. Where I think they knew what size bottle you would get too, because I would get the big fuckers for like the weekend. I don't know. It's obviously bigger than the 750, but it's like it was the bigger fucking bottle. And then I would grab the little ones, and so I got enough of the little ones, and even the little shot ones too. That once I cut out all those UPCs, I don't know how, but I had to mail all these UPCs to fucking Jack Daniels, and they sent me a Jack Daniels belt buckle that I had for fucking years, man. I rocked that thing for at least a 10-year, and I don't know what the fuck happened to that thing, but I rocked that fucking thing the entire, because I was like, I'm a gentleman, I'm a Jack guy, and man. But I remember I obviously stopped drinking that particular whiskey, because at that time I was just drinking to get fucked up, and it was just like, yeah, this shit will do it. Yep. And I wasn't a fucking tequila guy, because that shit, once you throw up tequila, you're just like, fuck this shit, never again. But you can throw up any other fucking alcohol like vodka and all this other shit, no problem. But tequila, you're just like, Why?
Yeah,
It's
tequila
like
hurts.
another level of vomit, man. But yeah, that Gentleman Jack, I tried it for the first time. Someone brought it in. I was working like a backdoor hash bar, and there's a glass blower that brought in his own bottle of Gentleman Jack. He's like, just keep pouring me this, and I was like, oh, okay, whatever. So you ever tried it? And I'm like, no. Poured a fucking shot of it and shot. I'm like, oh shit, this stuff is not fucking bad at all, man. It's not bad. So yeah, I think you just gotta try a bunch of shit, man. Like I've tried, like you remember I tried that Japanese whiskey. Like that was definitely more a sipping whiskey than a shooting whiskey,
Yeah.
because it's like a little more fiery, has way more oakiness, more peatiness to it. Where it's like, I can see myself sipping on this instead of
Mm-hmm.
shooting it.
And see, my problem is, brother, like as much as I would like to say that I'm concerned with the flavor profiles, like my big concern is the alcohol percentage. That's kind of what I
Mm.
look at on the bottle.
Hey,
So my thing is like I'm trying to find those 45-50%, and that's what I like. Because if we're gonna pour shots, let's get them out of the way and get some good stuff in there. So we only got to take a few. Michael says vodka only, in which case I would say, fam, and I'm not a vodka connoisseur. I wouldn't say that I've tried a bunch, but I have. I've drank some vodka, and I would say that my favorite is probably Kettle One, because
yeah,
Yes, yes, Kettle One vodka. Fuck yeah.
those the copper. It's either copper or brass, but they have a different kind of still that they use for their vodka, and it really does. There's like a nice little. There's a warmness and
yeah,
a very distinct
Ugh,
aftertaste that you get from
yeah,
Kettle One that you don't really get from other vodkas.
yeah,
And
we like
like I
vodka.
get it. When you drink vodka, the point is to have as little or no taste, unless you get a flavored one. If you just have, because that's Kettle One, they have very few flavors, and mostly what I drink is just a straight vodka.
yeah.
So when you drink it, I get it. Most of the time, it's just so it doesn't taste like anything. But Kettle One, I think, is really good. Michael says
Everclear.
Everclear. Well, hey, if you're gonna fuck,
Woo,
that's
yeah, I've
what I
had
was
it.
saying. If you're gonna fuck with some high alcohol percentage, you might as well. And then he
Some
says, not
Dragon's Breath.
but drinkable. Okay, so it doesn't sound well. What I would say, Michael, is are you talking about Everclear or are you talking about Kettle One? Uh,
Dude, I've had some crazy stories with Everclear, and there's this, oh gosh, it's called Square Bottle. It's a Russian vodka called Square Bottle. They don't make it anymore in the US, and you can only get it in Vegas, the last I heard. My one of my best friend bought the whole remaining amount in the US, and I can't remember what the name of it, but it's in a square bottle.
I don't
But
know,
that
Ben.
stuff will black you out. But it was amazing. You wake up and you're just, all right, what's going on? You wouldn't be hungover.
I'll definitely check it out, like the Russian standard. But Tito's always,
Yeah,
always.
Kettle One's the
Tito's
bomb.
is pretty good standard
Yeah.
if you like to drink some good
Tito's is
vodka, man.
also a very smooth vodka. And so he did specify he's not a fan of Kettle One. Well, I am. And normally what I drink is bourbon. So my taste is probably a little different. I'm not really a vodka fan to begin with. But when I do drink vodka, that's what I drink is Kettle One.
Yeah,
Um,
the
We went
Grey
through that.
Goose and shit. No, I'm not a fan of the Grey Goose.
There's
and
some
so
other stuff over
what I'll
there.
say about that, guys, is that if somebody were to pour me a shot of Grey Goose and be like, let's take a shot of vodka, I'm not going to hate on it. I'll be like,
Yeah,
yeah, take the shot.
yeah,
But am I going to keep that in my own personal liquor stash? No, I'll probably buy the
no,
bottle of Kettle One.
yeah,
That's
oh,
pretty
yeah,
good.
yeah, yeah. Like I haven't tried enough fucking vodkas to be like I'm a vodka connoisseur. But I don't know. I think I told you this one time about my sister's ex-husband. His father used to go to Russia all the fucking time, and he brought back a black bottle. It was like all black, dude. That shit was you could oof. That shit was fucking strong,
Yeah,
smooth but fucking
I'm
strong. When
trying to
he's like,
find that Russian
"Let's have a
square
few
bottle.
shots of it," and you take one, and you're like, "Oh, I don't know, man.
That is the best stuff ever.
I don't know."
You know, you got some heavy shit when you start breathing fumes after your shot, and that's generally how I gauge it. Because when you're drinking 50% or more, like when you take that shot, there's gonna be like exactly what Brother Mario did. There's gonna be a little like you got to get your breath back a little bit, and that's
Yeah.
you got something with some kick to it if that's what you're drinking.
Oh yeah, dude. Like when you drink it and you feel that shit just warming everything that's fucking it's touching all the way down. Where you're like, ooh,
I
ooh.
think it was Jewel.
Ooh, what was that? Did you ever watch Martin growing up?
Yes.
Where he's like, ooh. That's like the first thing you want to fucking do when you get something that fiery in you, and you breathe out and you can still feel like the heat coming from you. You're like, oh, whoa, all right, we're dealing with some gasoline here, son.
Oh man, that Jewel.
That is so. That's actually something that I warn people about. The first time that I give them a shot of 50% is like, look, if you've never drank something of this alcohol percentage before, after you take this shot, you're gonna feel some type of way. Like there's gonna be something left in there. Like you're gonna be, but you'll be all right. You'll be all right. It's just that's what happens, and that's what I call it. I call it the fumes. After you take a shot of some 50%, you got some fumes in there.
Oh
You're gonna
yeah.
feel it.
This one says it's 80 proof.
And that's good enough, brother.
Right? That's why I was like, all right, all right. $13 bottle of 80 proof. I'm gonna have to take you for a spin.
Chilling.
Take it for a spin. It's been good, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so Brother Mario, Mrs. Clean Pump, do you guys have any plans for this weekend?
Nope. We gotta fucking finish up taxes and finalize all that shit. So since it's an activity you don't generally want to just continue doing for hours on end, it'll probably take us most of the weekend. But we'll probably just be fucking vegging out, watching some fucking classic movies, trying to find some other fucking movies, but just vegging out and trying to finish this fucking godforsaken tax paperwork.
That's what I was gonna say, brother. Fucking paperwork, like that shit, never fun.
No, it's not. But I love numbers, so he's lucky. Yay!
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And that's mainly what I think about is like if it has to do with paperwork, there's probably numbers involved, and I'm just not very good at them. I'm more of an English person. I can write some shit, but don't give me calculations. So that that's it's not my lane. So Mrs. Clean Pump, you're a godsend to people like us, and I'm sure Brother Mario appreciates it because I'm not a numbers guy. I'm
Oh yeah, dude.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah. Numbers are I'm only good with numbers when I'm selling some shit, and that's about it.
And to be honest, brother, it's weird because I'm like dyslexic when it comes to math. Like in school, I would have the right answer, but the numbers would not be in the right order. So it would actually be if you fucking rearrange the numbers, it'd be the right answer. And I don't know how I did that, but like I would do shit like that all the time. So I just at some point I realized we all have our own individual talents, and not everybody is a numbers guy. I'm not a numbers guy.
No, yeah. I immediately knew that that wasn't for me. Like, I went through, like, okay, to give you a reference, I stopped at fucking pre-algebra. Like, I got all my mathematics credits in high school and stopped at pre-algebra. Like, you want to go to algebra? I'm like, bitch, I barely get fractions. So, no. Like,
I love
no.
algebra.
And then all my teachers were super shit, man. They were so shit. It was just like, here's the packet. I'm going to tell you how to do this and then do it. You know, I had one good math teacher and he finally helped me understand it, but I had to switch out of his class for one reason or another. I was in the wrong class. I don't remember what it was, but he was the cross country coach for our high school, and he was good at teaching math because he's like, we're not gonna have any homework. I'm gonna write these 10 problems on this board, and we're gonna solve them all together so that you all know how to fucking do this. And so the entire period was just us fucking doing those problems, him explaining to us why it was doing what it, because some people are really good at math, but they're not good at fucking teaching it, man. Because they're just like,
Yeah.
because it makes
Yeah.
sense. You're like, I don't that dude. No, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. Like,
You're right.
you know, all you have to do is go to the lowest denominator. Like, what? I don't fucking know. You might as well have fucking been speaking Japanese, dude. Like, I don't know what
Yeah.
you're fucking
I
saying.
remember my worst teacher was geometry, Miss Caroline Keene. And she had the overhead projector, and she just made you feel stupid. I don't know. And I loved math. You know?
My forte was English and history. Like, history was my favorite fucking subject. And the particular history teacher that I had, he was one of like the best teachers at our school because he he made history so much fun to learn that it's like literally if you failed this class is because you wanted to, like you wanted to fail that class. You didn't show up or you just literally didn't give a fuck about anything. But he would dress up for certain shit. Like he was a teacher that would walk around and he's like, there's fucking Mr. Ward dressed up like he's a fucking 1960s post. He's a Vietnam vet as well. And so he just had a weird way of teaching where it's like we actually made up our own course called I think we called it war class or something like that. But we studied basically every war leading up to I think it was the we didn't cover the Iraq war, but we did, but it wasn't in our final. But basically, our final for the entire class, like I was allergic to doing fucking homework, and he basically said, "Your final, if you fail doing anything in this class, but you ace your final, I will give you a fucking A because at least I know that you're paying attention, you know." And I don't know what it was, dude, but I knew exactly everything that needed to be fucking said for that. It was basically like, all right, you're gonna write me a paper, everything we studied, front to back, go. And I was like, I know this shit, and fucking just here's where it started. Then we I think we didn't go back to like Shaka Zulu or anything like that, or like the Plains Indian Wars. We started from more conventional. So I think it was we started at like Napoleon, I want to say, and we ended up having to go through that all the way to World War II. And dude, I felt so good about the paper, and at the end, he was calling out everybody's grade, and he's like, Mario here didn't do shit all year, but his fucking final paper, he's getting an A+ in my class, and I was like. It's like one of the only fucking A+s I ever got in high school. I was so fucking jacked, man. Yeah, he did, but that goes to show you a good teacher can fucking really change your life, can really make fucking your class really
And not
interesting.
only do you remember that teacher, brother, but you remember pretty well what he taught. Like you were like, we went from here to there. This is the stuff that so like that's something that still resonates with you today. And I feel like that's what a good teacher does is they give you the material in such a way where it's like you enjoy it so it sticks with you and it is something that you can recall and you can actually remember. Michael says, shout out to the homies. Yes, much love to all the homies checking in with us. 5 homies that I can see in the chat right now. We're coming up on an hour and a half. Oh, yeah.
Cheers, homies.
Michael says, rather hit a bowl. I got a fat dad packed, and I think that we are going to take that. But sounds like we're going to pour one more shot before we do that. So I got to, we got to stay coherent on this shit. So we're coming up like 4 shots. So I just, got to make sure that I'm still of my right mind. Let's get the proper pouring materials here. Much love to everybody.
Much love.
Thank you, Brother
Almost,
Mario.
And Michael. Woohoo.
as always, man. Cheers to you. Yeah, I almost grabbed some of that wild turkey too.
It's my favorite.
Michael, yay. Happy Michael.
You just gotta
Yeah,
be
thanks
careful.
for chilling, Mikey.
Yeah.
Dude, this little cap is not. Was
I
pretty
like
fun.
it. That cork.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
don't mind
and
it.
so it's hard to beat a cork. It just gives you that real nice
That-
feel when you pop that. Just it's always nice.
I was going to pour it for you, babe.
Mm.
I'll pour it for you.
Yeah, I found this cool YouTube channel called Dose. I think it's called Dose of History. But it's pretty fucking cool. He goes through some like not oddities, but like things you probably wouldn't really think are like normal history things that you would look up. You know, like he talked about a battle between the Chinese Mongols versus the samurai, and how that was like a crazy battle. Yeah, and how like the Mongols took it to the Japanese, like took over a few of the smaller islands before they hit the mainland. But once they hit the mainland, like they did do some slaughtering, but they found it really hard, obviously, to keep like food and shit going, right?
So,
To the
brother,
fucking
I recently saw a little factoid that popped up about Genghis Khan on Instagram, and it kind of shocked me. So apparently, Genghis Khan's tomb is one of the very few tombs of a ruler that has not been found to this day. But part of that is because everyone that was there was executed. There was like 2,000 people that were there as witnesses that were all executed
Yeah.
at the spot. And then the guard or whatever that actually was there that carried that out, once they got home, they were fucking taken care of too. So
Yeah,
there's
the whole
there's
family,
like
everybody.
nobody that was there that was left alive. And well, because of that, he's still one of the kings that hasn't been found to this day. But that's some crazy shit, brother, because that's a lot of people.
that's a lot of killing.
Right?
Yeah, it is. But they always want
That's
to
a
work.
fucking
They always
shitload
want
of killing,
to.
dude.
So,
Yeah.
hey, like the Mongols, they were fucking savage. They like that's a whole nother level. Like that's seriously like fuck,
It's
man.
a big ass level.
But
Ooh, it's hot.
empires, warlords, all that kind of stuff, that's crazy stuff. And that's honestly, that's one of the things that makes history dope though, is there's some gnarly characters
Oh man,
that have inhabited the space that we live in. And it's not fiction, like they were
no.
real. They had real campaigns, they did real shit, and it's kind of gnarly. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
cheers to you guys. Thank you so much for joining me.
Cheers.
Always nice to have
Always
company. Much
Friday
love.
night hangs.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Whiskey.
Whiskey Fridays. Chew.
After you take your dab. Woo.
And it's gnarly, brother, the way, because I think that it really takes the right teacher, because there, like, history for me, I didn't really get into it until I was out of school, because I never really had
Me
a
too.
history teacher that gave me a subject or like a time frame that I was really interested in kind of like focusing on. But once I actually got out and I was an adult and I could buy a book on this or this era and I could do my own research, I found out that like history is like something that I'm really into. It wasn't something that school necessarily fostered in me. Sounds like Mrs. Clean Pump kind of had the same deal.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. Same here. Same here.
And it
I
so
had a
that's what I
cool
think is
U.S.
dope
World
though
History. Yeah.
about Brother Mario's school experiences. He had a teacher that was able to inspire that kind of love of history in him, and
Passion.
that's why I think people that are teachers or people that take on a teaching role in something that they do, take it seriously, because the people that you're teaching, and Mrs. Clean Pump, I'm sorry that I cut you off. I know you were trying to make a point.
Oh no.
It's
No.
If you take on the role of being a teacher, make sure that you take it seriously, because we need more good teachers, and they're
Yeah.
they're in short supply. So
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
passionate, and you have to think about it. These people are with your children, like how many hours out of the day?
yeah,
You know, to be
yeah.
like
And
a
then when
really
you get into
good.
high school, it's not even.
Yeah,
You're only with that one teacher for like what,
yeah,
like 30, like 45 minutes, right? Like out
yeah,
of the period is like 45 minutes.
yeah.
So yeah, my favorite part of the day was going to Mr. Ward's class because it's just like, all right, I get to fucking sit down and learn some new shit, you know. And even I can't just say him, my English teacher, Mr. Lynham.
Ah,
He, what's crazy about Mr. Lynham is when me and my father had an auto shop, right? He ended up being a customer of ours. So
hey,
oh
yeah,
yeah.
that was, and the reason I was like, this is crazy because my father was a big like horse racing fan, and he loved to go to the horses, loved watching horses. But I was just like out of the blue, like Mr. Lynham showed up at my fucking shop, and I'm like, he's like Mario, and I'm like, Mr. Lynham. He's like, oh, you don't have to call me that. I'm like, dude, that's what you are to me. I'm not calling you by your first fucking name, dude. So, and I told my dad, I'm like, Dad, this motherfucker actually got to call a race, a fucking horse race. Like, that's how good his vocabulary is. Like, in order to call a horse race, man, you need to have good fucking English. Like, you don't have to be proper in your English, but you need to be
Still.
quick in the mind to like be
Mhm.
like, here it comes down the sunset, next two links behind, titties are wild, and fucking it's like, dude, it's a hard thing to fucking do. And so him and my dad really got along, and they would talk about horses, and
These
it
dad
was
love
it was a really cool
horses.
thing. But he was another teacher who knew that the generation that he had was like, I'm not going to give you fucking homework
Mhm.
in class. We're going to read a book, okay, and I'll read it with you, meaning like I'm not just going to hand you a book and you're going to read it and you're going to no, we're going to sit in class, we're going to read this fucking book together. I'll read it to you, and I'll ask some of you guys to read it. And then after we're done reading the book, I want you guys to write a paper on what you thought on the book, you know, and you teach us how to write that way. Then he's like, then after that, we'll watch a movie that was based on the book, and then you guys can tell me the differences you see between the book and then the flick. All right. So I was like, oh, that's fucking cool.
It's
So
a
he
cool
was
teacher.
another great teacher that was fucking phenomenal at his fucking job.
Yeah.
It's
there's
like
some really neat books that you can do that with too. So
oh yeah, dude.
that's dope.
Oh yeah. I'm forgetting which fucking books we would do. I think it was one of them was Tombstone, and then another. Yeah. I think. Oh
I had to
man.
do of mice and
I
men.
was
I had
gonna
to do
say,
Yes.
I
like
don't know if I'd be allowed to do it, but
Don
Clockwork Orange is
Quixote.
what I would do. If I was a
Hmm.
teacher, it's a Clockwork Orange, because there's a book and
Oh
there's a
my
movie.
God.
I
So
think he wanted
Clockwork
to. I
Orange.
think he wanted to,
What?
but I think
Yeah. I think I
because
have that dude on VHS for real.
I think he wanted to, but I think the school was kind of like,
that's exactly right. They're like, no,
yeah,
maybe not, maybe
nah,
not.
dude, just trying to read a Catcher in the Rye, you know.
Oh
It
yeah.
was a big deal at the time. I couldn't imagine anyone trying to fucking read that book now in high school. But uh, well, there's another one that I'm trying to think of right now. Do it for Johnny, man.
There's a banned
Do it
book
for
for you,
Johnny.
brother, and Catcher in a Rye is on it. Fahrenheit 451, 1948. Yeah, Jesus, Catcher in a Rye. Like, there's a bunch of books that you can't read in schools nowadays.
Yeah, man. Yeah. But oh man, I'm trying to fucking remember the Lost Boys, right?
Lost Boys? Is that a movie? The vampires?
So,
Fucking
Oh no,
no.
I had to do like of
or
mice and men. Something about midnight summers.
could be
Midnight.
that.
Something.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't remember, man. But
yeah.
there's a few books
I
that
had
he
to
definitely.
read Don Quixote and Sancho Panza.
No, we didn't read any of those.
Um,
Too deep.
yeah, A Midsummer Night's Dream or something like that.
We didn't read those.
No.
No.
Um, Wow, it was terrible.
Yeah, fuck me, man. I don't know any of this shit.
I was
But
probably in the choose your own adventure book.
yeah, yeah, reading was not my forte. I always enjoyed having a what do you call those? The auditory, the audiobooks. You
Oh
know,
yes, yes.
yeah, I really needed audiobooks because I can't paint a picture in my head while I'm reading. Like when someone reads to me, I can get that, and that's why I think I told you this last time. Like fucking uh, graphic novels. Once I started getting into graphic novels, it was so much easier for me to read because I didn't have to bother trying to create the scene in my head. You know, it was already on the paper. I could read it. The fucking graphic novel, I don't care how long it is. Like, I don't care how thick it is. It is, as long as there's some pictures in there, man, I don't have to do it for myself. Like,
I'm with
I can see what this, yeah, I can see the expression on the face. When I have to do all of that and be reading, fucking hell. You might as well put a crossword puzzle in front of me, man. It's fucking terrible. I can't do it.
and it's also nice to take the guesswork out of it. Like instead of trying to imagine what that character would have looked like in that situation with something like a graphic novel, Moses, what's up,
Yeah,
buddy?
man.
They're going to show you,
Okay.
during that conversation, this is what that character was going through, and you can see it. So it helps to speak for the novel, and I definitely understand that, brother, because I'm a big fan of graphic novels and comic books. So absolutely, I
Yeah.
think that like I my grandparents, they had me reading from, they were buying me books really early, and that's the thing is that
Mm.
you always start with picture books. So I think that that's like an early form of the graphic novel. So
Yeah,
that's
oh
something
hell yeah.
I'm really comfortable with, really quick, and I just they that's one thing I'll always be grateful for is that my love of books was fostered by my grandparents. Like, yeah, that's kind of something that you either like it or you don't, but they were always like, hey, can we get you a new book? Like, let's get you this,
Mm.
let's help you read. And so they really fostered my love for books and literature. And I appreciate that because now I'm the kind of person where, to me, reading is, and it doesn't matter how you do it, brother, because even in graphic novels, you got to focus on that shit. You have
Yeah.
to put the story together. You have to make sure that you're reading the panels in the correct order. Like you
Yeah.
there's focusing involved. And I take pride in my book collection
Mm.
because I think that reading is something that we should do more of, and unfortunately people don't do enough of it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I need to get into some more graphic novels, dude. I really
I
do.
still have my
The
original
one that sucked
turtles.
me in that I'm like, I fuck with graphic novels, dude, forever now, was The Watchmen. And dude, that like I could not get enough of that. Like I would be coming home off of work, like I need to finish this shit. I need to finish. And it was to the point where I'm like falling asleep trying to finish this shit because it was just like to be continued. I'm like, fuck it is. I'm reading it. I'm like,
I know what happens next.
I know. And then it draws you in and it draws you in and it keeps, making you want to continue to read, continue to get more out of the story. And I can't say like, like I said, I haven't read enough graphic novels to say, hey, these suck and these are good, or these are okay. They're kind of everywhere. I don't know if there's a graphic novel like that.
You know what, brother? The cool thing is that there's a graphic novel for everyone because like one of the things that I've been meaning to get into is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The
Mm.
original graphic novels, the
I have
OG graphic
those.
novels, Mrs.
Yeah.
Piglet, those are not kid friendly. Those are
No, I
not.
told him that. I told him
Yeah,
that. They're
Yeah.
really dark. They're really
that
dark. They listen to metal. They listen
yep.
to heavy metal.
The
They
OG,
all have the same color
there's
bandanas.
no
Oh my
different.
god,
Yeah,
it's so
yeah.
dope.
So the OG Ninja Turtles are very different from the cartoon version
Yeah,
we
babe.
got and the commercialized version that we got. And that's something that I've been meaning to dive more into, because when I was growing up, my uncle had some of those comic books. And I remember reading them and being like, and so Mrs. Clean Pump, it's so gangsta that she actually paid attention to that shit. And like, because I remember asking my uncle, like, how come these ones all have the same color headband? And
yeah.
Like,
they're dark. They're dark and more like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's a different world.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that I've been looking forward to kind of getting into is the old OG Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And
I was telling them that.
There's a lot of good stories out there. So it's about whether or not people want to find them. You know, there's great stuff.
Oh yeah, man, dude. The graphic novels are amazing. Yeah. Oh, they're amazing. And I have like 4 of them. So
be right back, guys.
It was
a ginger ale.
Handle. Yeah, it would be great if we could get like a live action of Mega Man. That would be fucking sick. But made it hella dark, like 300 and shit. Like, if you could make Mega Man dark as shit, man, that series could go on forever. Like, holy shit. If you just, like, I wish people would make more darker versions. Like, I know, like, the new
make
Batman.
It marketable, you know? Yeah, like, so money. That's why they did that with the Turtles.
I think the new Batman is kind of lingering more that way, where
they're dark.
It's like, it's way darker.
Way dark.
And I know we talked about this last time, how there's like shit that Disney does, like there's no gore involved in it at all, you know, where it's like, just let it go dark.
Yeah.
Our comic movies, fam. I remember talking about that. I think that it's something that the industry should explore more because of the roots. Like, how crazy would it be to have a rated R Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie where they adapt it from the comic book and not from the cartoon? Like, I think what it comes down to is they just want to make it as commercially marketable as possible. Whereas I think that if they made it for, let's say, the core fan base, they don't realize how much support they would get, because not only would you get the hardcore fans that are like, this is actually the shit, like this is the real shit, then you would have the whole new generation of people that would be like, wait, like I grew up with something different, but you're telling me this is like how it's supposed to be. So you would spark interest in a whole new, a whole new generation, a whole new fan base, a whole new customer base, you could say. And I think that it would be worth it. So, I think we need more rated R comic movies, especially considering the fact that, honestly, most comic books are kind of dark. Like, once you get to the core and you get to the real storytelling and like the core stories that people know surrounding certain, let's say, groups or certain superheroes, storylines can get pretty fucking dark. I mean, Batman's storyline from the get-go is dark. His parents are murdered in front of him in an alleyway, and then he falls down a hole and some bats scare the shit out of him, so that that imprints on him, and he wants to share that fear with everyone else. So
everyone else
to be as scared of bats as he is. That's some fucked up mental shit. Like, that's kind of dark. So I think that if studios and movie companies would take that a little more seriously and understand that we're getting to the point where you have tons of people that have grown up with comics that are ready for that kind of movie. And it's great. It's great to make that commercially acceptable blockbuster movie, but then there's also that movie for the real fans, which honestly will probably be just
for the adults. We're fucking adults now. Like,
we are.
Like, fucking dude, Let the titties fly, let the blood fucking go. Like, let it fucking happen, man. Like, why? Like, yeah. It's one of those things where I'm always like, just let it go dark. God damn it. You know, like, that's why I loved the Batman with Joker in it because
Which one?
Heath Ledger just did such a fucking
Oh, that was a really
good
dark
job
movie.
of making Joker everything, the darkness that it should have been, you know. And he probably could have, you know, I don't know. I'm sure he could even go darker with it, but he did such a crazy job of fucking making him the fucking psycho that he's supposed to be. Like, not like, yeah, there's the fucking there's the Joker we all know from the cartoon, right? The laugh, the fucking maniacal laugh to him that made him scary. But when you think of a Joker in real life and how they should be scary, like even the new Joker that with Joaquin Phoenix, like that's cool. I get like how that makes sense and how like the Joker kind of comes from that, but Heath
It's a
Ledger
great
had the
variant.
fucking
It's a great
yeah.
variant. But to piggyback on your point, brother Mario, I was really wondering how they were going to top Jack Nicholson.
Yeah,
He was
And
yeah.
good.
like Heath Ledger, though, that's yeah. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
No, not at all, dude. Yeah, that. Yeah, every time I watch that movie, I'm so like gripped when Joker's on the screen because the way he talks, the way his like all the mannerisms that he had were just made you really like, man, if that fucker was in the room, dude, you would be like, dude, something's seriously fucking wrong.
he's intense. Oh, we lost brother Mario. We'll get him back. I'm sure that it was just a technical error. And you know what? I'll wait till he gets back to say what I was going to say because I forget. I forget what the lady's name was in the movie. We got him back. Um, so, Brother Mario, I remember doing a little bit of research on the movie and finding out that when the lady that was playing Bruce Wayne's girlfriend, again, I forget what her name is, both like as a character and
Oh,
actual actress.
Maggie
When
Gyllenhaal.
Yes, when the Joker shows up at the party and like puts the knife to her face and is like, "Look at me." That was
yeah,
actually
yeah,
I learned that was the first time she had seen him in full makeup, and
yeah,
she was actually like freaked out a little bit.
yeah.
So that was a very visceral and real reaction as far as like her trying to look away and him being like, "Look at me." Like
Right?
Mm-hmm.
she was a little freaked out, and I think that that's a great example of just good acting and how you know uh there's little stuff like that that you might not even get across like when you watch it, but then learning that afterwards you're just like, holy shit.
Holy
Because
shit.
that's a movie that you watch kind of like when you're in a movie, you watch it more than once. Like you're
Yeah,
sometimes you're just in a mood and you're like, I'm gonna put some Batman on right now.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Like being able to watch it and be like, oh, dude, I see that. Like she
yeah,
actually is a little uncomfortable there. Like that
yeah.
shit is kind of crazy, and it's neat to know those things and to kind of like learn about the actors that way. Because yeah, Heath Ledger did a hell of a job as the Joker in that movie.
Oh yeah,
Oh
man.
yeah, he
The
did.
creepiest part of that movie is when he's torturing those. I think they're wannabe Batmans, you know,
Yeah,
and he has one of those wannabe Batmans, and then I think he says the same thing, no, like look at me,
he gets
because he's
serious
like,
for a second. Yeah,
yeah, like he's talking normally, like, and then he fucking like lets out a fucking like a line, and you're like, holy shit, man, like that. It brings chills to you, you know. It makes the person super real, where you're like, fuck me, man.
goes into his heavy metal voice for a second.
Yeah, look at me.
Like,
Like,
that's
All right, dude.
It's a great movie. It's a great movie. I enjoy watching, and honestly, it's a great series. That Dark Knight series is actually
Yeah.
really, really good.
Actually, I have to
Yeah,
watch that
yeah.
again.
Totally kicks the fucking normal.
Is that Christian Bale?
Yeah, the Christian Bale Batmans are awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Um, all the other Batmans were like they were pretty cool in their own fucking way, but like they just weren't the same. Like when I go back and watch some of the Batmans where I'm like, they're on fucking rollerblades? Really?
So, brother, I my favorite Batman outside of Christian Bale, Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
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 Michael Keaton and Catwoman and just
Oh.
Oh,
like
yeah, she did
bruh,
amazing with that.
all
Yeah.
every actor in that movie like did an amazing job. The Penguin, like just dude, fucking just shit was awesome. And
Yeah.
not even just comic book movie. That's one of my favorite movies. Just favorite movies. Like I
Yeah.
think that it's great, and just awesome cast, and I think that they
Yeah.
all did fucking great.
The
Like,
makeup and shit was there. Like it was. Yeah.
dude, they made Penguin so creepy with his black
Yeah.
mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking
Creepy.
man,
Creepy.
Danny
It's almost
DeVito.
like you could smell the fish just watching it, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And just like his whole theme with the circus stuff and the spirals and it, like it was very well done, and that's one of my favorite movies like of all time. Yeah, so
They picked a great fucking dude for the Penguin, Danny DeVito, right?
he's yeah, that was
Yeah.
that's
He's so perfect for that role, dude.
there
Yeah,
was no
actually,
CGI
he
or
was.
anything. They just needed to put him in the right costume. Like he's that tall already. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
He's
Jim
5'2".
Carrey as
The Riddler.
the Riddler.
yes.
If they let him go dark with that, dude,
Yeah,
like,
that was
and
very
he was
comedic.
already like that was a pretty dark like Riddler, right? But if they really let him go fucking dark with that shit,
I think he could do it. That mofo, he's amazing actor.
This is
He's an
Clean
amazing
Pump. I
actor.
bet he tried. I bet that
oh
he
yeah,
tried. And there's
Mhm.
like if we got like the Blu-ray special edition of that Batman, there would be outtakes where he's trying to do that shit. Because I could
right.
see him totally doing it.
Oh
Right.
yeah,
As soon
he's
as they
amazing.
put him in the green suit and the orange hair came out, I was like, fuck.
Man, he's gonna do good. He's gonna do
Like,
good.
son
Oh
of
yeah,
a
for
bitch.
sure,
Like
for sure.
it, like he himself, you can tell he was so good for that fucking role, and you could tell he was trying to make it a little more darker than they wanted,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, for
But they were
sure.
like, no, it's we still want the parents to bring the kids, you know.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
like, you know.
Same thing with the turtles. So they want to know something that's marketable.
But arguably he's the best part of that movie because Arnold, Lord knows, it was like, you
Oh
know,
my gosh,
Arnold,
Arnold, that's right. The art freeze.
Mr. Freeze.
You know what I
Yeah.
realize, guys, is that there's probably a big part of it that has to deal with directors, because Tim Burton was the guy that did Danny DeVito's, and that's
That makes
Ah,
sense.
it's
Oh
gonna
my
be
gosh.
so I think that that plays into it a little bit, and
That
that's
makes
we need
sense.
we need to bring back that kind of stuff where we have certain directors that are okay, maybe you have a few Superman movies, but give it to a few directors that have totally different visions of what Superman is, and
yeah,
let there be the family friendly Disney version, and then
yeah,
let there be the rated R version for those of us that grew up with Superman and
yeah,
are totally waiting for the continuation of the story for the graphic novels that we fucking buy, and we're like, where's this shit?
yeah,
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 yeah.
I think that there's a market for all of that, and it's
yeah,
not
Yeah.
like we wouldn't go see the movies, because we would. Like, fuck,
yeah.
I'd
Oh, they
go.
would.
Fuck yeah, man.
Yeah,
I didn't mind. I didn't
Guillermo
mind.
del Toro, like, cause
Yeah,
he's dark. He's
yeah,
just dark.
yeah.
And,
Let
yeah.
him do Superman.
Yeah, let him.
Oh
Yeah.
shit,
Oh,
dude.
be wicked
Oh
dark.
my
Yeah,
god,
be
dude.
crazy.
Jesus.
Yeah,
But I
cause he's
didn't.
just
I
so
really
dark.
didn't mind the last I don't know if it was the
Martin,
last,
right.
not like the Batman versus Superman, but like the the Man of Steel, I think it was
Man of
called, right? Like
Steel.
the
Is that Henry Cavill?
yeah, the one with Henry Cavill in
Yeah,
it.
he's actually a
Like
good
he played a
Superman.
great
He plays a
Superman.
good
That was a
Superman.
great Superman movie, just because of like we finally got the fucking CGI and everything up, but he himself like he played a great fucking Superman. Takin. So it was like I really didn't mind it all that much. I think they did a good job of representing like how
Oh
stuff would look, CGI wise. But I think it could definitely be like, I don't know. I'm just one of those guys like let it go dark. Let it go dark.
We're ready, brother. We're ready, and especially like after we got series like The Punisher on Netflix.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's a great example of how, if you condense that into an hour and a half, 2 hours, I'd go buy a ticket and
Yeah.
I would watch that,
Yeah.
So great. And I think that we actually talked about that last week too, how
yeah,
there's
yeah,
stuff with great production value that's not a movie that you can just watch that is available out there. So,
Yeah.
there's a lot of great material, but it would be awesome to see, comic books get a little bit more adult version love because
Yeah.
again, there's a lot of us that grew up with these stories that
yeah,
are aware of more adult storylines that we
Yeah.
would like to see because it would make for a great movie. So it's like,
Oh,
bruh,
yeah.
like it's the material's there. All you have to do is
Mhm.
find the right people to play the parts and fucking make it happen.
yeah,
Oh yeah, dude.
yeah, for sure. Especially with the turtles. Oh my
Yeah.
God, they listen to metal. Oh my
Right?
goodness, they were so awesome.
And
They
at
were listening to old
that
school
point,
Metallica.
like just leave it up to us. Like seriously, what you could do for movies nowadays is put a poll out to the fans. Like, we're about to do this movie. Who do you think should be cast for these parts? The people that are going to watch the movies are probably going to be some of the best people that would be able to let you
Tom
know
Hardy.
who they want to see. So even if
Yeah.
it came down to stuff like, who do you want to see be the voice for Michelangelo? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
the people watching, we're going to be able to give you a pretty good idea of like, hey, this would be a
Yeah.
great voice actor for that. So I
Yeah.
don't see why that has never been done before. Honestly, like I think
Yeah.
yeah. Oh my
that would
God,
help to make
yeah.
a great movie is to just tap into the customer base and just ask people like, we're going to do this shit. Who do you guys want to see?
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Why not,
I think
right?
Tom Hardy would be, because
what
he's
Yeah.
that
Patrick?
dark.
Anything.
He's in Venom.
Anything Tom Hardy's in, I'm like, I'm in.
Yeah, he's the
Tell me what the
shit.
fuck. I'm in.
Yeah.
What is it that he's playing? I'm fucking in. Like,
Yeah, he's
yeah.
good, man.
He
He's good
gets
at
so into any character that he plays that it's just like he plays such a good dark character.
dark,
You know,
just dark. He's
he's
in the
really
Peaky
good at it,
Blinders. We
dude.
just watched a movie called Warrior. Well,
That was an
yesterday.
old school like MMA
Yeah,
movie.
that was a
Yeah,
good one
that
too.
was a good movie. But he like when he gets in his technical, like when he came out in
There's something else, honey.
uh Peaky Blinders, when he plays his role in Peaky Blinders, like if you haven't watched that, watch it
You
because
should watch the Peaky Blinders.
he's so good in the character that he plays.
Yeah,
It's
he's good.
it's fucking phenomenal, man.
Yeah.
So what I thought was interesting was right, like I watched it because that's one of my favorite types of hat. I love that newsboy cap, and I actually have a couple myself. So I was like, I want to check this out. And when I noticed that they put razor blades in their shit, I was like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? So
Yeah. Fuck people up in
great.
that stuff.
It's
Yeah,
a
that was
great,
good.
great series to watch. What I will say is, put the closed captions on when it comes to Brother Tom's
Yeah.
part.
Thank you. I said that.
He
Thank
does
you.
a great job. He does a great job of his character, but he's like,
I'm like, what? What'd you
and
say?
like he starts talking, you don't know what the fuck he's saying.
Thank you. Oh my God. That's what I said.
It's almost like listening to metal because metal has this kind of learning curve to it. Once you know what the lyrics are, and then you listen to the song again, you're like, oh, I hear
Yeah,
this.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I was like, babe, closed caption, please, for the Peaky Blinders? I'm like, wait, well, hold on. What did he say?
Yeah.
Oh my
Once
gosh.
you watch a good couple sentences and you get kind of his syntax down, you can sort of make out what he's saying. But those closed
Thank
captions,
you.
the first times that you watch him, essential. You have like
Exactly.
he's
See,
fucking,
I said the
oh
same
man.
thing too.
Hey,
I
he
said
took
the
his
same thing
character. He
too.
took his character seriously. Yeah. Oh, brother Mario, he's on a whole nother level with his shit. So yeah, no, it's a great series. Great series. Um, very interesting stuff, and a lot of family drama. Just a lot of crazy shit goes down in that fucking.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one, though. That was a really
I
good
would
one.
definitely watch it. We got 3 homies in the chat. If you got Netflix, go watch Peaky Blinders. Get yourself a news with a cat. Those things are dope.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally avoided that series for long. I'm like, I don't think I can get into it. And then it fucking sucked me in. So I was like,
Oh,
all
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was like, I don't understand.
Wait,
And I'm
what?
like,
What
shit.
did he say?
And it's just because I come from, I got into watching like English shit early on because I had a British friend.
Yeah.
So I could get the lingo real easy, but then you watch a film like Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels fucking 100 times, and I'm like, okay, all right, now I hear him, now I understand, So it's like I can hear him. Then you see Snatch, and then you're really like, what the fuck
I'm like,
is
what? What did he just
You
say?
like that?
He does a good British accent.
You like that?
Yeah. Yeah. We have a couple.
What? Yeah.
You have it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The best.
That's awesome.
Absolute classic.
Essential.
I will say
Mhm.
oh no, sorry, wrong one first. You gotta watch Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels first. You gotta get yourself familiarized with the storytelling and the kind of characters and the lingo, and then go to Snatch.
Then what's in it?
Because it's basically like the advanced
The
version.
sequel.
This right here, the OG, the classic. You wanna start here. Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Oh,
Yeah.
Is that the one? Is that the one with the Winchester?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Then there's like legitimate gangsters in that movie, man. Like not gangsters, but like legitimate dudes from fucking the bar days back in the days. Like
you looked them up.
the enforcer.
What's his name,
I always
babe?
forget his name, but
he's actually in the movie.
Yeah, like he's the dude that goes and gets the guys to steal the guns. He's the big motherfucker, like just a huge dude.
Yeah, big guy.
He was I forget his name.
Lenny something.
Oh my god, why do I forget his name?
That guy?
But he was a legitimate bouncer and was a fucking monster known in the fucking in the UK, where they're like, oh yeah, that guy. Like you don't wanna fuck with that guy. Like that guy is for real, will fuck your shit up. Like no. And
Lenny McLean.
Yeah, Lenny McLean. And he died shortly after the making of that film, which was
the governor.
Sad. Yeah, the governor.
Yeah, that's right, the governor.
Yeah. But that guy was a legitimate bouncer, was a crazy motherfucker, like brawled in front of real UK gangsters for money and shit. Like he was muscle, man. And so to see him in that film, and he was just being himself. Like that, you just be Lenny McLean for this fucking film. Like that's all you gotta do, dude. And when you watch him and you see him talk to those two fucking dummies that go and rob those guns, and where are the guns? He's like, these are all the guns. We got all the guns. No, the old ones. Where are they? Like,
the Baptist. That's who you guys are talking about.
Yeah, the Baptist. Yeah. And then they're like, oh, the old guns. We sold them. He's like,
you better fucking unsell them sharpish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And so that's crazy to know, brother, that he was actually like
a legitimate.
Yeah, he legitimately was a gangster.
And you'll find some.
He was a big fucking dude.
If you find him on YouTube, you'll find all sorts of videos on him on YouTube. and that's who he is. Like it's like you're looking at the Baptist while he's just being himself. You know, like it's fucking scary, dude. Like it's crazy. If you want to count the fingers on your hand, oh my god. Yeah,
that,
you haven't got. You get those guns quick. Oh my god.
That guy didn't fuck around though.
Yeah,
He didn't
dude.
fuck around.
Oh man, there was that those movies are really good. So
Yes, see that movie you always want to watch.
yeah, and if you watch that movie and are fucking lost, like
Snatch. We need to watch.
I remember
Snatch.
on the DVD when I bought it that like the one you have, they have like little explanations like learn how to speak in this fucking language. And they literally would like let's go to the bar and it would tell you how they would say it underneath. Like yeah, it was fucking cool because if you don't know the lingo and you try and watch Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, you're fucked. If they didn't have captions for you,
Yeah.
you're fucked. You wouldn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
very difficult to follow. It's basically another version of Clockwork Orange because it's just
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that movie.
a whole nother vocabulary that you kind of have to get used to while you're watching the movie.
Yeah.
Can't believe you have. Do you have that one? Do you have that movie?
Clockwork Orange, I do not miss. I have the book, but I don't have the movie. I need to get the movie.
Yeah.
Sister Golden Hair says, cheers, Cynic from Lake Tahoe, Peaky Blinders.
Tahoe.
I will check that out.
Yay!
Absolutely, fam. It's a great series. Definitely recommend. All the stuff that we're talking about right now is good stuff to watch. So, I mean, if you ever want to check
Binge
out
watch.
that, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, Snatch, these are great movies. But again, start with Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels. That's where you want to start. And then after that, you want to watch Snatch. That would be the sequel.
Yeah.
So,
Snatch.
prequel,
Sequel. Yeah. And the Snatch, I didn't think Snatch was going to be great, but man, after I watched it, I was like, oh yeah, this is great.
Is that both by Guy Ritchie or?
Yeah, both Guy Ritchie films.
Both are Guy Ritchie.
Mhm.
Okay. Closed caption for sure.
And that guy's a beast too, man. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, that guy is
So good. I only watched Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels because there was so much weed in it.
Oh, really?
They still.
See, I remember the Winchester.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was like, oh man, this is great.
So, speaking of Guy Ritchie, that Sherlock Holmes is probably one of my favorite movies too. I watch that shit all the time. The one with Robert Downey Jr.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I forget that he fucking directed that.
It was
Son
good.
of a bitch. Yeah. So good, dude.
So I'm not really, and that's the crazy thing is that it wasn't until I mentioned the Tim Burton thing where it's like you really do kind of you build a preference for certain directors because they really do. They have a way for making movies like Tim Burton, the guy that I just we're already a couple shots in. The guy that I just mentioned, Guy Ritchie.
Yeah, Guy Ritchie.
Really good movies. Dude, that Sherlock Holmes was really good. And I wasn't the biggest fan of the second one. It was okay, but the first one, dude, that first one was dope.
Yeah, man. Man, what other fucking
Richie goes to a lot of movies. We watched another one, honey, with a bank heist. But that's not him, huh?
I don't think it is. No, I don't think it is.
They did it. They buried underneath the.
Oh no, that's just a Jason Statham film.
Okay, no.
Like I don't know who directed it, but
It's hard
I was
to
gonna say Bank Heist sounds like a Jason Statham film.
yeah. It's like after his success with being a good actor, 'cause that guy's a legitimate fucking martial artist too.
Yeah, I didn't
A lot
know
of people know that, but fucking Jason Statham, he'll fuck your shit up if you're not paying attention.
Oh yeah,
legitimate fucking hardcore martial artist for sure.
What was it? The Driver series? Like dude, the first maybe like two. Those were amazing action movies. I love the first Driver. Like that shit when he's on the bike pedals in the fucking oil and he's just skidding around, kicking the shit out of it. Like, dude, that's where I really gained an appreciation for Jason Statham as a martial artist. Is that that movie actually, because there's some really good fight scenes. There's some really good choreography in that movie, and
Yeah.
he, like in most of his movies, there's some kind of choreography or action scene that he's a part of, and I'm sure he does all his own stunts. So, I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
guy
Yeah.
does work.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah. I'm trying to think of other action movies that I've like been like, damn, that was. I mean, The Watchmen was pretty good. The You know, it's hard to condense The Watchmen into even a 2 hour film. Like, I know there's a director's cut of The Watchmen that's 3 hours or some crazy shit like that. That's like, you really got to be in it, you know? You really got to be in it. But it's really fucking good. Like, the director's cut for The Watchmen is so good, man. And the guy they chose to be Rorschach couldn't have picked a fucking better guy. I don't even know the fucker's name. But when they took the mask off, I'm like, motherfuck, that's Rorschach, dude. That's perfectly who Rorschach is. Like underneath the mask, that's who that motherfucker is. Like they couldn't have fucking chose a better dude for that fucking role. You know, they did a great job of keeping it like pretty fucking gory. You know, of like making it at least if you want to bring your kid, I guess you could explain what happened afterwards. But it was really good, dude. That's another good fucking action flick. But I can't think of a recent. I can't think of a good recent action film that I've been like, wow, that's fucking. I mean, I haven't been watching too much fucking newer shit, anyways, right? Like, hasn't been out. Jackie Haley, yeah, who played fucking Rorschach. Like, really good
Yeah, really.
fucking.
If I'm being honest, brother, I can't really think of anything I would recommend either. Like
Right?
it's been a
A
little
good
bit.
movie.
Everything
Yeah.
is so fucking washed right now, man.
Yeah.
It's yeah, I don't know what the fuck
Reality-based.
is going on with like the movie scene right now, but there's
Hollywood's
nothing.
out of ideas, fam. They've been out
Yeah,
of ideas. You know, I've noticed it because for the last we're going on almost like a decade now where there are very, very little new ideas, and mostly
yeah.
Yeah.
everything is
Remake.
almost remake.
Remake.
You know,
Yeah,
they're trying to revisit stuff and reboot it. That because
yeah.
instead of, that's what I keep hearing is instead of remake, I keep hearing
Reboot.
and it's like, nah, like you're just, I don't know, like you didn't need to reboot it because people love it already. Like it's
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah.
yeah.
The way
Creative.
that it
Leave
was.
it the fuck alone. And if not, go dark.
Right.
Like, yeah, like I've already seen the fucking PG-13. Well, I haven't even seen a film that's what was the old like NC-17, right, or some shit like that.
Yep.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I haven't seen it. It's all PG-13, all PG-13, and they'll make a rated R if they say shit too much, where I'm like, all right.
So to be completely honest, Mrs. Clean Pump, I think NC-17 mean included nudity, which we're kind of
Yeah,
past nowadays, and
Oh.
that's basically just like rated R.
Oh. Well,
so you need to go outside.
17. I'm
Okay.
gonna go outside. Go outside. Come
Yeah.
on.
He
Like
only comes up to me when he needs to shit.
today's rated R would be 15, 20 years ago. That would be their NC-17.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's like most of the rated R stuff now is not even because of story. It's more because there's like titties and
Yep.
sexual shit. And it's like, it is what it is, but it's like, if we can show titties and fucking penises now, like, fucking damn it. And most people are looking for more gory stuff for scary shit to make it rated R, where it's like, man, just fucking get back to making good shit. Like, what's so wrong with it? What's so wrong with making some fucking shit
Tell a
that's
good
dark?
story. You don't have
Yeah.
to shock people into buying tickets. Like a good story will sell tickets too. But I think that's kind of the thing, brother. Is they're out of ideas, man.
Yeah, I think they're just searching for shit to like. They're like, let's make this the greatest next CGI. Have you seen the previews for the new Top Gun?
I have not.
That's a Brockheimer film, so you already know it's gonna be like it's gonna be visually really great, right? I'm just hoping that the fucking story doesn't fucking fall flat, you know?
right? Because
You
there's going
know?
to be high expectations. There's a fan base of that's going to have certain things they're going to want to see.
Yep, yep. And I mean, from what I see, it's like it seems like they're really putting the like Tom Cruise is not gonna half-ass shit. Like he wants to be in the jet, and if you're gonna be a fighter, you're gonna be in the fucking jet. And some of these like I've some of the stuff that I've seen thus far is like the guys had to be in the jet and they had to learn how to take G's. They had to learn how to fucking breathe throughout the G's I mean, I've taken the most G's I've ever taken on a motorcycle was I think maybe like 1.5, maybe. Go what's 175 miles an hour. Like that's as many G's as I've taken in my life. And my homie who's got a played fucking Tesla, he's taking me in that thing, and he's fucking gunned it in that thing, and I'm like, that's some fucking G's, man. Like, but the G's these people are taking is like fucking blood sucking from your brain. Like, yeah, it's a different thing, dude.
Like if we were on camera, me and brother Mario would go from age 30 to age like 60 in a couple of seconds just from the fucking shit. Because man, and yeah, being able to stay awake through that, it requires training. Like you
Oh
go
yeah,
through sessions of that. Panda Cat, what's going on, fam? Brother Mario, I'll be right back, sir. I just need to take a leak real quick.
handle, handle. Yeah, if you guys got any film suggestions, I'm all fucking ears because I don't know. I don't fucking know of anything that's been recent or from any films you guys might know that are fucking awesome. I would definitely take any suggestions because I feel like most other people, like everybody else, we're getting to the end of this Netflix shit and YouTube shit. Like I'm constantly waiting on new stuff to pop up. So if you know of anything, I'll take that suggestion 100%. Don't mind me. I'm trying to tell people we're on a live. We're on a live right now. See if we can get some more folks in here. So if you guys, I wonder if any of you guys know of any good um, dark flicks that we should be talking about. So if you know of any dark flicks, make sure you fucking let us know. Oh my God.
Panda Cat says, hanging out, smoking Divine OG Kush, and making audio samples for my Korg sample sequencer. That sounds like fun, fam. So, Brother Mario, have you ever seen? It's an old school one. It's got Charlton Heston in it. It's called Soylent Green.
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
Okay, so scary shit. This is based in 2022.
Oh shit.
And it's a dystopian science fiction psychological mystery movie where Charlton Heston is this investigator for the police, and he's trying to figure out why these people are going missing. And he lives in this future where the world is vastly overpopulated.
Okay.
And I think he lives in like LA or New York City. And because the world is vastly overpopulated, there's widespread poverty everywhere. And in an effort to help feed people that, are poor, the government has come out with this supplement, this health supplement called Soylent Green that they
That's
pass
so
out to
funny.
everybody. And Charlton Heston ends up kind of finding out what's going on behind not just that, but the missing people that he's been investigating lately. And it's a crazy story. And to tie to that, have you guys seen a newer movie called Snowpiercer?
No.
So that one is also kind of psychological and it's worth a watch because it's got some really interesting characters and it's got a crazy story. So there's this engineer that kind of saw things going to shit, people playing with different sources of energy and stuff, and just us being asses with each other as far as countries go, nuclear warfare and all that kind of stuff.
Of course.
Something blocks out the sun and there's like a new kind of ice age. But there's this engineer that's made this train that goes in this circuit and it has the last of humanity on it, basically. And the story is just about the people that are in there and kind of the class war that goes on, because there's like people that live in first class that they're basically living in a luxury hotel and they're fucking living it up and it's all chill. But like the people that are way back in fucking business class, they're basically like killing each other over spaces to live and to be able to eat and stuff. And there's kind of a similar concept because on Snowpiercer, everybody gets fed this particular ration, which is like a protein bar. And the main character of the movie, he starts making his way through the train. And there's a part of the movie where he finds out what the protein bar is made out of. And he's like, yo, what the fuck?
It's always that shit, man. You know what's crazy about you talking about the Soylent Green is that there's actually a real company. I don't know if they're still around, but like, I'm not a fan of Vice, all of Vice's stuff that they make.
Nope.
They're now owned by Disney, but like way back in the day, Vice did a piece on this kid who was making a basically like what you're talking about, a supply of like it's like a thing you mix in water and it has all the basic nutrition that you need, and they called it Soylent. And they got into trouble too because they were basically just mixing a bunch of shit in a warehouse. And as Vice is like recording them in their warehouse, there's like a rat that will fucking cross across the room. And so like
All bad.
and right, like I'm like, what made this kid think of this fucking name? And now I'm like, well, shit. That's why. That's probably why. Like,
And it's like, bruh, if anybody, and so it's just the world is weird because the city Wuhan that the COVID apparently broke out in China. There's a test lab that is out there, and their logo is the same as Resident Evil's Umbrella Corporation, which is
Umbrella.
the people that are responsible for the fucking zombie outbreak. And it's just it I don't know, it's a weird world that we live in, and it's just weird how shit like there's little correlations like that sometimes that pop up, and it's like, dude,
like why would you call your company the Umbrella Company?
so brother, it's the exact same logo.
Yeah,
It's like what the fuck, man?
fuck.
I don't get it. Okay, so have I ever talked to you guys about this movie, Antiviral?
No.
Brother, if you're actually the both of you, Mrs. Clean Pump, if you guys are looking for like a crazy science fiction psychological movie, this is a really good one too. And I bought this on physical media just because I wasn't sure if I originally saw it like on Amazon. And I was like, I don't know if it's always going to be on this shit. So I actually want the DVD. But this dude right here, he's a salesman. And he's a salesman in the dystopian future. And the way that it would work is let's say, Brother Mario, that you're the salesman and I am the customer, and I come in, I have an appointment with you, and I sit down with you, and you start telling me about Angelina Jolie and how amazing she is, and because you know that I have this kind of obsession with her, and this is your thing because you're a salesman. So my lady says that's a good movie. I made her watch it, so she knows what I'm talking about. What's going on, babe? Hope you have a good shift tonight. You, as a salesman, start selling me on how great Angelina Jolie is, and then you bust out this case that has a little syringe in it. You tell me, okay, you see this syringe right here? This has a strain of herpes that is basically genetically connected to Angelina Jolie. So, like, if I were to give this to you, it would be like if you got herpes from Angelina.
What the fuck?
I'm all over this shit, and I'm like, are you serious? And so you start telling me like I'm gonna even inject it on this side of your lip because that's where she would have kissed you, and that's where you probably would have got it. And it's like it's a real selling thing that you're doing to fucking make me want this disease. And it's this weird dystopian
Wow.
future where people are so obsessed with celebrities. Like, that's not even the only thing, brother. Let's say that we were hungry and we went to the local butcher. They wouldn't
Yeah.
have steaks. They would have skin cell steaks of your favorite celebrity.
What
So
the fuck?
if you wanted to eat a skin steak from like Samuel L. Jackson or fucking like and she says it gets weird. It does. It's a weird fucking movie. And so that's what this guy does legitimately for income is he sells like STDs from celebrities.
You
And
want Brad Pitt's herpes all over your titty?
Gross.
then there's the bootleg underground shit that he gets himself involved in, which is a whole nother level of craziness that adds to the movie. And she says it's like people line up for that shit. And dude, it's a crazy movie. And if I could recommend you something to watch that's different, Antiviral. Check that shit out.
Crazy world.
Dude, wasn't there a movie that was coming out that was shockingly like a dystopian future of like people who are like there's a new variant and like the whole trailer was of this guy who's like out there exercising and a bunch of cops roll up on him and shit. He's like, I'm cool, I'm vaxxed, I got my thingy. And then I guess like one of his, like I think his girlfriend maybe, ends up, she's like, I'm sick. And he's like outside her apartment and he's like, it's cool, it's alright. She's like, get out of here because you're going to come for me. And it was like a super dystopian movie. It fucking dropped off the face of the planet, dude. Like, it was coming out as this whole fucking COVID thing was going down. And I'm like, why would they make this movie come out right now, man? And I'm like, this makes no, and I'm pretty sure it was supposed to come out. I haven't fucking heard a thing about it anymore. I don't even remember the name of it, dude. I don't know if it was Variant or some shit, dude, but it was like a dystopian future of like, we're in variant such and such, and you need to get your shot for it. And if you don't, the police are coming for your ass. And if you get sick, the police are coming for your ass. And like, I don't even remember the fucking name of it, but I'm almost certain it didn't even fucking come out. I have no idea.
Tim H says, have you guys seen the old movie Flatliners from 1990? That movie
Oh,
was...
I want to.
You know what, Tim?
Yes.
I remember that that movie's on a list because that has like Kiefer Sutherland in it, and it's supposed to be a really good movie. But no, I haven't seen it, fam.
Dude, we did.
We tried with Julia Roberts.
We did. They like
tried to
Flatliners is like they have to die. And they have to like get brought back to life, but it's in between of like them being flatlined that they get into a different man.
They're trying to
Damn.
Definitely have to see that. I heard that was a really good
phenomenal
movie.
let's see.
Flatliners.
It says you have to see that. I think there is some sort of remake now, brother Tim. I would not be surprised at all. That's something that we were also just discussing is how they've kind of run out of ideas, and it seems like everything nowadays is just a remake. And not everything needs to be remade. Like they could have left Ghostbusters alone. There was nobody needed to touch Ghostbusters, and even now, like with the remake, there's going to be some involving the kids where they kind of tap into the past and they're related to the Ghostbusters and stuff. Like
Oh yeah.
that's cool, and it might be an interesting movie, but I don't know that they really need to try and like remake the Ghostbusters. I think that if
Yeah.
anything,
Yeah, I
what they
believe that.
should do is bring like what happened to like PR campaigns where like you just promoted that dope shit. Like you
Yeah.
don't necessarily have to remake a franchise to make it successful. You could get people interested in the old stuff. And the thing is there's a whole like there's a generation of people that all their shit is stuff out of their generation where it's like I didn't grow up with this, but this shit is the bomb and I like it. And it's not remakes, it's the older shit. So I feel like, why not let Tim says easy money though. And like I
Yeah.
see that on a level, which is probably why they do it, but I don't know. I feel like let
I think we're easy. I think some people are more easily entertained with that shit because CGI is so fucking amazing.
yeah,
Like I think CGI is taking away a lot of. I think most people need a reason to go to the cinema, and most of
Yeah.
those reasons now is like 4D, 3D,
Yep.
fucking. They have to because not a lot of people want. They're not gonna want to go spend the fuck. What is it? $150 now to take your entire family to go fucking watch a movie,
Right.
and it's
Like
like
Disneyland.
it's yeah, man, it's fucking it's expensive to take your family to a movie or even just have a date night at a movie theater. It's fucking go to Outback Steakhouse instead, like it's a lot of fucking money. So people need to get drawn to the cinema. So they're like, we need to make this visually captivating as possible. And I get that. I totally get that. But I think they should really try and fucking seek out making these new stories. And I guess you could say that a lot of the films we watched growing up were remakes as well. Like
Mhm.
a lot of them, right? So it's just yeah, like Tim says, it's nostalgia, and for sure it's nostalgia, and you want to see like, ooh, what could CGI do with this film, and for sure. But like, look at the Matrix, like they did like the new Matrix, and everyone's like, visually it was awesome, but like the story was kind of like blasé, like what the fuck, You can't once you've got a story going, like either build on it or just fucking leave it alone, like
and
no
not
need to
just
try and
that,
reinvent it.
but there was also like a level of politics that got added to it because when it first came out, like especially in Australia, the big thing that I saw was like people showing their Vax Pass to go see the first showing of The Matrix. How does that make any kind of sense? Like,
No,
what?
it doesn't
You
make any
guys know what
sense.
movie you're going to see? Blue pill for
Yeah.
show. Blue pill for show. But it like I haven't seen it myself, but I will say I feel like the trilogy that we had wrapped it up pretty well.
Pretty well, right? Like,
Maybe there was one or two questions that you had, but I feel like that trilogy did a pretty good job of telling a full story.
yeah, yeah. Like, I liked how they ended it, where it was like, this is all just starting over. This is gone over. This has happened over and over and over again. This is just a different ending, right? And now cinematically and like the way people think, like it made a lot of sense. And
Yeah,
then you go and just fucking shit all over it for CGI. So yeah, man. There's a like even the even remember they did a new Bill and Ted. I was like, oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yep.
Oh my god, why?
Why do
Like
they remake stuff?
just fucking
God.
like it's really
I
I
was
understand how hard it is to make a new fucking film. That's why I respect when I find a film that's like this shit was so cool. Like what's the newest film that I would be like this came out fucking awesome was what's that film with Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt?
Oh, Once Upon a Time in
Once Upon a
Hollywood.
Time in Hollywood. That was a fucking awesome film. Have you
Yeah, I was
seen
like,
it?
whoa.
I have not, sir.
Bruh! If
Whack.
you like fucking gore, like what's his
Yeah,
name?
it's
What's
just
the
so
director's
real.
name?
Huh?
What's Quentin Tarantino does
Yeah.
such a fucking good job of doing gory shit that like the first portion of that movie you're kind of like everything's cool. There's a little bit of like gnarly stuff in there, but at the very end it's like he's all over your fucking face, dude. It's
Fucking
oh
crazy.
my god, man.
Yeah, I
It
don't wanna
is
give it
so
away.
fucking good. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
We
Holy
had to build a wall
shit.
in the trailer so
Oh
they
my
would
god.
be like
So fucking good, dude.
wardrobe and makeup that
So,
want
I
to be
mean,
together.
the end of that movie has you just like, oh, this was fucking so awesome. Dude, like, all I can tell you as a teaser to it is this one noise. That's it. Like, if you watch the film at the very end and you remember Mario says, or did, you're from then on out, it's just from the on out. It's just so fucking awesome.
I like Quentin Tarantino though.
Yeah, Quentin Tarantino's always made
Good director.
fucking awesome shit. Tim says, "Gotta run again, pal. Have a good night. Wish I knew you guys were session sooner." Oh, dude, all good. We're here every Friday night.
Yeah, every Friday night.
Every Friday night, Timmy.
Yeah, Dead Cynic. We love it.
So it's
There's some great stories out there, guys. As far as Quentin Tarantino, I will say, as cheesy as it might sound, From Dusk Till Dawn is still one of my favorite movies. Just
oh
because
yeah,
With
dude.
your sister.
it's just
Gosh,
a fun,
isn't that
it's just a
crazy?
fun time. Like it's
Oh,
just
yeah.
Yeah.
neat to watch, and it's just a fun movie. But yeah, he's a great storyteller. Pulp Fiction. There's
Oh, Pulp Fiction,
Oh,
my
dude.
favorite. Are you
Oh.
kidding me? One of my
some
favorites.
crazy,
Adrenaline
crazy
shot.
moments.
Yeah.
What are those other films that he had? There was
So,
like a,
there's one called Four Rooms. Have you ever seen it?
no.
Did he do 12 Monkeys or that was somebody else?
And you know what? Let me actually check and make sure that it was him, because I know that it was Tim Roth
Four
that was in
Rooms.
Four Rooms.
Four Rooms. I never heard of that.
Reservoir Dogs.
Reservoir Dogs.
Yes.
What a crazy movie.
Can you
Oh
hear
my
me?
god, that movie's
Can you hear
amazing.
me? Can you hear me
Yeah.
now?
Yes.
And he's dancing around. Oh my god. While he's killing
So I take it back, guys. Four Rooms was not directed by Quentin Tarantino, but it's a great Tim Roth movie. And it's so
Another good guy.
Tim Roth is a bellhop in this really old hotel. And Four Rooms is these four short stories, which is why I thought it was a Quentin Tarantino movie, about rooms that he goes to visit and what happens in each room.
Ooh, I like that.
Every story is vastly different and has different famous people in it. One of them has Antonio Banderas. One of them has Madonna. She's part of a coven of witches, and some gnarly shit goes on in that one. Another one has Bruce Willis and a couple of his friends, and they're playing not Russian roulette, but they have a bet going on about some crazy shit. And they bring Tim Roth in because he's a neutral party as a bellhop. So it's really
dude,
great.
I think you're right though. The
Quentin
directors
Tarantino.
is Quentin Tarantino, Robert Rodriguez, Allison
Maybe
Anders.
done one of the stories, because what I'm thinking is
Ah,
the stories was a different director.
yes, you're right, because there's 4 different directors.
Oh, we gotta see that.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
know, I
great,
gotta watch
We
it.
it's a
have to
great
see
movie,
that.
guys. You will enjoy it, especially the last story, because at that point, the bellhop Tim Roth, he doesn't give a fuck. So by the time he gets to that fourth room, he's had a night and he's just ready to get the fuck out of there. And some shit goes down, and he's just like, okay, and it's just it's it's a great ending to that movie, and it's a good comedic. Like, you're just gonna be like, this is the way this movie should end. So
Nice.
you guys will enjoy it a lot. It's man, especially
Oh,
the one
man.
with fucking Madonna. Like, the Coven of Witches is crazy.
I want to
Dude.
see it. Oh my
That
gosh, I
lady
can't
says,
find
all
it.
right, you guys have a good one. I'll check back in a few. Love you, babe. Hope it's a smooth shift. I know you're at work. Um, Let us know if you're fully staffed and if they're, giving you any attitude tonight.
What is your lady do? If you don't mind me asking.
She works in a nursing home, brother, and
Yep, I
basically,
know how that is.
aside from taking care of the elderly, most of these folks have some kind of mental illness,
Yeah, I
some form of
understand.
dementia or something like that. So
Yeah.
her big thing when she goes to work is, it's kind of sucks when she's not fully staffed, because then
Mm,
she has to deal with more residents, and that can be tough,
yeah.
Yep.
especially on a
That's.
night where you know there's a couple of them that decide, I'm just going to be a pain in the ass tonight. So
Yeah.
Yep.
it's
Some of them can't help it. I worked at a facility like that.
Yep, I was in mental health for about 4 or 5 years, and that's how I met her. Is we worked in the same facility together. So it's definitely a taxing job, and it takes a lot of patience, and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it
it's
does.
it's rough sometimes. So she definitely, I give her a lot of credit, and hopefully she has a smooth shift tonight. So I do think we're coming up on 3 hours. I'll take one
What?
more shot. Maybe we might pour one more at the end of the stream, but I got to make sure that I stay coherent for this shit. So pour,
We're
pour,
good.
pack a dab, chilling with my brother Mario, Mrs. Clean Pump. Thank you guys so
Yay.
much. And I'm glad that we can make this a regular thing and that you guys look forward to it. I will definitely be here on Fridays. So if you guys are down, I am down. It's always good to
Oh
see you
yeah.
guys and hang out with somebody. So
Heck yeah, dude.
Oh, I
We
was
love it.
telling him that it's like I can't look. I look forward to this every Friday now, and I can't wait to meet you guys. And wow, to understand what she does for a living. I mean, I worked at a facility, and we these people live there, so
yeah.
I never had a day off, including on holidays,
Yeah.
because they live there. They're residents. So um, I worked with everyone, and on certain floors they had specialized in dementia. It's very difficult
And that's a
to get
crazy thing that a
help.
lot of people don't understand, Mrs. Clean Pump.
No,
Is they're
Yeah.
not patients, they're residents.
no,
That's
they're
their
Yeah.
that's their fucking
residents.
home. Like,
Yeah.
they're
Yeah,
not staying there
That's
for a little bit to get better and then they're
no,
going somewhere. Like,
no, man.
they're
no.
That's a weird ass concept to me, man.
Yeah, and
It's
it's
a weird ass concept that you're basically, it's just a glorified jail cell, man.
yes,
That
it
you're like, you
is.
have more freedoms. These old people
Kind
like to
of,
fuck, and like they
kind
have
of.
more freedoms and stuff, kind of, but it's like you're under surveillance 24/7,
And by 9.
and I
Yeah,
tell you
different
what, brother
floors.
Mario, the folks that work there, they end up being adopted family, because
right?
you learn real quick about these people that that's a place where people go to be forgotten about. And
Yeah,
Oh, it's
is
so
and I'm
sad.
not even, because at some point, like, I let's say that you've been taking care of this person for 5 to 10 years, and you're just tired, and you're like, you know what,
Yeah.
I just can't fucking do this anymore. And the facility
No.
takes them and it's just easier to leave them there than to go visit them. Like there's a level of me that can actually empathize with the people and understand why they do it, but that doesn't make it any less sad. And at the same
Yeah.
time, these people get left in these facilities and they're fucking forgotten about. And
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
the people
Like you become the family.
you're
You
adopted
become
family. You're
yeah,
adopted family,
man.
brother. You absolutely are.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
what happened. Like I worked there for many years, for a few years, and it started to just hit me because I get attached to, the residents. And
Yeah.
I worked at one that was in Hollywood, so it was like celebrity.
She took care of Tom Cruise's mom, dude.
Mary Lee, she was amazing. Oh my gosh, she looked so much like his mom. She was amazing. She was
Ed
popular
Asner's
too.
sister was there.
Yeah, like Ed
There's
Asner's sister.
there's people.
Yeah.
Yeah, good,
Yeah.
good folks. And it's like, wow, and like you said, you would never see them. I mean, maybe they would come by and see them when we weren't around, but I mean, good
Nah,
people, just
so
really good people.
you know what? Because the people that pay for it, the people
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
pay for it, the way that they think about it is, I don't need to go because I'm
that's
paying
PJ.
for it. That's I'm
Yeah.
straight. That's the way that I look at it in my head. Is they justify that by being like, I'm the reason why they could stay there. So you know what? We don't need
And
to
her
go.
facility is like the
Top notch.
facility she used to
Yeah.
work is like the fucking tits. That's like
Yeah,
it's
Hollywood.
it's the tits. They get
All the top
all of the
celebrity.
top shit. Like they
Oh, food and
dude,
everything.
the food,
Everything.
I mean,
Events, everything.
they're
Yeah.
paying like
Top
okay, so there
dollar.
are layers, right? Like
Yeah.
the
For
top tier people are probably paying
stories.
$6,000 a month.
No, that's the bottom level would be
Fuck yeah.
5 and then 10, 15 and then 20,000 a month.
20,000 a month, bro. Can you
A
imagine?
month.
But it's
Yeah.
like I was like, say if I was a super rich guy and was like, I want my mother to be the most comfortable as possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about the dollar amount.
Yeah.
I'll pay $20K a month
Yeah.
for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
You
It's
know?
so sad.
But it's yeah, man. That's a whole
But I
nother
mean, at
level
least
of
they get
fucking
good
life.
care.
They'll pay
Yeah,
that.
everybody.
When I go visit.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They'll pay the $20K so that for them, they're like, in their minds, they go, I'm paying the $20K.
Good
I'll
treatment.
visit when I can, but at
Yeah.
least I'm paying this $20K. And I know she's well taken care of, so that takes a little bit of edge
We
off of
loved
me.
it.
You
We
know?
loved it. Oh my
But it is
gosh.
still fucking sad, man. When
Yeah,
you're
it's
like,
so sad when you like
fuck, dude.
see
Like,
who it is. You don't know. Yeah, it's crazy because they go under alias names. But then I'm like, dude, I know who that is. That's I don't. I mean, I've seen a lot of celebrities there, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's Santa Claus. Yeah, I just go
can you
crazy.
imagine like going to serve them and
Yeah,
they're like, oh fuck, it's Ed Asner.
yeah, his sister
Right.
and like
Fuck.
Faye Dunaway. I've seen Faye Dunaway, but she goes under another name. Just everybody there.
But like other
Mary
people
Lee.
who are like, you know, they're war vets and shit.
Yeah, it's
they're-
crazy to see they
it's-
have dementia.
It really
And-
makes you fucking, you know.
Dude, it started to take a toll on me because I care so much about them, and it really like
And that's
started
what my
to hit
lady
me.
says. You know, you bond with them, and
You
Yeah.
bond with them.
you spend so much time taking care of these people, and not just like caring, like, hey, how you doing? Like literally helping them
No.
bathe, feeding them, like
Yeah, you
doing,
care.
like,
Wiping
Yeah.
their ass, dude.
Yes.
Like,
you take care
Yes.
of them. So it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard not to form some kind of bond with them. That's absolutely true.
what was the
And
name of the place they were working at?
What, babe?
What was the name of the place?
Belmont Village
still,
in
You and
Hollywood.
lady should look up to see if they have Belmont villages around your area, man, because they're like the highest of highest end.
They're
I
really
like I
good.
wouldn't be working at a high-end facility, babe. Belmont Village. Let's see if we
Mhm.
got any here in the Central Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really good
All
people,
right.
man.
Cheers to your lady for taking care of them.
Yes, cheers
Oh,
to
yeah.
her.
Cheers to my lady, working hard as we speak.
Yes, I
So
can
she's
understand.
working with full Alzheimer's and dementia
Yeah,
residents.
it's
So,
so
yeah.
hard.
Yeah.
When
So
they
hard.
forget where they are or who they are, it can be a rough night trying to calm them
Dude,
down and make them.
it could be a normal 24 hours, and then the next day it's
They don't know who you are, and it
yeah. They
makes you
don't know
feel
where they're at.
sad.
They don't know who they
Yeah, I'm
are. They're
like, I
scared as
take care.
fuck. That like I
Yeah,
don't.
it makes you sad.
God bless your fucking lady, man.
Yes, exactly. She has the heart of gold. She's an angel.
She
Yes.
says she's been doing it for 11 years, so over a decade. Hey, babe, everybody respects the shit out of you. Hope you have a smooth night. We miss you. Hopefully, you'll be able to join us on camera soon. Much
Very
love, brother
soon.
Mario.
Oh, bless
God
you.
bless you, sir.
Thank you, man. Cheers.
Yeah, to her.
The whiskey sneeze.
Yes.
So cheers to your lady, man.
I left mental health
Yes, I do.
after the job that I worked with her because I noticed that a lot of facilities they take advantage of the giving kind of nature that it takes in order to work in that field.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
I became aware of that as an example of just my work in there because when I started working there, I was the only person on the floor aside from the med staff. And to give you guys an idea, med staff had their own office that was about as big as the room that I'm in. And then there was the rest of the facility. So when med staff was on duty, they would chill in this room surrounded by the medication, and maybe 2 to 3 times on their shift, everybody would line up outside because they had a door that had two sections to it. So it would open up one half and it would be
Yeah.
like a window. They would all line up outside of it and take their medication. And that was about it. But for the rest of the day, I had to deal with at one point before I left, there was about 35 residents. So
Damn.
there was me and 35 residents. And if I needed help, I couldn't ask the med staff because they would literally just hide in that office. And what I thought was interesting was that for every other shift, there was two people on the floor instead of just one. But as long as I stayed on the job and I kept my position there, they did not hire two people. It was just me. And I worked there for a little bit. As soon as I left, though, two people were put on the floor. And my lady, she was there for, I think, just a little bit after I left. So she could probably attest to that. Not just to the fact that they brought two people on, but the fact that while I was there, I was the only person on the floor. And every other shift had two people, which is fucking crazy when you're
Wow.
talking about mentally ill people. Like
Yeah, it's a
you,
lot of work.
me not having the backup was not. So aside from that, Miss Clean Pump, that shit is just dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
Arkham Asylum type shit, man.
Somebody
Yeah,
to
it
help
is.
me control the mob, and so to speak. Like I need help at some point. So like it was just a crazy job because at that point it was kind of unsafe, and that shit I will never forget that. But one thing that I realized like I had to be careful if I was going to stay in mental health is if you're an assertive personality or like if you're male and you work in certain programs, they're going to give you the really gnarly cases because
Yeah.
one, you're able to defend yourself, and two,
Yeah.
you're able to assert dominance in a situation and actually help kind of make that person like subdue them a little bit because when
Yeah.
the program that I worked in before I worked with my lady was specifically I worked in a house with two guys. One of them was a convicted rapist, and the other one had been like put in jail for stalking behavior. He was in a work program and he had a crush on one of the ladies that was supervising. So somehow, Brother Mario, he got her personal information and ended up at her house.
No shit, dude. What the fuck?
Like th- they put those two guys together and then put them in an apartment in the middle of town. And
Oh my god.
those two guys had 24/7 monitoring. So there was people that went at night and stayed a whole 8 hours while they were sleeping just to make sure they didn't leave the house. And the crazy thing is, brother, is that there's people that don't take jobs like that seriously. And I don't know if I've ever told this story while you're on camera before, but I came to work one day and the convicted rapist was standing outside talking to like a 13-year-old girl, and he was
Oh
about to
fuck.
follow her back to her apartment. And the reason how that all came about was this guy liked to smoke cigarettes, and obviously he can't, it's not a great idea to do it in the apartment. So the workers would make him stand outside on the sidewalk and smoke, facing the street.
Yeah.
Well, if you're inside the apartment, you can see the sidewalk from the living room, but it's even in our contract. Like for this particular individual, we had to be at least 5 feet from him at all times. So it's not just, you can't just be able to see him. You have to be able to hear what he's saying to people, because his broken thing in his head was, if he had any kind of acknowledgement from a female, that is, and that's automatic consent. So like there was a time where he was taken to the 99-cent store, and one of the guys that was the actually, because there's just one per patient, so the guy that was assigned to him was at the end of the aisle, like looking at some chips to buy, and he was at the far end of the aisle by himself, and he was talking to a lady, and the worker thought that he was just saying hello, which is how it started. After the lady acknowledged him, he started trying to get her to go to the bathroom with him to give him a blowjob, because as soon as she said, "How are you doing today?" That's an automatic, "I want the dick." So
Wow.
he started trying to, yeah, like, and it, dude, there's just something in that guy's head that's just fucking wrong.
Jesus.
So
Yeah, whether negative or positive attention.
he's he's smoking out on the sidewalk, and nobody's really paying attention because they just figure he's going to smoke and come back. And in that time, the worker that's watching him from the living room decides, you know what, I have to take a leak. He's just smoking. I'm going to take a leak real quick and I'll be right back. And while he's
Fuck.
in the bathroom, this little girl goes to check her mail and goes right in front of this crazy motherfucker. And if I hadn't have pulled up, he would have followed her back home and nobody would have known, because by the time that guy would have got back, he would have seen empty street, because that motherfucker would have already been in her apartment. So it's like, mental health is crazy, not just in the fact of who you take care of, brother, but it started to trip me out because I really started thinking about the fact that they put these guys in a apartment in the middle of town next to regular people, and they don't
Fucking
want anybody. And there's programs that have the same caliber of people in like super duper high class residential neighborhoods, like gated neighborhoods, and people don't have any idea. And it trips me out.
Jesus
It also
Christ.
makes me sad, like the amount of resources that are spent on people like that. And I'm not,
Yep.
I hope that, like, people can think less of me from saying this, but like, I've seen programs where there are child molesters and rapists that are given like the highest tier of technology, as far as like being able to try and rehabilitate, quote unquote, these people. Like they live in gated communities, in really really nice expensive houses, with like the kind of therapy, like they have fountains that respond to the way that they touch a button, and they'll change colors and the kind of patterns that, like, you know what, we could definitely use that technology on like disabled and mentally ill children. We don't need to be spending taxpayer money on shit like that for these people that belong underneath jails and like
Yeah.
underneath
Yep.
facilities. So that was something that really, I'm not gonna lie, disheartened me with mental health as far as a job goes. and I had a hard time staying at that company. And then I went to the company where I met my lady, and I ran into shit where they're just like, "No, you're fine by yourself. You don't need any help." And it's like, fuck, dude. Mental health is kind of gnarly, and they really do. They take advantage of the fact that if you get into that type of work, you're really the kind of person that you have a love for people, and you enjoy taking care of people, and you just want people to be better. And they really look for that. They really look for that, and they try and take advantage of that.
That's fucking nutty, man.
Sorry for talking so long, guys. I didn't mean to hijack the stream.
No,
but
fuck no,
No,
dude. Like,
freaking yeah.
damn,
That's
that's nutty.
something that's
it kind of touches a soft spot in my heart, and I know my lady still
Same
works
here.
in that industry, so it's something that, you know, I feel like not everybody understands. I know that there's a lane of people, you know, we all want to have sympathy for folks that deal with mental health issues, but there's also a lane where there's people that know that they are part of the system, and they take advantage of that. They might be technically mentally handicapped as far as the system would define it, but there's people that are smart enough to recognize that and actually use that to their advantage and understand, I know that society looks at me this way, so I can get away with this, and this. And
dude.
That's fucking crazy.
No, man, there was when I used to work security for it was called the Valencia Mall back in the day, but now it's a Westfield Mall. But when it was called Valencia Mall, it was owned by particular one dude, and the security company I was working for was named IPC International, and they do like the mega malls in America. So like the big ass mall that you have in, I think it's Minnesota, like the Mall of America. Any real serious mall that wants serious security will have IPC International on it. Like, we didn't just do small reports on shit. Like, the lady who was our director was a retired Chicago PD captain, and was like, we had to have we had to cross every T and dot every I, and our reports were pages long. Were like simple security companies where it's like a card you fill out, you know, and you kind of summarize everything. For us, it was like a big deal, and we had
reports.
Yeah, legitimate reports. I'd have to submit them. She would fucking review them, and then we would have to rewrite them. If she was like, "No, if we get deposed for this, like, you need to fix this," and even if it was grammar, even if anything, it was like, you got to fix it. So when I was working there, we knew of people who were mentally ill or mentally challenged that would show up to our malls. And there was one particular guy who, if you saw him, you would be like, this dude's completely fucking harmless. Like, this guy is just like a weird, obviously he's mentally challenged, he's just a weird dude. But if you weren't fucking looking, and if you weren't paying fucking attention, if you left your mother's side, if you were a younger girl who's under the age of 18, and even above that, and you didn't know what the fuck was going on, he would walk up to fucking girls that he would find it, like, we would have to track him on our surveillance, track him around the entire fucking mall, just keep an eye on him, because he would track onto a younger girl or any girl that would give him any attention, and he would follow them, and he would just be like, "Oh, hey, can you touch my hand?" And she would be like, "Yeah, sure," you know, or he'd get in a conversation with him, and all of a sudden, like, they're like, the girl doesn't know, but he's like a normal, like, obviously impaired person who would just be like, "Oh yeah, can I just walk around with you?" Like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead, walk around with me." And some girl, like, you would find him holding a girl's hand, and he's like jerking off, and like he'd have his hand in his pants, jerking off, and just going to town like a little monkey guy while she's holding on. She's oblivious to it, and they're walking down, and we'd have to. It was the fucking weirdest shit. And there was another dude who would literally walk around. He would do it to us too as security guards. Who would be like, again, just a mentally challenged person, and he would walk around. Any guy that had muscles, he would walk up to them and be like, "Can you make a muscle for me?" And they'd be like, "What?" And again, you just think it's like a harmless thing, and you'd make a muscle for him, and he would touch it, and then all of a sudden he's like just groping you, and he would be fucking jerking off in a. It was such a fucking weird thing to deal with, where you're like, what the fuck is? And then, apart from that, you would call the sheriff's department, because we have a sheriff's department out there, and they would come like, oh yeah, we know this guy. Like, there's nothing we can really do. He's mentally impaired. He stays at this facility, and they allow him to do outside activities. They even hold normal jobs. Like, really? Like, yeah. And I'm sure, like, what I'm even explaining is probably, like, on the lighter note. Like, those two would probably never rape a person, but again, their minds don't work the same. You don't know, given the opportunity, they could flip out and bad shit can happen. Like,
it's not good.
And that's
it's really
we assume that they couldn't, but maybe one day there's some chick that pulls away from him because she's tired of holding his hand, and he drags her to the fucking bathroom, and he's got some kind of crazy strength that we don't we
you don't know about.
So like there's not a pass just because you're mentally ill. Like, shit's just inappropriate regardless. And there's people that, and that's what I learned working in mental health, brothers. There's people that they get used to the past that they get because of that marker. Oh, this guy's mentally ill, so he doesn't actually know what's going on. You know what? He actually does. He just knows that that's what you think. So he's laughing at you while he's fucking jerking off, and he's holding your hand because he thinks he knows actually that you just think that he's some simpleton, and like he's fucking. I don't know. You got to be careful because the next hand you might touch might be sticky. And I don't know. People are a trip, brother. I think you got yourself muted. I cannot hear you. Or something happened with the pods. We need to recharge them.
Pods. Let me see.
But, and so having said that, because I never want anybody to think that I'm taking away from the mental health community, I have a lot of respect for people that actually need care and they actually have a hard time doing things themselves. But at the end of the day, having worked in mental health, and I'm sure that my lady can back me up, and there's other people that can back me up. Brother Mario probably just trying to figure out the audio stuff. He'll be right back. There are people that are mentally challenged, that they're clinically mentally challenged, but they use that title to their benefit. They take advantage of it because they're of the right mind enough. Brother Mario, good to see you back, sir. They're of the right mind enough to know how to take advantage of how people look at them. That's how I'll put that. And you have to be careful because as much as I want to say, look out for everybody, try and help everybody, there are people that use their situation as a means of taking advantage of other people. So you just have to look out. You just have to be careful with everybody. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Is you really got to be careful with everybody. It doesn't matter if they're normal or not. I don't care what your version of normal is. You just have to be careful with every fucking body. Everybody that you meet, be careful with them.
Yeah, man. Again, if you meet these people, you would be like, wow, you're really overreacting. But once you spend some time with them, you start to realize, like, this could lead to something potentially dangerous, especially for someone who's much younger, that they realize like, oh, I can take advantage of this person pretty easily, you know? And again, before my mic cut off, one of my supervisors when I was working there as a security guard, man, this guy's fucking nobody. He's like, no, dude, you don't understand. It. He knows what he's doing. He knows. Eventually, you'll
catch
realize
on.
it.
You'll see it.
You'll catch on because when you catch him and you do this, he's like he knows he got away with some dumb shit. And there's some times where he'd latch on to a 15, 16-year-old girl who don't know any better.
Oh.
And he's doing some really fucking terrible shit, following them to the bathroom, waiting for them to get out, jerking off outside of the fucking bathroom, and then immediately taking that same hand he jerked off with to try and fucking have her hold the same. Like, it's just shit you're just trying to make sure that the innocent person is, you're being vigilant for the innocent person, basically.
Yep.
You know?
Absolutely. Brother, is that Gouda? Munster. All right.
Okay. This is just me, but Munster is the greatest cheese for grilled cheese.
Oh, yes.
It's not sharp. It's not super. It's super mellow, and it's got that, when it melts, it's got that like
nice and melty. Yep.
red cheese. Oh
Yep.
man.
Yep.
It's the best.
Because see, that's the thing is, that's what I hate about mozzarella. It's got the melty and the stretchiness, but there's no flavor. There's not really any personality there. With the Munster, with the Gouda, you get the melty, you get the flavor, you get a little bit of something. So yeah,
They're like creamy, little sour. Like there's cheese, you know.
A little bit of something there. Yeah, you gotta have some taste.
I'm a sucker for Swiss too, like a good Swiss too.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Oh, brother, that's my favorite thing on a French dip. Throw some good Swiss on a French dip. Perfect accent to the fucking au jus.
I will say, if you find some good mozzarella, people who do it by hand, they can finish off a good mozzarella, but it's super fucking rare, man. Super fucking rare. Guys who make the mozzarella at their place, it's fucking rare.
Super small batch.
Yeah. Where they're like burning their hands to make mozzarella. Like, it's more of an East Coast thing than a West Coast thing, for sure.
My lady says love Swiss cheese. We're gonna have to make some French dips with some Swiss cheese.
Me too. Man, that's what I.
Honestly, I think what she meant to say was she loves cheese, because I don't know if she's really like specific on a particular one. Although I will say one of the specialty cheeses she bought for sandwiches was Swiss, so I could see her kind of being.
No, my lady loves Swiss.
Yep.
I'm the one who really brought the Munster to the relationship.
Yeah, I like Swiss.
She likes Swiss, and I'm like, you need to fuck with Munster, man.
Yeah. I gotcha. House of Tory says mushroom Swiss burgers are the best too. See, when I was younger, I worked in Vons, and my uncle worked in the it was like the deli / bakery, and I worked in the meat department. So I would go and talk to him like on my breaks and stuff. And his big thing, we're food people. So his thing was having me try different types of cheeses. And that's like because I was really simple, like Monterey Jack, mozzarella, cheddar. That was kind of like the trifecta that I fucked with. But with him, I got into the different types of Swiss, apple smoke, and all that kind of stuff. The Munster, the Gouda, because there's some really good provolone. Like there's good cheeses out there.
Man. Oh, I mean, fucking cheese, man. Son of a bitch.
Fucking cheese, right?
Cheese is like I know a lot of people, they grow up with the standard fucking craft singles and shit. I grew up on that shit, but once someone fucking got me on the Gruyere and, cheese, man, fuck me, dude. Cheese is just like you'll find some real funky ones, some mellow ones, and cheese is much like meat.
Cheese is its own universe. Like there's so many different
Some people eat
levels
cheese
of
with maggots in it, man.
Ew.
Yeah, like what kind of cheese do you like? Creamy cheese? Do you like funky cheese? Do you like nasty cheese? Like there's a cheese for everybody. There really is.
Yep. And but man, when you get into like the super creamy ones, you're looking at like mixing it with some jelly and some fucking good bread.
Oh, like
and
brie.
shit. Yeah, there's just so many fucking cheeses out there, dude. That it's very much like meat. It's like yak meat, elk meat, fucking all different kinds, dude. But cheese is such a fucking good thing to like get lost in. It's really good. I'm not a cheese and wine guy because I'm not a very big wine person. Like I was digging it when I was trying to be all foofy for the ladies, but like it just after the few fucking like wine hangovers,
Fuck that.
fuck tannins, fuck the sugars, fuck all that shit. Give me whiskey.
I'm a whiskey gal.
You know, like I'm just over it, dude.
Let's
like,
pour the fucking shot. I'll pay. Yeah, I'm good on all that.
I'd take a fucking 7-year aged whiskey over a fucking 30, 20 years aged wine I don't give a fuck, man. I've tasted so many expensive fucking wines and I'm like, this is just for clout. Like, you motherfuckers. Like, wine, it's for fucking clout. Like, I've tasted
I'm
wine.
I'm totally honest with you, brother. To me, wine is just the terp slurper of the fucking alcohol world. Like, you talk about being a wine snob when you want the clout, when you want to seem very upper class and when you really get down to it, if people know what the fuck they're talking about, is it really anything special? Not really. Like it's another form of doing something, but is it like as fucking as awesome as people make it seem? Not really.
No.
And one of the funniest things I've ever seen was my lady says wine is nasty as fuck. I saw this Instagram post of this guy. It's like the next time that you're around some wine snobs, sniff your wine and then hold it up to your ear, like you might actually get something out of it. And they were like, I did that shit, and I shit you not, there were some wine snobs that saw me do it, didn't understand what was going on, so they were like, they're doing it too, because that's the level that shit is on, where it's like I don't even know if they understand all the stuff that they do sometimes.
Bruh, like, so there was I think it was there was a special someone did that I was following them about fucking wine.
Oh god.
And they went to like a big ass wine convention where there was all these like superstar wine connoisseurs and winemakers and shit. All the wines that people were like, this is really fire. All the wines that they would say that about, they weren't these super long aged wines. It was a fucking wine that was like, we picked the grape at its peak fruitiness. And so people dug those wines because they were fruitier. It was more flavorful. And they're like, oh, well, the aged wines are more for people who are like, it's more about the process and it is more bitter, but my thing about wine is like, they always say it accompanies this. And I'm like, bruh, I'm not waiting 25 years to match some grape juice with the steak. Like, go fuck yourself. I'd rather match it with the fucking beer that took a few weeks to make.
And if it doesn't taste that great without the steak, I don't. So I don't know, because I've heard that argument too, brother. And it's like, I don't know if you need something else to make it like, oh, this is why you don't appreciate it fully. It's like,
Cheers, LT.
my lady says, oh yeah, they try to get all scientific about it, but no matter what, wine still sucks.
I think it's just a sales point of it, man. It's just a sales point of it. Like, I don't get it. Don't want to get it. Don't give a fuck about it. It's just a bunch of sour grapes in a bottle, and you're trying to tell me to eat it with something. I could do the same shit with a good beer. Like, and again, I'm not a big beer drinker, but when you match a good burger with a good fucking stout or a good beer or a good pilsner, I'm fucking there. Like, I get why the Czech Republic eats so many sausages. It pairs great with pilsners. Like, I fucking get it, but I'm not wine and cheese and wine. Like, I've had a great port in sweet wine with a great steak. That I've had some phenomenal things, but they're not expensive wines. They're not fucking super aged wines. Like, it's not about that. It's about just enjoying what it is that it is by itself, and if you can't enjoy it by itself, go fuck yourself.
And even on that level, brother, what I would say is, even though it's not the most expensive wine and it was good with the steak, is that something that you would keep in your personal, like, is that something that you would find in your fridge?
Nope.
It's something that you enjoyed for the experience at the time that you had it, but that's not even like a personal preference.
Exactly.
Right.
No. It's just someone was like, oh, you ordered this? Oh, I would pair with this, like, okay, I'll fucking try it, and I've had that happen more with beer than with wine where I've enjoyed it, where someone's like, oh, you ordered this burger. There was a place in my old hometown where a couple of friends of ours took us to, and the guy that was there was really like a good beer connoisseur, and he's like, you know what? We're gonna get you a flight of little mini burgers and a flight of beers, and I'll pair each one with one I think you would, that I like, and you can tell me what you think, And they had like a chicken sandwich with like a particular type of beer, and that was pretty good. And then they had another burger with another type of beer. And I just remember like the last two of me like eating the burger and taking the swig of fucking beer, where I'm like, okay, I understand why you say this compliments it, but I would never buy these beers individually to drink on a whim. Like,
And that's the thing, is that was an experience, but that was something where these people said, this is what you would pair with that. It's not like you were like, I'm going to have this with this, this with this, this with this.
Yeah, no, it wasn't me. I wouldn't fucking know. All I know is Pilsners. Like, give me a Modelo. Give me any Pilsner and name it, like, and at one point I was like a pretty big beer guy, but I knew what type of beer I liked. Pilsners, I'm not a sour beer. That's another thing. You sour beer drinking motherfuckers, I don't get it. Like, I don't, like, this beer is so sour and fruity. Like, I don't want, like, if I want something sour, I'll eat some sour cream. Like, I don't fucking get sour beers. I don't get them whatsoever. Ever. Like, I remember the first time I had like a super sour beer, it was called an Arrogant Bastard Ale. And I remember drinking it. I got a big bottle of it because my friend was like, oh, it's so good. I'm like, all right, give me a big bottle of it. I remember pouring it into a glass, drinking it, and going, why the fuck would I want this beer to taste like I left 16 lemons in it overnight? Why? Like, I really don't get sour beers. I'm about that. I don't know. Maybe it's the Mexican in me. It's just I need a crisp, clean beer that matches with meat well, and that's it. And again, I don't drink beer that often. You know, I've become much more of a fucking whiskey drinker. That's just how I am.
Speaking my language, brother. My lady says I really don't care for beers either, but I'll take beer over wine any
Oh
day.
yeah.
House
Oh,
Story
yeah.
says if I want something sour, I'll have a Sour Patch Kid. You know, I will. There was I kept being told by my friends, if you drink enough beer, eventually it's going to taste like water and you won't even notice. And fucking man. You know what? I've drank a lot of beer and it still does not. I don't know what it is. I never developed a taste for it. I don't like it. I don't care what IPAs I can make a fucking exception for because I know those are the high alcohol content. So I'll power through an IPA because I know I only need one or two, but I'm not a beer person. I never developed a taste for it. I can't do it. I
And
would
fuck
rather
those IPA guys, man. I'll get you a fucking 9% Pilsner and it like again, if I'm gonna drink a beer, it's gotta be a Pilsner. It's gotta be close to pop as possible. Because if it's not if there's any sourness in it, I will throw that thing in your face. I don't want it to taste sour. I need it to taste like a clean, crisp beer. And that's why I have this beer. If you ever have a beer and you have to be forced to like drink a beer, this is the best reason to not drink any beer. Okay, if you go somewhere and they're like, "We have all kinds of beer," all right, bitch, do you have Czechvar or Budvar? If they say no, tell them I'm good. That's the only beer I'd fucking drink. Okay, because they're the cleanest tasting. You'll swig it. There's no sourness. It's just like a fizzy fucking really good tasting Budweiser. And when I say that, you have to understand. When I just said Czech Bar and Budvar, Budweiser came from one person in particular that made Budweiser its thing. That's where Budweiser have a lot of similarities, but Budvar is what they drink in the Czech Republic. Czechvar is their basic Budweiser, and it's just a clean tasting beer. There's no crazy nasty aftertaste. There's no sourness. You would understand why someone who would mow a lawn in a hot summer sun would drink that beer once they're done because it's refreshing. It's the closest thing to a fucking soda as you can get. And if you hate beer, you'll love me because that thing is a 9% beer and you have 3 of those and you'll feel real nice without feeling like you're drinking ass. All right. So that's the best way to get out of drinking beer. Ask for Budvar or Czech Bar. They don't got it. Go fuck yourself. I'm not. I'm not drinking any beer. That's it. Fuck your sour berries, and your juniper and your hints of fucking clove. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I'll pass on all that, brother. I'm with you there. House of Tory says I don't do beer at all. I will stick to my Jack Daniels. My lady says I'd rather have real alcohol. We
Yo,
do what we can, guys, and that's the thing is I don't
Ralph's
fuck
has
around.
this for sale.
Yeah,
Please go try it. It's a blend of whiskeys. It's been doing me so good tonight. I love this shit. I honestly should have bought another bottle of this.
can't
Ralph's
go
has
wrong with 50%.
this is. I didn't notice. I didn't even look at the.
What's Buffalo Trace?
It says it's 80 proof, so it's 40%.
40%, yeah.
So it's really smooth for a $13 bottle, even if it's under 16 bucks.
$13, really?
Yeah.
Blended whiskey, brother. Blended whiskey is normally pretty smooth, and that's dope.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to check that out. I'm always open to suggestions, so that's a new one I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, I'm totally down with whiskey at this point in my life, man.
3.5 hours into the stream, guys. It's 11:51, so I feel like when we get to midnight, we should take one more shot. Let's see. House of Tory says, does another 4 shots for everyone here. Son of a bitch, what are you drinking? Cheers. And all.
Shit.
What are you?
I feel like if you're taking 4 shots at once, and I'm not trying to put you down or anything, but like, are we talking like Mike's Hard or something? Like what you did? So I noticed that you said you'll take your Jack Daniels over beer. Did you just take 4 shots of Jack Daniels? Because if you did,
You're a trooper.
that's gonna be a good ass night, yo. Yeah,
I'm
she
gonna
said
go.
Jack Daniels, son of a bitch. So
Oh, big
hey,
4 shots of Jackies. You're
make
like
sure
me at 21, man.
have your Gatorade or Pedialyte ready,
Spring water, girl.
right?
Spring water.
Something with some
You're gonna have to drink a
electrolytes
lot
in
of
it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to drink a lot of
Yeah.
spring water. But if you do some Gatorade and shit, I
And
try and
that's
stay
like
away
coconut
from
water.
sugars. But that's why I drink spring water or alkaline water. You
Yeah.
won't feel shit tomorrow.
Yes,
No,
alkaline
try to
water.
down-
Balance your shit out.
Yeah.
That's really the worst thing about alcohol is that you get dehydrated, and if you're drinking sugary shit, it'll fuck with you. So if you
Damn,
drink
an
something that'll
alcoholic.
level it out, you won't get the spins when you're fucking or just
Waking
plain
up.
water, man. Just
Oh,
plain
that's
water
alkaline
will work.
water. He has alkaline water. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my gosh,
I'm gonna
drink
go.
that.
I'm gonna go drain my gizzard. I'll be right back.
Go for it, brother. No worries. My lady
Oh,
says
God.
shots. Well, we're gonna pour one more for midnight, and I'm thinking
For her.
we may actually check out not too long from now. We're coming up on 4 hours soon. I mean, we're already 3.5 in. I don't want to keep these guys up too late. It's always a pleasure to have them on. We want to make sure that we save some stuff for next week to talk about because this is our normal weekly thing. But yeah, it's always a pleasure. Thank you, Mrs. Clean Pump, for joining us.
Yes. Take a shot for her because she works very hard, and I understand where she's coming from. Working with at the facility where we specialize in dementia, it's very difficult. Extremely difficult.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I completely understand that. I had to get out. It just sucks though because you get so attached to your residents, and it's a difficult life. I was actually thinking about going back into it again, and I was like, you know what? No, maybe not. Maybe I need to be. I don't know, because I mean, it is a happy place, but the same things you go through every day, especially dealing with dementia. It's so hard because you see the same people, it's the same stories all the time, and it's like, oh, you don't remember me? It just gets really hard on you.
Working in mental health after a while starts to wear on your own mental health. And if you don't have certain ways to help you recover from it or just recharge your batteries, it's something that can really not just wear you down, but kind of fuck you up too. Like mental health is something that when you go into it, you really have to understand what you're getting yourself into, and you have to have a pretty strong mental disposition. And honestly, I feel like you have to have the right heart for it too. People that get into it and their heart's not in the right place, they're not going to last very long, and they're not going to take very good care of their residents.
Yeah, it made me think about my life and the toxic things surrounding me, and getting rid of all of that and being with people that you really want to take care of. And, it's so hard. It really is very hard.
Yeah, that job is.
Yeah, she's saying I really do have some battle scars from some residents. They sometimes get violent. Absolutely. And we were talking about that earlier, the disorientation, the the fear, like, you know, where the fuck am I? Who am I? Don't remember my name. Like, that's got to be some scary shit. And, you know, obviously you're trying to take care of them, but in the moment they may not understand that because they're so panicked. So it's a crazy job to have, and I don't think everybody really understands like how gnarly mental health can be. And, you know,
Yeah.
having
Yes.
been a part of it, I know that she's a part of it. She's at work right now. Mrs. Clean Pump, sounds like you were a part of it. It's a gnarly job. You definitely give a lot of yourself to the work, and I have a lot of respect and a lot of love for anybody that is currently in that industry because it's a lot. You give a lot.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many jobs are underpaid when it comes to
Yes,
shit
it
like
does.
this, man.
Yep.
It
Exactly.
amazes me how
Yep.
how these nurses and people like you and your lady, they're
Yeah.
working for fucking.
Pennies.
It's
Doesn't seem enough. It's not enough. It's never enough.
it doesn't make fucking sense, man.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make sense
brother.
when you put one of the fucking hardest jobs that there is. It's like they paid the people that would oversee them a lot more than the people that are hands on with these people at the facility.
The
And it
boots on
just
the ground.
it doesn't it makes no fucking sense to me, man. It makes no sense to me.
Just like teachers.
Yeah, same
Get paid
same
enough.
as teachers, you know. And it's like my sister is a teacher,
Yeah.
and they have to get so much schooling and get different degrees and pay for fucking schooling that it's like even if she makes the extra money, it just offsets the fucking debt of doing the schooling and getting the fucking degrees. It fucking boggles my fucking mind that there's not a different pay curve for them where it's like instead of their degrees that pays them their money, it's their results. Where it's like if their class is testing high in a percentage or if their students are obviously better kids or better students than when they first went in, they get a $40,000-$20,000 bonus at the end of the fucking year. You know, it's just certain jobs just seem so. It would seem like this would be a high paying job, and it's not.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And imagine those that work with special, like children with special needs.
Not to sound like
Hard.
a conspiracy theorist, brother, but there's no, like, for one, there's no entertainment value in what they do. You know, they're not a football player or basketball player, so because there's no entertainment value, that automatically cuts the amount of money that they would be eligible to make. But then also, if you really, really think about it, these are people that are taking care of people that society would rather forget about.
Yeah, that's a sad part.
And so
Yeah.
if you're taking care of people that are pretty much off the radar because people are trying to forget about them, it's easy to
Yep.
forget about those people too. And that's the
Yep.
really shitty thing is that, you know, we're at the end of the day, because we have all worked on the level in that same industry, we're doing our best to take care of these people because it doesn't matter if their families have forgot about them or not. They're still fucking human beings.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they deserve a level of care. So it's great. And that's why I say adopted family too, because it's crazy to be the only people in these people's lives, even including their own family, that really
Yeah.
give a shit
Sad part.
and just want them to be okay and be healthy. So it's there's a whole nother level of working in the mental health industry that, you know, I don't know if people appreciate unless they really work in it. And I have a lot of love for people that work in it currently. I've been there. I know what you're going through. And hey, much love for anybody that knows what it's like and anybody that has family that's in those facilities. You know what? Go visit them every now and then. You just go say hello, give them a fucking hug. Like, you don't even have to stay very long. Just go visit them. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
But other than that, we got my brother Mario. We got Mrs. Clean Pump. We're coming up on almost 4 hours, coming up on 3 hours, about 45 minutes.
Yeah,
It is currently midnight. We're about a minute over 12:01. So let's go ahead and pour that shot.
Ding.
We're gonna share ours. Yay! I still have my cherries to eat.
Tori says, "Preach it, Cynic. Much respect." Well, you know, it's one of those things where mental health, it gets overlooked, and there's a lot of it's an onion. There's a lot of levels and a lot of facets to it, because there's people that really need help. There's people that take advantage of the system, like we spend a little bit of time talking about. There's a lot of people under that umbrella. So at the end of the day, everybody needs help somehow. It's determining what kind of help they need and making sure they get the proper kind. And I pray for everybody that's in that industry. You know, much love to my brother Mario, Mrs. Clean Pump, for joining me. You guys are fucking awesome. Another Friday night. We bringing that Friday night funk.
24/7. So cheers. This one's to all the people who fucking help people that are forgotten.
Yes.
Even by their own fucking families.
Yes.
You're angels, and you deserve all the shots.
Yep.
All the shots.
All the shots.
A lot of them are vets.
My lady says, it makes me happy when the Alzheimer's and the dementia residents don't remember my name, but they see me so much and my face becomes familiar. They just light up with a smile when they see you.
Exactly.
And that's the crazy shit is people, I'm sure that there's been people in the mental health industry that wonder, am I making a difference? If you actually give a fuck and you're taking care of your residents, then yes, you are. And that's a perfect example. Is somebody might not even remember your name, but there's just this intrinsic, like, I like this person, I trust this person, because there's something in them, even if they can't remember you that day, their spirit remembers you, and there's something talking to them about how you take care of them. So it makes a difference. People remember that shit even if they don't actually remember that shit. My lady says, yay, shots. Yeah, she's always happy to see us pour up.
I love it.
That's the next thing that we got to do. We have to schedule. Hopefully, we get. So, babe, I don't know if you can request days off, but let's get a Friday free where we can get you overnight so that we can have you on camera here taking shots with us. That's I think something that we should make a goal for the future, not necessarily the near future, because you might need time to request the Friday, but let's make that a goal where we get you on some Friday night funk and you can join me and brother Mario and Mr. Clean Pump, and we can make it a double date.
Yeah.
Yes.
That or a Saturday night, whatever is easier.
Yeah.
Or okay, so they're open. They said Friday or Saturday. Let's do it. I think that would be a great night. She says my schedule will eventually line up where I get a free Friday. Well, that would be dope, babe, and we look forward to it because that would be awesome to be able to have you over for the night. We'll do dinner, and then we'll also be able to hop online with these two amazing folks and do a live stream. Hilia and Love says, House of Tory, cheers to you and the work you do. Can't wait to meet up, and let's toast together soon. Hey, that's what's up. Thank you for tuning in, fam. We got 6 homies in the chat. Coming up on 4 hours in the stream, we got my brother Mario and the missus just chilling with us, hanging out for another Friday. This is, that's not what I was going to say. That's just a burp. This is what we do every week on Friday. So tune in if you want to hang out and see what we got going on. Brother Mario, is there any Clean Pump news that you would like to share with us?
Yes. Finally, the homie Morgan with Slugworth, I gave him the go ahead to finalize all the the clean pump bases and stuff. So he's working on those. He's got 2 shop orders to do, but he's sliding me up in there. So I'm super fucking stoked to get those fucking going, and I'm I'm really excited to see what's gonna come from them, because I told him I wanted some fire and ice, and I told him I wanted some gold and silver fumed pieces, um, with some wigwams in there and stuff too. So I'm super stoked. He never lets me down, and
He makes
of
such
course,
clean work, brother. Absolutely.
yeah, man, I'm really stoked on those. They're coming up. So keep an eye out for those. Uh, other than that, I know that I got I'm thinking of making a run of some of either some soaking baskets, or I've contacted another company who does 3D printing, who makes a partitioned it's basically like a sealable Pyrex dish that has a partition in it, so you can put pearls in one section, and then they also have a section to dunk your um, your quartz bangers in. So they're called Banger Basket, and those guys are awesome, really sweet people. A new product
It's
that
like a
just kind of
cleaning
came out.
station.
Yeah, it's pretty much like a nice clean station that you can dunk your slurpers in. Again, if you've watched me and Cynic, we're not big slurper fans, but I try to make products that fucking covers
You got to support
everybody.
everybody. You got to support
Yeah,
everybody.
I try to support everybody. So if you're interested in those are coming up in about 4 to 6 weeks, hopefully. Um, so yeah, Banger Basket. Check them out on IG. I'll fucking post their at up on the um, on the chat, so you guys can see it, and then
Perfect.
also check out Slugworth as well. Also, on Instagram, I posted up a video. Um, there's a particular glass artist that's named his name is Michael, but his I just put up in the chat, but it's his name is M. Shea. He makes very particular tubing. It's kind of, if you've ever seen sand, what would you call those? There's like sand art where they layer
Like, man,
sand.
so guys, and brother Mario, if I might be able to jump in, the big thing. So we should start with this. M. Shea's daughter has a rare form of leukemia. And so
Yes.
right now there's a lot of fundraising going on that's trying to help support him just getting shit done to try and help his daughter who is dealing with this disease. And
Yep.
he's very well known for, if any of you guys have ever been to a local fair or a local carnival and you've been
Yeah.
to that booth that lets you make the sand bottles where you could fuck with it and make little designs in the sand, he makes glass color patterns that are very similar to that kind of look, like
Yeah.
different layers of color where it looks like somebody took a poker and like just did
Blending.
different stuff. And there's a lot. He makes really dope color patterns, and he actually
Yeah.
sells those. And
Yeah.
right now,
Lot.
there's my bad, brother Mario. Go ahead.
No. I keep forgetting I'm jumping into. But there's lots and lots of glass artists that fuck with his tubing. And again, he makes tubing and he makes rigs himself, but he sells a lot of his tubing to glass artists to make their particular style of art, because not if everyone knew how to make that tubing, you would see it everywhere, but it's
Yeah, it's
not.
not a common thing.
No, so he's a great person, great artist, and his if you're right now, Slugworth has an auction going on until Monday or Sunday, and he has a rig up for sale. So if you're not looking for a rig, it's okay. But if you want to share the content so that your friends and other people can get on it and and buy a rig for a very special cause. His like Mikey said, his daughter has a very rare form of leukemia, and so it would be awesome to be able to. Right now, I think the auction's up at 390. That the last time I checked, it was maybe at 4 p.m. today. So it's a incycler recycler rig that Morgan from Slugworth Glass happened to just say, "Hey, I'm putting this up. All the proceeds go to those medical bills." And again, we live in America, and if you know how bad medical bills can get, with especially with something like this rare form of leukemia that she has, it gets fucking ridiculous. So we're doing everything we can because most glass artists they don't have health insurance, man. There's no union. There's nothing.
No.
So it's a very
Independent.
special thing for us to get involved with. So I'm gonna be putting up a direct collab for the same thing as well, and hopefully we can get a good amount of people to get those pieces auctioned off so that we can send that money off to Michael and lift a little bit of burden off of his shoulders when it comes to the medical bills for his daughter.
It's a tough time right now for the whole
Yeah, man.
family. So, anything anybody can do to help really makes a difference. Everybody appreciates it. And, thank you guys. Thank you for, just listening to the message, because it's hard for any parent, I'm sure, to deal with something like that. That's got to be a whole nother fucking level of stress that he's dealing with right now. So just
Yeah, I
any,
can't imagine. I can't imagine.
bruh. Um, my lady says, yeah, sometimes I really want to take a break from the medical field, but to be honest, if I ever did, I would miss it too much. And not just that, I think that there's also, and that speaks to the kind of people that work in that industry. You feel bad almost for taking the time off, because it's like, who's going to take care of these people while I'm not here? And that's fucking crazy. That I don't know. I feel like a lot of times the mental health industry takes advantage of the fact that the kind of people that work those jobs, they feel like that, and they prey upon that. Like, we know that you feel bad for taking the time off, so we're going to make you feel even worse so that you don't take the time off. I feel like that
Yeah.
really happens.
Oh yeah, dude. 100%. It happens for sure.
Let's see. She says, you have to have a good heart to work in places like this. Well, I feel like you have to have a good heart to work well in places like that. There's plenty of people that they might have a degree in behavioral science or whatever, and they go into those places thinking that they know what they're doing, but they don't have a good heart, so they don't understand how to take care of people, and it gets all fucked up. So I absolutely believe that there is a particular type of person for that industry, and it's definitely a patient kind of person. It's the kind of person that's basically family oriented, because as much as they adopt you as their family because they don't have anyone else, one of the reasons why you take their care so seriously is because you kind of adopt them too. So it's a two-way street, and that's what I think makes people that work in that industry so amazing, is that there's a lot of adopted family that they take on, and depending on what industry you work in, you may end up losing people. God bless you, brother.
Thank
You
you.
may end up losing people that you think of very highly as your friend, or someone that you saw every day for the last year and a half, and now they pass away. Like, there's things that hit you really hard when you work in this industry, because
Yeah,
you may even try to avoid it, but the end result is, if you take your job seriously, you bond with the people that you take care of. That's
yeah,
just that's what happens.
yeah. It's emotionally and spiritually taxing.
Yeah.
I don't feel like they get enough credit, brother. I don't feel like they do.
No, not at all. Not at
So
all.
sad. You see them every day, and like their relatives won't even come by and see them every day.
It's a trip, fam. And the crazy, like, I've taken care of people that they're very well taken care of. If they ask for anything, there's money there to take care of it. But as far as they'll ask every day, hey, did my mom come in? Is she here to see me? Nah, she's the dog. She's never gonna come to see you. She's gonna pay for whatever the fuck you need. She's never gonna be here. And like, that's a heartbreaking thing as an employee to see like play out, because but you can't tell them that. And it's just like, I don't know. Again, we've been talking about it for a while, but it's just fuck, man. Working in mental health, that's a whole it's a whole different kind of animal. And
Yeah, man.
I give a lot of credit and a lot of respect to people that do work in that job. I've worked in it myself, and I definitely understand that it's not easy. So, cheers to everybody. We're coming up on 4 hours. I think that we might actually check out pretty soon, guys. So, we might as well take one more shot.
One more shot.
One more.
While we're taking this shiggity shot, speaking of crazy times in a crazy profession, I used to work in smoke shops. I used to help manage a lot of smoke shops out here in the San Fernando Valley. And the craziest story that I have comes from a particular friend I made when I was working at Captain Ed's smoke shop. His name was Ryan, and he's the dude that kind of busted me out of my fucking shell when I was working there, and made me more of a people person, because he is a really good dude.
Pork chop Ryan?
Yeah, pork chop Ryan. He's a jewelry maker. I don't know if he's still doing it now, but the craziest story that I have about that and that job was one day we were switching shifts, and I ended up staying his entire shift to kick it with him. At the end of that mid-afternoon, we ended up going to his house so that I could check out all these exotic animals that he had. He had some sugar gliders. He had a tortoise that was about, like, from what he told me, was about 60 years old. He had got it from family members, and he was a massive tortoise. But we ended up going there, and I knew this guy was in some shady stuff. We all were. Okay, we were working in the weed industry. All of us were selling shit on the side. Name it, acid, mushrooms, weed, whatever you could sell, nos, everything. We were all selling weird shit. So this day was no different than any other day. We ended up going back to his house, and he actually lived in a back house of another main house of another dude that we knew. And no one was in that front house, but we went to his back house. I got to meet his sugar gliders. I got to check out all this cool stuff. And in the middle of him teaching me how to make a resin cast out of plastic, we sat down, smoked a bowl, and this was the first time I had ever tried opium. And
oh my goodness.
we ended up smoking opium this weird fucking way. And I'm like just settling into this opium high, which if you've ever had opium, it's like, it's fucking opium. Like you feel like you're heavy as lead, but light as a feather at the same time. It's the weirdest feeling ever. It's like smoking the grandiose of all OGs, and doesn't taste like it. Believe me, it doesn't taste. It's like it's a weird, sweet taste. But after I'd done all this shit, knowing that I've done all this crazy shit, all of a sudden he gets a phone call, and he's like, after this phone call, I see his face like turn from like happy-go-lucky to like this serious face. And he turns to me and he says, dude, LAPD is outside, and I'm pretty sure they're about to raid this motherfucker. And I'm like, what? And again, first time smoking opium ever in my life. And I'm like, it's almost like someone hit a fucking sober switch on me, you know? And he's like, yeah, he's like, dude, my homie just called me. He said LAPD's outside of the house. I'm not going back to jail. That was the first words out of his mouth. I'm not going back to jail. He goes, I know you're in a shitty position. I know I put you in a shitty position, but I'm just telling you, I'm not going out like no bitch. And he walks into his fucking bathroom, starts pouring all this weed down his fucking toilet. I mean, pounds. We're trying to cram pounds down his toilet. And like, if you've ever seen Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, there's a point in the film where he's inside of this place, and you see all these soldiers, like their shadows outside of the fucking window, and that is what's happening, right? Like I see some shadows coming outside, like we're in the bathroom and there's shadows of police. We can hear the radio of these police officers, and he's like, things get even worse. He goes, Mario, I know, like I know you're like an innocent dude in this whole thing, but I'm not going out like no bitch. He hands me a fucking 9mm Glock, and he now has a revolver in his hand, and he's like, just get somewhere that's safe. They're gonna bust through the front door, my door, and shit's gonna go down. Like, if you don't want to shoot, then don't. You don't have to, but let's not go out like bitches. Again, we're high on opium, just as remind everybody. So me and him have crammed as many drugs down the toilet as we can. The toilet's plugged up. It's fucking overflowing.
This has now turned into a Grand Theft Auto mission.
No.
No longer just hanging out with your buddy. Like,
it turned into a Tarantino film. I was like, dude, I can't believe I'm about to go to fucking jail. This is so fucking gnarly. This is when I might die right now. Like, the cops are gonna come in and have a gun in hand. This is not how I thought Friday was gonna end. And sure enough, we're waiting. He's hiding behind a fucking couch, and I'm hiding in a corner. Like, I've built this thing up in my head of like, all right, fuck this. I ain't going out like no bitch. Like, I guess I'm a Wild Wild West motherfucker. And I'm like holding the gun, pointing it out the fucking front door. Again, we're hearing cops all around us. And all of a sudden, we hear the loudest bang in the world. Bang! Bang! Another bang goes off. And we're staring at the front door like,
they raided another spot.
No, like the door didn't move. Nothing's moving. And we're hearing all of this commotion like, get on the ground. Fucking get on the ground. And me and him are looking at each other like, are we this fucking high that this is how slow this is happening? Nothing is happening. Like, no one's coming through that fucking front door. Nothing is happening. And we look at each other, and we were frozen, dude. What felt like an eternity as we heard fucking like, obviously they threw a bang grenade in. They were fucking yelling. People were yelling, and no gunshots, nothing. But all of a sudden, me and him look at each other, what felt like an eternity, and we're like, what the fuck just happened? All of a sudden, he gets a phone call, and he has this look of relief on his face, and he hangs up his cell phone, and he's like, bruh, my bad. My neighbor thought they were going to raid my house, but they actually ended up raiding our next door neighbor. So we just threw away all these drugs for no apparent reason.
Killed the high, fucking flushed a gang of shit.
I've never been more sober in my fucking life. The reason we saw those cops next to his window is because the cops were fucking there. They were just using his backyard unbeknownst to us. They didn't know we were there. They just ended up climbing over his fence to get into the neighbor's yard, who evidently had been fucking cooking meth. His next door neighbor's cooking meth, And so they ended up busting the fucking doors down next door, and me and him walked outside high as fucking giraffe nuts, and we're sitting on his front lawn, the front yard, with his dog, sweating fucking buckets, and just looking at each other, going, "Dude, what the fuck just fucking happened, man?" It was one of the most intense, scariest moments in my entire fucking life. And that's when I knew, like, all right, I'm only fucking with weed. Because if I'm going
Chill,
down,
yeah, I'm chilling on the opium. We're good on that.
I'm not ever doing this shit
No
again.
mas. Like,
Never again. I'm never doing
my
this shit
man
again.
was sitting behind a table ready to dump on some car. I was like, hey, you know what? I guess I'm not going out like no bitch. And,
Like,
oh, man.
dude, I'm not. I'm just. I was so beside. Like, I cannot tell you how. Like, that's the closest thing. I was
Dude, that's
like,
gotta
I'm
be
getting
such a
high.
crazy, situation to be in, and you just took a hit of, like,
I just came to
you're
fucking
high
visit
as
some.
fuck.
Dude, I just came to visit some fucking sugar gliders, flying little miniature squirrels, and now all of a sudden I might have to fucking shoot my way out of this motherfucker. What is life? Why am I doing this? This is so fucking retarded. Like, I'm never and me and the homie, me and him. It was after that moment that my buddy Pork Chop was like, all right, dude, I gotta stop doing this shit. Like, I just put you in danger. Like, the shit's gotta change.
Maybe I need to chill the fuck out a little bit.
Yeah, like, dude, it was the most intense shit in my entire life. I'm like, that's the closest I'll ever get to fucking being in any drastic, serious, warlike situation where I'm like, all right, I guess I'm not going out like no bitch. I might have to shoot a fucking cop just to prove that when I get to jail after this shit, I'm not gonna get fucked in
About
the
that life,
booty hole.
homie.
Yeah, like, it was the worst shit ever, man. And it's still, even that entire fucking thing, that entire stress of my life, that's probably an iota of what people like your lady, people like you, people like my lady have gone through with people with dementia that have to go into work and deal with high stressful situations constantly, man. So
Dude,
that's just my little story.
catching that guy, like, about to follow that little girl home when I was rolling up on work, I consider that like my tour of duty. Like, if I didn't do anything good while I was working in mental health, I literally stopped a little girl from getting raped. So a guy could give a fuck about all the rest of the stuff. I did that. I feel pretty good about that. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'll chill on that laurel right there. Like, there's some like the people that you end up taking care of, brother, and the places that they put them in. Seriously, if you're taking care of those kind of people, they should be in a facility. They should be somewhere very dedicated to the care of those types of people. You should not take people that endanger the safety and well-being of children and put them in the middle of like a social situation where, so even like if it was in a neighborhood of houses, brother, I could actually understand that a little bit more than if they put them where they did, which was an apartment complex. An apartment complex is going to have twice as many people as a regular neighborhood. So it was one of those things that boggled my mind, because it's like, you you people have these guys' medical history. You know
Yeah.
exactly not just what they've done, but what they're capable of, and you chose to put them here. Like, what the fuck? So it's
Yeah.
just it's crazy. All right. Thank you guys for putting up with me this far. And as far as the comments are going, it's talking a lot about the haunted house stuff. Or no, I shouldn't say that, the ghost town stuff, because haunted house is very different from a ghost town. Our
Yes.
plan is to visit legitimate ghost towns and places that are fucking haunted. And I am looking forward to that, because I wouldn't call myself a ghost hunter, but I definitely believe in the spiritual / supernatural and I think that stuff is for real. So I started out as a joke. I wanted to let Deacon pee on a building in every legitimate ghost town in California. And it turned into a thing where my lady was like, I actually want to go visit ghost town. So we're going to make this a thing. Me and my lady, Brother Mario, Mrs. Clean Pump, we're gonna make the endeavor where there's
I'm
gonna
gonna
be
be there with
videos,
holy water, just
right?
fucking with the two spray bottles full of holy water, just waiting for a motherfucking demon to come out.
You need to put the holy water in like guns or like those plastic.
I got some from a mission right here in Arizona, brother.
Oh
So
my gosh.
this is old, and
That's the real stuff.
I got this when I was like 10 years old on a mission trip that we went to with my family. So hey, if I need to, we'll bring it. Like we'll be prepared. We'll be prepared.
I'm bringing spray bottles full. Just call me.
Oh, for sure.
I'm gonna be like a fucking RoboCop with that shit. I'm gonna hear a noise and just be like,
oh my god!
Get behind me!
Spray first, ask questions later.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I'll be fucking just going off with that shit.
Oh gosh! Oh no! What are they gonna do?
Paulo says, as long as Jesus is in your heart, and that's the problem, is after we leave all these places, they're not going to be haunted because I'm going to clear them the fuck out. I will exorcise every single ghost town. If we actually run into something, be gone, demon. That shit is done. Shit is done. All right.
And if that doesn't work, I'm going to be like,
right?
You want these knuckles, demon?
Holy knuckles right here. Holy knuckles.
Down your throat.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna have to watch. What's that movie?
That's got to be. We'll make at least one of them a live stream.
Oh yeah, man.
No.
See, my lady says, no, let me play with the ghosts before you be gone with them. Trying to play with ghosts and shit. Of course she would say that. All right, I gotta grab one more soda. We're gonna take another shot, and then we'll probably check out for the night. Thank you guys so much for joining me, Brother Mario, Mrs. Clean Pump. Always a pleasure to see you guys, and we will definitely do it again next week. But yeah, I'm gonna go grab myself a soda. We'll pour another shot.
Yay.
Absolutely. I will give you a chance to talk to the demon. And then after that, I'm going. What's the name of that movie again?
Which one, babe?
The one with Keanu Reeves.
John Wick?
No.
Constantine.
I'm gonna go all Constantine on them demons.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I'm gonna do.
My goodness.
I'm gonna go Constantine on that ass.
Oh my god.
So
really?
the demons will be like, and you'll be like, this is really cool. Maybe catch a couple flicks. Maybe let your hair furl up. I have no idea. And then I'm going to walk in with the holy water machine gun and Constantine the shit out of those demons.
Oh, my goodness.
Constantine is a great movie.
That's the movie he really wants to redo, believe it or not. Keanu Reeves said a movie he would want to do a part 2 of would be Constantine, which is crazy. And it's crazy because if you listen to the exorcism that they do in the beginning, it's actually in the Philippines. They're speaking Filipino and everything. I'm like, oh crap. Yeah, that stuff's really legit over there.
Well, so the crazy thing is, Mrs. Clean Pump, the U.S. doesn't publicize, and I shouldn't say publicize, but they don't really talk about the supernatural very much in the news and whatnot. But if you go to any other country in the world, if they have a UFO sighting or if there's some paranormal shit, they'll talk about it in the mainstream news. So I don't know what it is about America, but I liken it to the conspiracy theory thing that we're more of a business than we are a country. They don't want you to focus on the fact that there's another layer to reality. They want you to be focused on here, just worry about the next Chick-fil-A sandwich, and that's all you need to be concerned with. And I feel like that's a very heavy mindset here in the United States, whereas any other country, they're a little bit more open to the idea of recognizing the supernatural in the world.
Yeah, for Catholics, it's insane. In the
Woo!
Philippines, they believe in that stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, everywhere else, But they're bringing out aliens and stuff too. So I mean, it's just gonna be another natural thing going on, right?
Oh yeah. I swear to
Little by
God,
little.
I'm bringing a backpack full of fucking holy water with the super soaker. I don't give.
He's
a
gonna have
shit.
crosses and everything.
I'm bringing Palo Santo.
I told her I was gonna bring sage to burn.
I'm gonna go to the closest fucking
Oh jeez.
legitimate
Oh, these guys.
Catholic priest, and I'm ripping a sheet of his fucking robe just to burn in case.
Mm-hmm. Why do I see me and Marina being in the front and you guys being behind us? What's up with that? What is that?
That's definitely a thought, Mrs. Clean Pump. My lady says, "Oh yeah, I done said on the first of the year, aliens are coming this year." But here's the thing: a lot of this is material on conspiracy theories and the supernatural and kind of what's going on in the world. So I kind of feel like I might even be in front of you two. You never know, because
that's my luck. I can't win the fucking lottery, but a demon showing up when I fucking decide to walk my little ass into the room. It's happening. Like, I already know it's happening.
Yeah, we'll send them right back to where they were coming from, brother.
Yeah.
Oh jeez.
I'm bringing mirrors and shit.
Oh no mirrors. I'm
gonna watch Constantine on replay.
Oh jeez, no, don't, no.
We gotta study.
Oh gee whiz, yeah. There's a really good book called Behold a Pale Horse, and it's back in the '90s, but it shows a lot about aliens and everything else. No! Oh my gosh, what? No,
You mean that book? You don't mean the book that has a list of the Trilateral Commission and how everything is interwoven and connected and just in one big web? You don't mean that book, do you?
OMG. Okay. Proud of you. I cannot believe you have
can't find that fucking thing.
Yeah, you can't. And wow, that is a really big surprise. Whoa, you just totally wow. Actually speechless because I can't believe you have the actual whoa.
I might just start smoking cigarettes.
I
don't know.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe you have
and that's it. The thing is that there's, people need to understand that doing research is a key thing. Like it's one thing to absorb all of the little sound bites and whatnot that you might see on social media, but to turn a page and to actually read the source material and find out the where that stuff came from, it's a big deal. And being able to be that informed about the arguments that you have, and not just when someone asks you about it, all you have is the sound bites and, oh, this is the article that I read on Instagram. Like, no, like, be able to say that I read this book. Like, this is the chapter that I remember this talking about. Like, you know what? Stuff like that does make a difference. It helps you learn things on a different level. And even, okay, so let's say that it's hard for you to read a book. There's a lot of stuff that's in audiobook form. So listen to someone tell it to you. Depending on how you absorb the information, it's very possible that there's a way that information has been presented. But all I'll say about that is, yes, as a conspiracy theorist, I am very much about all that kind of shit. So and also a book collector. I feel like it's good to hoard knowledge while we can, because there's already a list of books that are illegal, or not illegal, but are banned from schools. So
Yeah.
the fact that we're banning books from schools and just old
Yeah.
stuff like Catcher in the Rye, Fahrenheit 451, 1984, which oddly enough, most of the books that are banned from schools are books that talk about a dystopian future where there's a totalitarian society that is controlling citizens in a way that isn't really fair. A lot of the books that aren't allowed to be read in schools nowadays have to do with shit like that, which I think is kind of strange. So I'm almost kind of proud to be an owner of books that you aren't allowed to read in schools. And all I'm going to say is read books while you still can, because I'm not trying to sound dumb or anything, but we might actually come to a point in time where books are kind of hard to find.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's the real truth.
Oh, yeah.
I am really shocked right now. You totally blew my mind at this point.
Oh,
Do
this
you
is
know he's having a
so
freak accident?
tomorrow I'll send you a video of the bookshelves a little bit closer up so you can see individually the books that I have, because I think that we'll bond based on reading material. I think we have a lot in common based on that. You'll probably be surprised on what's in my collection.
Oh my gosh!
Like, do you know who Malachi Martin is?
No.
Sounds Irish.
Famous Jesuit that left the institution and ended up writing a couple of books. One called The Jesuits, which outlined that whole order and how gnarly it is, but also another one called Hostage to the Devil, where he outlined and looked at, I think it was either 4 or 5 different cases of demonic possession, and really went into detail about what people experience, the difference between, because a lot of people think that possession really nowadays is more like mental illness and psychological delusion, but there is actually a level to that where there are people that are plagued by supernatural causes, and it's not just something that they make up in their head. And there's like one of the craziest stories that I've ever read was from this book called Exo Vaticana that was written by this guy named Thomas Horn. He's this dude that looks into a lot of esoteric supernatural stuff. And there's this document, and the crazy thing is it's out in Thailand. There's a documented case of a prostitute who was brought into jail, and while she was in jail, she kept complaining to the bailiff that during the night there were these things that would come and harass her and bite her. And they didn't believe her at first, and they decided to do kind of like a clinical test. So they, with her permission, they strapped her down to a table and they kind of put her arms out at length so that she wouldn't be able to do anything to them. And they had the warden of the jail, they had medical staff, there was a couple of different observers there. And when she went into a panic and started telling them that these entities were there, they were wondering what was going on. And the way that they were described is there were 2 very different entities. There was one kind of taller one that was very hairy and looked like he was wearing kind of like a black robe. And there was another one that was short, almost kind of like Mike Wazowski shape, like very rotund, but super duper short, also kind of hairy and kind of ugly. And what they would do specifically is they would get into her cell at night and they would bite her. So as she was, panicking and talking about how these entities were around her and how she could see them, they were observing her, and they noticed that as she was saying that she was being bitten and whatnot, teeth marks and saliva were appearing on her arms and the different places where she was saying she was being bit. And it would be one thing if it was just like hearsay, but we're talking about documented medical staff are there, like fucking police staff are there. This is, I don't know how, like, you would have a hard time really arguing with that. And there's some really weird real shit out there that you you got to be careful what you get yourself involved in, because again, this was a prostitute out in Thailand, and I don't want to, you know, nothing but prayers going out to her, but I imagine that her lifestyle is probably kind of rough, and that she got involved in some kind of gnarly shit, and there were things that attached themselves to her during, you know, her lifetime, and the things that she kind of went through. And there's, you got to be careful, guys. You got to be careful, because you never know what's attaching itself to you based on the stuff that you're doing. And the best example that I could ever use, and guys, I'm sorry, because I know that I'm talking a lot here, but as a conspiracy theorist, one of the things that I've actually researched is a religious belief, and that would be yoga. One of the crazy things about yoga is that if you break it down to the etymology, which is the root of the word, yoga means to yoke. So in the old biblical sense, when you yoke yourself to something, when we put a yoke on an ox, that's that big old fucking wooden thing that they use to tow the plow with. When you yoke yourself to something, you attach yourself to it. And yoga, whether people want to admit it or not, is a religious practice. And every different pose is actually a religious stance that you take in worship to a different god. Because Hinduism is I don't know how you would say it, but polytheistic. So they believe in literally millions of different gods, and every yoga stance that you take is a worship stance to a different god. So with every different yoga stance, you are yoking yourself and or attaching yourself to these different gods. And what's crazy is that if you really do the research into like Kundalini yoga and all that kind of stuff, the masters, the higher ups will always warn the people coming into it. When you start doing this shit, you have to be careful, because there's going to be things that start happening. Like, you might do things uncontrollably. After you start meditating and doing the Kundalini routines, you might break out into yoga stances uncontrollably. You might break out into stances that normally wouldn't be achievable by normal human means. You might start doing things that are associated with the gods. Let's say that there's a god that's associated with dogs. You might start barking one day, and you might not understand why. These are things that yoga masters will warn their students about. And this is like real shit that you have to be prepared for. And a lot of times people don't really think about it. But the thing is, spiritual baggage is real, whether you want to accept it or not. And there's another layer to this world that we're living in besides just this shit that we can see and feel and hear. So you just got to be careful, guys. You got to be careful in everything you do. We got one more shot to take for tonight. I am down to listen to any thoughts on what I had to say, because I know I've been talking for a little bit, and I really value your guys' opinion on stuff. But yeah, feel free to let me know what you thought. But until then, let's go ahead and drink this whiskey.
From the top.
Love you guys to death. Always glad to have the company. Looking forward to doing it next week. I'm gonna have to start thinking of stuff to talk about so that we have like some talking points we can touch on.
There's so many.
There really are, right? So it would be good if we had a couple that we could just kind of narrow down. But there are. They're just man. But yeah, let me know what you guys thought, or what you guys think about that. I would love to hear your thoughts, and even the chat. So we got 7 homies in the chat. Would love to know what you guys think about what I just said. If you agree or disagree, hey, we welcome all opinions here. Cheers, everybody. Brother Mario drinking it straight out the bottle like a G.
Shots.
That's exactly what my lady's saying. She's saying shot. Hey, she's about it, man.
Let the spirit enter.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah, it is a spirit. Woo!
But okay, so Mrs. Clean Pump, in your research of the paranormal, have you ever come across anything like that regarding yoga or like?
Yeah. and I was using. I was always scared of that because of at the same time in meditation using binaural beats and
Yes.
sound waves and stuff like that when I was
The
sleeping.
high end of 40 hertz.
Yeah, and it was really scary. That was when we first met because I remember that, and
Because it's a
it got
giant web, miss. That just bleeds into transcendental meditation,
yeah.
which bleeds into Eastern mythology so it's all this one big web, and people want to say that it's separate, or you can do this thing and do this other thing and be fine, but it's all
It's together.
connected.
It's all connected. It really is, and it is kind of scary too because I mean I don't know what it is. I hope I don't channel that type of uh but it's scary though because I don't know because of every house I've ever been in was haunted, and then when I met him I was in meditative state. I would meditate every day, and then it got to the point where I'm listening to the brain waves and everything, and I'm, oh god, you can bring something in, and it scared the hell out of me that I never did it anymore after that. And this is when we were dating, and we were actually in this house but in a different room, and i stopped I stopped doing that with the brain waves and meditation at night with the brain waves. I Because of the different megahertz, you just don't know what you can channel, and it's so trippy because I'm a skeptic of that. I'm a skeptic of all of it until it happens to you. Then you know this shit's for real, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna let this go. I'm not gonna do this anymore, and yeah, I'm gonna focus on other things because it can. I don't know. Like I said, past experiences, things can follow you.
And I absolutely agree, Mrs. Clean Pump. I would just say that there's ways to explore our spirituality without being dangerous, because like when I that's not what I was going to say, that's just a burp. When I started doing research into like meditation, hardcore meditation, what
Yes.
the message that I got is meditation at its core is me really, really trying to lower any kind of defense that I might have, any kind of sensory awareness that I might have, and make myself a receptacle for
Yeah.
any kind of message that might be incoming from the universe. And the problem with
Yeah.
that is making my like and this is something that I've just, and not everybody's going to agree with this. This is something that I've come to after researching not just esoteric stuff, but the Bible as well. Doing something like that is bringing down defenses that, if you believe in it, God has given us literally to defend against that kind of shit specifically. So when let's say you meditate and you empty out your consciousness of any kind of thought, you're also lowering any kind of defense that you might have against an incoming attack. And in so doing, whatever message you might receive, you don't know whether it's good or bad, because
No.
you gave up that defense, and you're leaving yourself open for whatever's going to come in. And if you guys don't believe that's what meditation is, I highly recommend that you just Google it. Just look up what the definition of meditation is, because what it is emptying out whatever's in your consciousness and literally being a vessel and a receptacle for any open message that the universe is going to send your way. You're literally trying to quiet down as much of yourself as possible so that you can hear what any incoming message, not just what the universe has to say. That's kind of broad. Any incoming message, whether
Yep.
it's from a spirit, whether it's actually from the universe, it doesn't matter. You're making yourself available to literally anything Anything
Yeah.
can talk to you, and that
Yeah.
is dangerous. That is
Yeah.
dangerous because at that point we're fucking with natures and intelligences that have been around longer than we have. Like
Yeah.
there's a reason, and Mrs. Clean Pump, if at any point, and Brother Mario, you too, and people in the chat, you guys too, if at any point you guys don't agree with what I'm talking about, then just let me know, throw it in the chat. I'm totally cool with that. I'm totally cool with opposing views. But let's just say for a moment that the Bible is true. That would mean that most of the ghosts and the things that people talk to when they, let's say, go visit a medium, they're not actually the ghosts of the dead relatives. What they are is demons.
Yeah.
Demons that have been watching you and your
Yeah.
family for longer than you could even imagine. Because the thing is, there are there are things in this world that have been cursed with eternal life. And the reason why I say cursed is because let's just say that you were completely miserable and you wanted to rest, but you couldn't die. That's exactly the situation that these motherfuckers are in. So because they have literally all the time in the world, what they do is they watch and they study us. And the crazy thing is they get to know us better than we know each other. So
Mhm.
there's a reason why when you go visit that psychic medium and she tells you, "Oh, grandma put the money here." You know what? That demon has been watching grandma for so fucking long. They know a lot more about grandma than that. They can
Yeah.
imitate how grandma sounds, how grandma looks. They
Yep.
know where grandma put the money. They know what grandma did when she was fucking 13 years old, 16 years old. They know about the infidelity during the marriage, and they know everything because they've been watching us because they have the time. So all I'm
Wow.
going to say is you got to be really careful with spiritual influences and stuff that you let in and stuff that you listen to, because the the definition of demon is wise one. When the Greeks coined the name demon, it was because whatever it was that they were talking about was very, very smart. So these things, whatever they are, they're extremely intelligent.
Yep.
And all I'm going to say is let's just say that, like, I'm sure we got 7 people in the chat. You guys have watched fiction movies at some point. Like there's a movie that you guys have seen that has some kind of timeless, ageless intelligence that's just bad. That's exactly what these things are. They've been
Yep.
around as long as humankind has, and they've had the time to study us and watch us and look at the way that we do things, and they know us better than we know ourselves, which is why all of their arguments are so fucking convincing. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna shut up now because I've been talking for a while. But all I'm gonna say is just be careful, guys. Just be careful with the stuff that you deal with because you may not
Oh yeah.
necessarily understand it, and it's dangerous. You got to be careful.
Yeah. It is, and they always come to you and children because you're vulnerable at that time. And I swear, it always comes to me
The
as
earlier
a
the
little
better.
kid, something you want to hear, but then it ends up scratching you and calling your phone. Dude, oh man, it's some creepy shit. Some really creepy shit. It's just for real. And let me tell you, I was a skeptic. I don't believe in that crap until it happened to me. And then I started to believe because I was like, no, this is stupid. This is ridiculous. I'm just drunk or whatever.
Yeah.
No, and there are many times when I was not drunk. It was on a weekday, and dude, it always
You start
comes
to
in
feel
like
crazy.
little
Like, dude, what the
kids.
fuck? Like,
Yeah, it's so trippy. Like I was like, no, this can't be real. And then I had a roommate. She was like, did you hear that? And then the stuff would happen to us. And no, that stuff's for real. And I believe in demons. And I like I said, I'm a really big skeptic until proven wrong. And sadly, I'm stubborn as f, stubborn as fuck. So it's had to happen more than like fucking 6, 7 times until I actually moved into a townhome that was really haunted, and I had there was a demon. I even have pictures of the talons and everything that was on. It's so crazy. I can't even, because it sounds like I'm a nut. I'm a nutcase. But I have pictures. I have voicemail. I have the scratches that it scratched me and everything. We didn't have a TV. I mean, it was just me and my roommate. Yeah, that stuff is scary, and you think it's not real. Like
That's why I
said.
won't watch fucking.
No, he doesn't.
I won't watch
He
ghost
won't.
shit on the television.
No,
I'm
he
like,
won't.
I'm not trying to invite these motherfuckers into my house.
Honestly,
You go
brother,
fuck
when it comes to like
I
the
would-
movies and shit, like all the paranormals and like the Conjuring or the Taking of blah 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 blah, like I don't watch that shit in my house. If somebody wants to watch it in their house or whatever, I might, like, but as far as like watching it in my own personal space, I don't even fuck with it. And
Yeah.
there's something to be said about that, brother. Like I don't know, there's spirits that go along with certain stuff, and you have to be careful about inviting things into your own home because
Yep.
they will attach themselves to you. That's real
Yeah.
shit. And
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
like, most of you guys think television is a fucking weird thing, but television. Tell a vision. Anytime she wants to watch like Ghost Adventures or these like, especially Ghost Adventures, because they'll be reading certain scriptures and shit to be inviting shit in, and I'm like, they can bleep it out all they want, man. Like there's just shit that I'm like, no.
I love
no Ouija
love,
boards.
brother, that you get into the language of it because that's real shit. Like news, broadcasting, you're casting a spell over a super broad area, like
Yeah.
most of the United States. Like that's real shit. Word magic is a real thing, and the way that people use our language to influence things and to twist certain stuff, like that exists. It's a real thing, and it happens.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm like.
It really does happen.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I can't let this. Like, and it does seem weird, but if it's a natural instinct in you, especially, I always try and listen to my fucking instinct. That's why most of the time when I'm like, I get a bad vibe off a person, I'm like, there's a reason.
Yeah, I get
There's
vibes
a reason
too.
that my gut is telling me that you're full of fucking shit.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So I like.
It's really good.
I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt, but from jump, if I'm like, you're not adding up, man. You're
It's just vibes. I get vibes.
And honestly, we have to be better stewards of listening to our gut, because I feel like we ignore that a lot of times, and it gets us in trouble. Like our gut is never trying to steer us wrong, but there's a lot of times where we might suppress that and be like, you know what, I'm just being crazy right now. Like that's not. We have to listen to that shit a little bit more and be like, you know, there's a reason why I feel like this. I'm going with that.
Yeah, there's some people that are more intuitive to it and some that are not, which is good, you know. And like I said, you're a skeptic until that shit happens to you.
Yeah.
And that's some freaky shit.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
It's crazy because I'm like, nah, that didn't really. Did I just hear that? Hold on. Yeah. No. Because
So,
then you're going
Mrs.
to think.
Clean Pump, what I'm going to work on is next week, I'm going to try and get my grandma in the chat because I want her to tell some of the stories that have to do with our family, because that I like, as far as like you and me have stuff in common, I think that you would understand that on a big level, because like my grandfather that I'm related to by blood, this is actually his ashes right here. There was something that followed him around his whole life while he was an adult, and every single house that he lived in, everybody that stayed there, including himself, they had experiences, and there were things like, if you went to go stay at my grandpa's house, you just accepted that there was probably some weird shit that was going to happen. Like it just became like a regular thing. So I don't think people understand the level to which the supernatural can touch their family. And I think that there's honestly a level that people kind of take for granted because they hear these things their whole life and they're like, that's just the story that Thea whatever told, and that's not actually real, but it was.
Yeah.
They actually, that shit was real, and they were trying to tell you about it. You just didn't fucking believe them. And I feel, I don't know, I feel weird, but I feel blessed to have come from an era where I'm not so far removed from that generation where I actually experienced a little bit of it myself, and I know, like, I understand it, and I can see where they're coming from. But there's going to be a generation where we're going to tell stories to them and they're going to be like, so that thing didn't come through an iPad? I don't fucking get it. Like what? Like what?
Right.
And I feel bad for them. Like we're
Ignorant.
I don't know, we're losing stuff through the generations, and you could definitely tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Like a lot
real.
of people like to explain away spirituality and spiritual things that happen to them because it's easier to just
justify it like that.
justify it
Get
through
rid of it.
like, well, it's science, it's probably
Not
like some
believe it.
weird thing, it's this and that. And because it's easier to just ignore it, it's easier to just write it off as something else so that your mind can ease itself into
Out of sight,
some,
out of mind, brother. It's just
Yeah.
this weird thing. It's not actually real. That's just it was my eyes fucking with me. It's so much easier to do that than to try and tackle what actually happened to you.
oh
Exactly. I feel the same way too.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I feel the same way too because, like I said, I was a skeptic until I'm like, yeah, you're just fucking crazy. Oh, that was a draft. That's stupid. It's science. Oh, this happened here and this happened there until it happened to me, and it happened to him too in his old house. So, and it was to somebody else, Amber. Yeah, like so. It's like I think we discussed that in the last sesh, but yeah, that's just fucking for real. Like I said, sadly, I'm stubborn and I'm a skeptic. But until it happens to you, and then you doubt yourself, but you're not crazy. You're not fucking crazy.
No.
You're not crazy.
Yeah, my mom is weird and tuned with weird shit.
Same with my mom.
When I lived in the house I grew up in, we had a next door neighbor that lived across the street from us who he was really into drugs. And he had been doing drugs for such a long fucking time that
It might as well be possession.
decades and decades of this shit. The night that dude OD'd, my mom already knew that he had OD'd before.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's another generation. My grandma, when she was a kid, she used to have dreams about people dying, and 2-3 days later, they would be dead. There's something about we're losing that generation through generation. We're losing that, but there's something about the older generations where they're connected to that a little bit more, and they I don't know. It's just honest. If I can be honest with you guys, it's this theory that I have that I believe in the Bible. I believe that we came from an original couple, Adam and Eve. So if we're taking it from that logic, that means that Adam and Eve were perfect human beings. They were basically the perfect blueprint of what a human being could be until sin entered the picture and they were corrupted. So they were the perfect blueprint. If we're talking about that shit being true, then we are the product of that first couple. And if that's true, that means that we are probably like the 6th, 7th billionth copy off of that shit. And what I learned from Fight Club is that when you copy a copy, it gets dimmer and dimmer. So there's this lie that we've been sold throughout time that says, as far as evolution goes, we're getting better. But if you really look at it as far as a genetic thing and reality goes, if we are a copy of the first copy, and we're this far down the line, you wouldn't even be able to recognize the original by this point.
Yeah.
We're so far removed from the original at this point that you wouldn't they would look like two different things. You wouldn't even be able to tell that the thing that's over here is the original over here. And we've been sold this bill of goods that's telling us that not only is it the same thing, but we're getting better. And I don't know, I just as someone that I consider myself a conspiracy theorist, and I consider myself semi religious. And after the research that I've done and the things that I've looked into, this is what I've found, and I find it hard to find a counter argument to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why our buttholes are getting closer to our taints.
And so what I see, Brother Mario, as a counter argument to what I'm talking about is transhumanism.
Yeah.
People would like to say that we have actually reached our evolutionary apex, and now in order to get better, we can no longer do it naturally. We have to do it artificially. So that's where I feel like the lie is really coming into play. Is now we're getting to a point where they're telling us that being human isn't even good enough. We need to incorporate other shit to be better, because there's actually an evolution that's coming past what we are. And it's like, well, if that's true, then I'm pretty sure that's going to happen naturally, and we don't need to worry about that. But I don't know, I feel like we're being sold a bill of goods that isn't, it's kind of dangerous. And I don't know if I don't know if I've talked about this with you guys on stream, but there's even a model of the perfect human being that the BBC put out. And it looks like a fucking avatar, like from the movie. It doesn't look like an actual human, because what they envision the perfect human being looking like, first of all, it's asexual. It has a marsupial pouch where it can carry the young, whether it's a male or female. It has legs like a dog. And Brother Mario, this is something that they put in a museum. They spent millions of dollars on it to make a model of it, and then they put it in a museum. So this is actually, I wouldn't say it's their idea of what is, it's their goal of what should be. And that scares me.
Yeah, man. Like, we keep saying that we only use like a certain percentage of our brains.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so instead of trying to unlock the rest of it, we're just like, well, computers, bro. Like,
right?
Hold on.
That's the way to go.
The human is one of the most complex things that's ever existed. We're the supposedly the apex predator of everything on Earth. How are we not naturally trying to tap into our potential naturally, instead of being like, okay, we're gonna put a chip in our brain, and that's how we're like the whole movie AI, how they end up realizing that
the movie's messed up.
we end up being the aliens that we think are visiting us, and we're just like super advanced robots that realize that we can't live forever, so we ended up becoming these robots that live forever. Like, it is the weirdest fucking thing to me that we don't understand that we are a mechanism ourselves, that we're built off electricity. We started from a spark of light. When a sperm reaches an egg and inception happens, there's actual light that comes from that shit. Like, we're more.
The thing is, brother, people want there to be something else, but the end all be all is that we are the most complex organic machine that you will find in the universe. There is nothing more complex than a human body. Like, with all of the ligaments and the tendons and the fucking nerve endings and bacteria and organs with specialized functions, there is no fucking way that will have originated out of chance or out of, how do you want to say it? Survival of the fittest. Like there's no chance. Yeah, there's no chance in that. It's designed. It was designed. And you can try and argue around it all you want, but it's not just us, it's the rest of this motherfucker too. All the animals, all the systems, because that's the weird thing. There's a lot of systems that are built very independently that don't make sense unless they were designed to do that. And one of the greatest examples that I could use is Indians and buffaloes. Buffaloes, as big as they fucking are, they only have one lung. And the crazy thing about that is, for some fucking reason, Indian tribes understood that all you had to do was get a lung shot on a buffalo and you could feed the entire fucking tribe. So it was almost like they were designed for each other, because the Indian tribes also understood that you couldn't overhunt them and that it was a symbiotic relationship and that you had to keep the buffalo around or else you weren't going to have any next season. So they only hunted as much as they needed, but it was something where if they didn't know that about the buffalo, they probably wouldn't have been able to survive as a people. And the weird thing is that the buffalo almost seemingly was designed that way, because there's no other mammal, especially a large mammal like that is built that way. So there's crazy shit out there that's hard to deny once you actually get into like the science of stuff and the way that the world is. You can look at the world however you want, but when you actually break down the science and the design of how things come together, it's hard to deny certain truths. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not even going to say anything particular. I'm just going to say that.
You can talk to plenty of scientists who are leaders in their field, and some of them are like, "You believe in God?" And they'll explain to you why they do. And when they give a timeline of the universe, that itself makes people believe more that there's a God, because again, most people say, "Oh, there's a big bang and everything just kind of came to be." But when you ask a person who studies the universe, like not just Earth, but like everything, the nothing that you think you're looking at when you look out into a black sky and it's just all black, or when you get beyond our ozone layer, hemisphere, and into the fucking universe, and it's just nothing. You think it's nothing. It's just this black mass holding us all together. These guys, these scientists, when they put it into a fucking timeline, they say there's a scope of when it begins.
Is that the Big Bang?
Yeah, necessarily the Big Bang, but they say, well,
that's the thing, brother.
Had to start this.
It absolutely happened. The thing is what you believe started it. Because if you're of the scientific camp and you just believe in the Big Bang, then what you believe is that for the longest time there was nothing. And then one day nothing exploded and created everything. That's literally the argument. But if you believe in a biblical sense of creation, then it's right in the Bible. God said one day, "Let there be light," and the universe began. And that's one thing that I think was crazy, that scientists were actually willing to admit. They understand that the universe had a beginning and it's not eternal. So they also understand that it's going somewhere and it also has an end.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I totally believe
that. Everything in life points to the fact that everything ends.
It's directed, brother. We're all going somewhere.
Yeah.
Give you life, give you death.
Yeah.
I totally believe in this.
Yeah.
That is so crazy.
It's a nutty thing to just sit and think about all the time. It's
just
brother,
and that's the thing. I'm going to talk to my grandma about it this week. This coming week, we're gonna have her on the stream on Friday, and we're gonna talk about some ghost stories and some old school shit, because every family has an element of which they're involved in this stuff, but like I have great grandparents that made pacts with the devil, and there's like spell books that were hidden in houses and stuff like that. So there's there's levels to this shit, and it goes deep, and people may not even want to admit it, but you know, it doesn't matter whether or not you've used a Ouija board or not. If your great grandparents made a deal with the devil, there might be some shit that follows you around that you may not necessarily be aware of. So that's real shit. You have to, you know, understanding your family history, where you came from, the kind of stuff that your loved ones were involved in. It's not a bad idea. And you know, it's
No.
just it helps just so you know what to pray for and what to look out for if you have that kind of inclination. We got little Moses. He's like, "What you eating, Dad?" I see that, that
Mama,
shit. What you putting in your mouth? You putting something in your mouth?
Oh
I see
my
it.
god.
I already gave you cheese, motherfucker.
Like I want to see.
You
That is
floss
so
your
cute.
teeth? You want me to floss your teeth?
Say hi, Bubba.
No, yeah, if you do a deep dive on the spiritual aspects of both sides of your family, from your mother and your father, like on my mother's side, my mom's like a super sweet person, but her brothers, all her brothers, most of her brothers were fucking really evil fucking people, man. And then
Baggage.
and my father's side, like most of his brothers are good people, but some of them are fucking trash, man. Like some of them are so trash and hide behind, like, oh, he's a decent guy, like, oh, you know, but trash, man, trash. So it's, you gotta know history of your family. You gotta know a lot of stuff about it. That's something I'm definitely trying to learn more about as I get older, because it has a lot present.
Brother, I get conflicting stories from my own family. My mom tells me that my grandma, when I was younger, because I was raised by my grandma, my mom tells me that at some point in the very early years of my life, my grandma and my great grandma, who my great grandma, she was a crazy fucking bitch and she was into some weird shit. Apparently, they took me out to Arizona to perform some kind of ritual on me. That's what I get told by my mom. My grandma says, nah, nothing, like we just went to a mission. But that's the thing, is like I have family that's very involved in witchcraft, so it's like, who do I really believe? Like this shit, you gotta, it's crazy. It's crazy. And you just, honestly, the best thing that you can do, and well, I shouldn't say the best thing you can do, explore all the avenues that you can, but at the end of the day, be on the search for what's true and not what makes you feel better.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are truly looking out for what makes sense and what is real and what is actually true, then that's what you're going to follow. If you're just looking for something that's going to make you feel better and explain stuff and just make, oh, okay, I get it now, then you're going to find that too. But it all, I think that really what it comes down to is how you approach the situation. Because when I came into this research, to me, it was not about finding something that made me feel better about what I was going through. It was about finding the truth about my situation. And when I realized that and I understood that, even if it was an uncomfortable thing, I understood this is what's happening. This is what's going on. So all I'm gonna tell you guys is, anybody that's listening right now, we got 5 homies in the chat. If you take anything away from what we're talking about, if you decide to research this stuff or try and follow it in any direction, I would just advise you to put it in your heart, put it in your spirit, to look for what is true, not what makes you comfortable, not what makes you feel better. Look for what is true. and that will speak for itself. And whether you like it or not, accept it, because the truth isn't always comfortable. The truth isn't always what we want it to be, and we have to be okay with that. And I'll leave it like that. But I look forward to next week, brother, because I'm gonna talk to my grandma. We're gonna get her on here. We're gonna talk about some crazy shit.
That's gonna be down. Yeah, LT said that sometimes people don't know what their family was into as well. Yeah, definitely, man.
Who would? And that's the thing is, it's not going to be your first thing to be like, wow, my family was probably into some gnarly shit. Like, it's not the first thing that you think of, and it's not like your family members are going to advertise that. Like, when I was 30 years old, I went out into the woods and I fucking met the devil. Like,
yeah. Yeah, and some people don't even have a connection with their past family too. Some people don't even get to know who their mother, fathers are. And that's like, I think that's a huge issue with a big disconnect of not knowing who you are, why you act the way you do. But you're surrounded.
I didn't even think about that, brother. But yeah, people that are adopted and people that don't even get to know their birth families, that's a whole nother animal of shit that. There could be stuff following you around. You have no idea.
Yeah. So there's a lot of that goes on too, but there's also a lot of you got to realize that you're now in another different position and for a reason too. Like I know one of my good friends was adopted and he didn't know that shit till recently. And me and him got along real well and we've always been really good friends. And he's like, bro, come to find out, I'm fucking Mexican. And I'm like, probably a good reason why we're fucking pretty good friends and why we get along. So, look at that little guy. Look at that little deeks. So, yeah, LT, for sure. I think that makes a lot of sense, too, where it's tougher for some people. And it's tougher for some other people, man. But I think if you really want to know, I'm sure you can find out some stuff, but yeah, sometimes it's not all exposed to you, but sometimes that's for a reason, And again, the best we can do is what we can do because we don't know what we don't know. You know what I mean? So, and you only know what you know.
The cool thing is, though, no matter what kind of spiritual baggage you have, there are things that you can do to break those chains. And all you have to do is be aware of what you need to do. And even if you don't know that you have those chains on you, just in case, being like, you know what, please help me out if this happens. The power of prayer and asking for things is very, very potent. And again, I don't want to push my beliefs on anybody, so I don't want to tell anybody like this is what you need to do. But all I'm going to say is if you're plagued by some gnarly shit, if you've never tried praying about it before, it might actually help. And I'll just leave it. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. And Mrs. Clean Pump is over here pretending she's just closing her eyes, Marina.
And that's the thing. I was gonna get to that. My lady wants to know where Mrs. Clean Pump went. I think so. We're about 5 hours into the stream. I think I got one more shot in me, and then we'll probably call it a night. I'm gonna find something to watch and just chill out and enjoy the rest of the night. I'm sure Brother Mario and Mrs. Clean Pump have something that they want to watch, and
she's dreaming now. She's asleep.
She's chilling. All right. Hey, that was a good stream then, because you know what? I don't remember ending last week's stream, so we're good.
I remember ending the last stream, so I don't even remember what I did.
Bruh, I was so swifty.
Marina's like, "Where did Miss Clean Pump come?" I'm like,
I'm here.
She's kind of here. She's spiritually here.
I am.
No, you guys are the fucking best. Thank you. Like, I can't ask for more. You guys have been on for almost basically 5 hours with me. Like there's
Yes, sir.
we just chilling. So we'll take this last shot. We'll head out for the night. We'll let you guys get some rest. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Another Friday. This is a success.
Another Friday. We're chilling happy tonight because usually I'm bowling tomorrow, but not doing it. Not doing any bowling this weekend. So.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
So okay, that's two things that we need to do. We need to get together so that I can give you a hug, but we also need. And so the ghost hunting stuff, that's a given. Like the ladies are planning that out. They don't even really need our fucking input for that. The other thing that we need to do though is we got to go bowling together, brother. We got to go bowling.
Yep.
So it's two things. My lady says, "Wait, Mr. Clean Pump, can I put nail polish remover in your pumps?" Oh, and you know what, babe? I saw you put that question in there a long time ago. I meant to actually touch on that. My mom and my grandma both have clean pumps, and that's what they use them for, is nail polish remover. So you're perfectly fine. If that's what you want to use it for, you can use it for that. They will work.
Okay. Yes, you can.
Clean team all day, baby.
You know what I
He
mean?
says, yes, I might buy one then. Well, use my name, Dead Cynic. It's going to give you 20% off. So when you do it, put my name in there, babe. Get yourself a discount.
Yep. I'll throw some freebies in there too. So make sure you use his discount code because I'll know for sure.
Do it. All right, everybody. Five homies in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us. My brother Mario, Mrs. Clean Pump, hanging in there. Super troopers. Brother Mario taking it right out the bottle. I appreciate that. Much love, guys. Another stream. Hey, 5 hours, baby. All right.
Woo!
Gonna call it a night. Brother Mario, love you.
Love you guys.
I'll be talking to you very soon. We'll do some discussing before the stream on Friday, and then we'll get together on Friday and we'll do this all over again.
And I will save this bottle for you, Marina. I will save this bottle for you.
It shall be
sure this ain't gonna be the last one I get.
1867. There we go. All righty, y'all. Have a great rest of your night. It is so we're not even in Friday anymore. It's 1:30, so we're in Saturday already. Hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. Be on the lookout. I'm sure that you'll see content from me and Brother Clean Pump. Until then, much love.